Good morning, everybody. Today is day 4 of the James Crumbly school shooter dad's trial. We really haven't had any major aha moments at this point, but we have had a lot of foundation laid. Yesterday we had a school counselor testify. Then we had Sean Hopkins, who's a school counselor. He testified. Then we had Nicholas Dijak. He is the Dean of Students, if I'm saying that right. He testified. And who started to testify, and I believe is going to be up on the stand again today to start the morning, is Special Agent Brett Brandon, ATF. He's basically discussing about the gun, the evidence they have seized, and the sorts. So, as always, I'm starting a little bit behind. I do so if something happens, we can catch it and talk about it and be a little more relaxed. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and go into today's trial. And I believe they are getting him on the witness.
Detective Adam Story.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is a truth to help you out?
I do.
All right, please step up. Have a seat. And then would you state your name for the story first and last name?
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you.
I take that back. That is somebody else. Let me scroll back and grab that.
Morning, Megan Stevens.
Detective Adam Story.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is a truth to help you out?
I do.
All right, please step up. Have a seat. And then would you state your name for the story first and last name?
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you. Judge, when we get started, we're going to see if we can make a connection here.
Write something down and spill on there. Is that That's fine.
Considering this all pictures.
I'm of no use to you.
Yeah.
I think they're having some technical difficulties. We'll just skim through.
Please spell your full name.
Adam Stoyak, ADAMSTOYEK.
Thank you, sir. How are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
12 years, right around 12 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Right around 4 years.
Okay. You said you're assigned to Pontiac?
Yeah, the city of Pontiac substation.
Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay, were you working?
I was.
We heard testimony yesterday regarding the search warrant at 112 East in Oxford, the Crumbly family home. Did you participate in that search warrant?
I did.
Now, if you could tell us, please, what happens when a house is secured for a search warrant?
Yeah, so securing a house prior to getting the search warrant, you're going to go initially and just kind of do an initial sweep of the house to make sure no one's inside the house, no one's injured inside of the house. And then after that, you're just going to secure the house until you get the authorization from the judge. It's just for like preservation of evidence and make sure that if there is evidence inside the house that it's not tampered with.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
I did.
And who else was with you?
Detective McPherson, Detective Steele, Detective Peschke, Deputy Zajac, Deputy Mozak, and Prep Brandon was there too.
from the ETF?
Correct.
Okay. When you were sent to that location, did you know what would be found there?
No.
And when were you assigned with this task?
After we initially searched the school, my supervisor at the time was Sergeant Hicks. He gathered a few of us up and said to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence.
Okay. So you responded to the school first, and then you were tasked with securing the residence at 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 270. There is this photograph really accurately depicts the address at 112 East.
It does.
Okay. Describe the layout for us at home.
Yeah, so it's when you walk in here, that's the front of the residence that faces East Street. You walk in, to your immediate right, there's a living room area with a couch. There was a TV. You walk into the left, it was like the dining room. There was a table, chairs. Through that, there was a kitchen. Off the kitchen, there was 2 bedrooms, one on the right, one on the left, a bathroom.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as well as 205. This is a sketch of the home.
Correct.
Okay. And so we have a front entrance at the top of the diagram here.
Correct.
Okay. Can you just walk us through here?
Yeah, so where the sheriff's emblem sign is, there is the front of the residence. You'd walk in, should be on the left of this picture. Here is the living room. There's some couches, there's a TV stand, a table. To the right there of that was the dining room. There's a kitchen table, some chairs. I think there was some workout equipment in there. Past that, there's a little opening right there which led to the kitchen, refrigerator island, some cabinets. So right there to the left would be the entrance. There's a little hallway to 2 bedrooms. There's 1 bedroom. That's north bedroom. There was a bathroom in between that. And then across the hallway, there was labeled middle bedroom. Was the bedrooms. And then you come out of there. There was a little hallway. There was an opening to like the landing that led to the basement, the foyer. And then it was what was the master bedroom was immediately past that.
Okay. Now, prior to participating in the search of this home, did you learn that bedrooms were associated with the shooter?
I did.
Which one?
So in this picture here, you'd see north bedroom was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and then directly across the hallway, which is labeled middle bedroom, there was also the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, so his rooms were what we have labeled here as north bedroom and then middle bedroom. Both are adjacent to the bathroom, and middle bedroom is adjacent to the master bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now tell us, when you first entered the home to secure it for its search warrant, did you see anything of note?
Yeah, so obviously when you're kind of just doing the search, but you're obviously still, if you see things, you take a mental note of what you see. And when I walked into what I was described as the master bedroom, there was an open 6-hour gun box on the bed, and next to that was an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed as well.
Did you touch it?
I did not, no.
Okay. So when you see something like that, what do you do?
Yeah, you just kind of take a mental note of it. And obviously once you get the authorization from the judge and the search warrant, you're going to go search the house. And my partner and I were tasked with searching that bedroom, so we were aware before we came in.
So after the home was secured, you confirmed that, well, first of all, when it was secured, did you encounter either James or Jennifer Crumbley?
I did. I had a brief encounter with James Crumbly.
Okay, is he in court today?
He is.
Can you please point to and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing the suit with the blue shirt and the blue tie.
Your Honor, with the record reflect identification dependent.
The record is over.
Tell us where you encountered James Crumbly when you arrived on scene.
When I initially got there, he was secured in, I don't remember who, Deputy Mozak or Deputy Zajak's patrol vehicle.
Okay. Now, if an admitted video of a patrol video indicated 2:46 p.m. arrival on November the 30th, 2021, does that seem right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Crumbly?
I did. Did
you speak with him on scene there or when he was transported to the substation?
So I had a brief conversation with him prior, or at the substation, really nothing of note. And he was taken back to the residence, and that's where I had more of a, not in depth, but more of a conversation with him outside of the residence.
Okay. So I'm going to show you and play what's been admitted as People's 300. This is the in-car video that you referenced. Thank you.
Why are you even fucking game up? I said it down and then I have. I'm so confused. Doing this shit, already doing this shit. Why have you gotta do this?
Y'all, I had to step out for a minute. I'm gonna back this up just a hair so I know what's going on. Okay, here we
Residents, and
go.
that's where I had more of a, not in depth, but more of a conversation with him outside of the residence.
Okay. So I'm going to show you and play what's been admitted as equals 300. This is the in-car video that you referenced. Thank you.
Why is she handcuffed and he is not?
Why have to do the same fucking thing?
Music is annoying.
Why are you even fucking game up? I said it down and then I have.
Why does he have anything in his pockets? I thought before they put anybody in a patrol car, if that is the patrol car, they searched their pockets.
This is already doing this shit. Why have you gotta do this? Jen, he can't hear you.
She is definitely not a happy camper. I wouldn't be either.
I love you. In case something happens.
Kissing? I wouldn't be kissing nobody at this moment. If I was handcuffed in the back of a car? Nope.
Okay, so that timestamp is 2:50 p.m. on November 30th. Is that here right there?
It does.
Okay. Now, you said James was transported to the substation and taken back?
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
I can't do anything about the
initially
volume,
we
you
were kind of
guys. They have it
instructed to
really
take
low,
James
and
to
I've
the
gained up as
substation
much
and
as I
interview him.
can.
After a conversation with, I believe, Sergeant Bryant, it was determined that he had already spoken with detectives prior to us getting there, so he was taken back to the house while we were waiting for the search warrant to be completed.
Okay, so we heard testimony in this trial that Sergeant Bryan began that interview at 1:58 p.m., and this occurred after that, is that right?
Yeah, it was after the initial interview.
Did you have some conversation with James about obtaining a search warrant for the home?
Yeah, I had a brief conversation with him.
Okay.
Correct.
Did you let him know you were looking for firearms?
I did, yes.
And would that conversation have been recorded on the in-car video system as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted and play for you. Exhibit 204. This is a portion of the in-car video from 3:42 p.m. November 30th.
Hey, still, you good name real quick. I know you already got it. You just wrote
James,
yeah.
you know my middle name too?
No, which one?
Crumbly, Crumbley.
Two phone numbers.
6483.
So what's going on is we're waiting for, to complete the search warrant, okay? So what we're gonna do is you guys, obviously, while we're waiting to go in the house, we can't have you guys go back in right now, just while we get the search warrant. If you're more than welcome to either sit here, more than welcome to get in the car and hang out until this is done. More than welcome to go get a cup of coffee if you want or something, but it's probably gonna be a little while. So kind of up to you. While we're waiting for that, we just have to obviously please don't go inside the house while we're waiting for everything to be done, okay? In the meantime, can you tell me where those guns are surrounding your house as far as the pool?
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a gun cases.
Where at?
And if you go to the very back of the very back of the house.
We're like the house in the city?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's not.
I
tell you, you guys can just be cognizant of the doors, we have cats.
Okay.
Okay, but if you go into that back bedroom, the dresser on the left, the TV sitting on,
Yep.
the very right cabinet door.
Okay.
Inside there's a black gun case lock.
Okay.
And then there's some there's only a 22 Derringer and a 22 Peltec
It's locked.
pistol. The case is locked.
How would we get into that? Do you mind if we get into that?
I mean, if you absolutely have to.
Is it got like what kind of a combination on
It's
it?
a
Or?
combination.
Okay. two crimes, because we're gonna have to get the guns obviously for now.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't want to have to, you know what I mean? Just-
No, I completely open, and I want you guys to do what you have to do. I mean,
Zero,
0, 0.
zero.
It's locked, but the combination is 000. That ain't locked.
That's the only, oh, okay. And
I'm
then
sorry, y'all.
in the bedroom to the left of the bathroom,
Okay.
there is a BB gun.
Okay.
Unloaded,
Okay.
but it looks like a freaking assault rifle. It's one of those well, it's not AR-15, it's something different, but it's one of those air cartridge
Yeah, oh, I
BB guns.
Okay.
But that's just sitting out, so don't freak out when you guys see that. It's not
I
a,
appreciate that.
yeah.
Are you gonna want to hang tight, or you, what do you guys want to do?
Well, I mean, where's my wife? I want to,
What does she want to do? Okay, you want to go with your wife then?
yeah. Am I,
You know, you talked to Sergeant Brian earlier?
yeah,
Okay, he's gonna call you when you guys are able to come back, okay?
okay. I'll need my phone back.
You know, Sabi gonna give no phone back. I don't know if they give the phone back right then, but eventually they do take the phones. I have been on the end of a search warrant in a home. I was not charged with a crime. Somebody else in the home was. They are not fun.
Jennifer Crumbly was in custody.
Yeah, there was multiple. There's a few detectives. There's deputies on scene. I didn't take part in placing her in handcuffs. That would have been up to the deputy that put her in handcuffs.
The
and I-
deputies arrived, were coming right from the school, is that right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Just now in this interview with James Crumbly in the back of the car, he told you the combination code was 0000 4 zeros. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you subsequently recover that safe?
I did.
Is it 4 zeros or 3 zeros?
It was 3 zeros.
Did you come to learn what the default code is for that safe?
Yeah, 000.
Now, what did you find inside that safe?
Yeah, so inside the safe there was a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and a 22 Derringer, which is like a single shot handgun, was inside of the safe when it was opened up.
Once the search warrant was officially authorized by the judge, did you participate in the search of the home?
I did.
And there are actually 2 occasions on which detectives entered the home with authorization from the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
So one was November 30th, the evening of the shooting, and their time was December the 13th?
Correct.
Okay, both 2020.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to take you through some photographs of the home. First of all, prior to a search warrant being executed of somebody's residence, are photographs taken?
They are.
Are they taken before or after the home is searched?
Before.
So any photograph received from November the 30th, 2021 was taken before the room was searched by any detective.
That's correct.
This is exhibit 249. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so in the initial picture, that's the front door of the residence. Right when you walked into your immediate right, there was couches and a TV in the living room area.
So I'll try to take us through the home as you would walk through it. So we have the door in the frame here.
Correct. That's the front door that faces East Street.
That's the front door in the living room. Okay. This is 250. What is this?
It's just a wider angle. That's the couch that we saw in the initial picture, and the other couch that would be facing the front door.
Okay. So if you step into the front door and you turn to your right, this is what you'd be looking at?
Correct.
All right. This is exhibit 251. What is this?
Yeah, same thing. Right when you walk in the front door, this would be to your immediate right and kind of straight ahead. There's just the couches and then a chair, a table.
Okay, here's 252. Again, we see the front door.
Yep, so that would be, now you'd actually be facing the front door. That was just the TV stand, which had the TV on it towards the front door.
Okay, and you told us that there was the living room, and then in the same area, you described a dining room?
Correct.
This is exhibit 272. What do we see here?
Yep, so that was the dining room. It was Christmas decorations, dining room table,
And this photograph was taken on December the 13th, 2020.
Yes, this was not the night of.
So this is if you walk in the front door and you turn to your left. Is that right?
Correct. Yep, you walk in and your immediate left would be this.
And here's 273. What do we see here?
Yep, so that'd be when you walk in, to the right was the living room, to the left was the dining room, and directly ahead of the dining room was the doorway that leads to the kitchen, which you can kind of see in the background there is the kitchen.
Okay. Here's 274.
Yep, so this would just be a picture of the kitchen, the island, the refrigerator. And then as you can see further down in the picture is the door to the master bedroom.
Okay, so this would be if you step towards that hallway towards the kitchen.
Correct. Yep, you're exiting the living room. There's that little doorway, and that's going to take you right into the kitchen area.
Okay, we'll talk more about the kitchen in a few minutes. First, I want to take you through one of the shooter's bedrooms identified as the middle bedroom.
Okay.
This is exhibit 206. What do we see here?
Yep, so that would be, there's a hallway, there's a bedroom to the left, bedroom to the right. This is the bedroom to the left, which is the middle bedroom. That was right when you walked into the bedroom. There was a bed with various belongings on it, and then on the wall you can see some shooting targets.
Okay, and as a police officer, you've been to a shooting range before, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, these type of targets consistent with what you obtained at a shooting range?
Correct.
Okay. And this photograph was taken November the 30th, 2021?
Yes.
This is exhibit 207. Are we in the same room?
Same room, just off the bed there. There was that desk with the TV, things all over the floor. That was the natural state of the bedroom they got in the house.
When you say natural state, that's before the detective search.
Yeah, correct.
And this plywood right here, can you tell us about this, please?
Yeah, so that part of the bedroom actually leads, that would have been a window that would have gone to the master bedroom. I believe the master bedroom is probably an add-on. So that would be a window that would lead you to the master bedroom.
Okay, so we're making sure we're oriented. This middle bedroom is adjacent to both the master bedroom on one side and then the bathroom on the other.
Correct.
Okay. This is exhibit 208. Is it the same room from a different vantage point?
Same room, yep. The just another little dresser there, the closet on the left.
Okay. Exhibit 209.
Same thing, just the various things on the floor, clothing, the chairs, same bedroom.
Exhibit 210.
Yep, same bedroom, just kind of an outer shot that shows the whole bedroom there.
Sir, as a detective, tell us why it's important for someone to capture the natural state of something from different angles.
Yeah, so I mean, when you conduct a search warrant, obviously you want to be cognizant of the fact that that's someone's house. You don't want to tear the house up, but I mean, you're going to go through the house and things are going to get moved around. Do your best to clean up afterwards, but when you want a picture of this can show you what the house looked like right when you walked in. Nothing was changed and what the livable conditions were when we got there.
Okay. And is that also why you would take multiple pictures of one bedroom just from different angles?
Correct. Yeah, just so you could get a full shot of what the was actually going on inside of the bedroom.
This is exhibit 211. Is this also the middle bedroom?
That is, yep, it's the closet in the middle bedroom.
Exhibit 212. Same closet?
Same closet. You can see there in the bottom on the chair was the butt of the, which Mr. Crumbly described as like the rifle style BB gun.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. This is exhibit 213. What do we see here?
Yeah, those are the targets I described earlier. They're visibly been used. They had bullet holes in them, multiple bullet holes in both of them. That was on the wall right next to the bed, the shooter's bedroom.
This is exhibit 214.
Yeah, same thing, just a different angle. That's the bed to your far left, and then the used shooting target on the top right corner.
If there were any other posters or pictures on the wall, that would have been depicted in the photographs of the detectives. Is that right?
Correct.
This is exhibit 215.
Here's a picture of the bed. There was clothing, some school books, the knife on the bed there. Just there was tons of different stuff on the bed.
And so we're where the targets that were on the wall, that'd be just where this photograph cuts off at the top. Is that
Yeah,
right?
just above the bottom, the top part of the target would be, or of this picture where the targets would be.
Here's 216. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that's like a nightstand just off the bed. Various things on the nightstand.
And 242. This is a closer version. A closer photograph of the items on the nightstand.
Yep, correct. It was various spent shell casings. Looks like various caliber spent shell casings inside the plastic container, which was on the nightstand, which was directly next to the shooter's bed.
And this is exhibit 243. You mentioned the butt of the rifle of that gun in an earlier photograph. Is this what you're referring to?
Correct. Yep. When I was speaking with James earlier, the video you played earlier, he kind of described that was the one he told me not to be freaked out about. It was the BB gun rifle that was on the in the shooter's bedroom on his computer chair, and that's how it was when it was found.
This is exhibit 244. What's this?
So that would be part of the dresser there that the TV's on. He had various, there was a notebook there, pencils, stuff like that. His wallet, that was on the TV stand.
In the middle bedroom still?
Correct, still the middle bedroom.
Okay. And 245, same drawer, different angle?
Yeah, correct. Looks like there's a lighter. I believe those are fireworks of some kind. Just another notebook, and that was also in the middle bedroom on the dresser there.
And exhibit 246, we're still in the middle bedroom?
Yep, still in the middle bedroom, so that's going to be right at the front of the bed. It's a bottle, it looks like it's an empty bottle of Canada House, which is bourbon whiskey, at the end of the bed.
Now I'm going to move on to the north bedroom. This was identified as the shooter's other bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, so this would be the bedroom on the other side of the bathroom?
Yep, so when you came out of the kitchen, you made that right. It was a small hallway. Straight ahead was a bathroom. To the right was going to be the bedroom we're going to see now, which I think is the north bedroom, and to the left was that middle bedroom, is what you guys just saw in the pictures there.
Okay, so here's exhibit 217. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so just kind of a shot of the overall bedroom on the right, which was also the shooter's bedroom, second bedroom.
218, same north bedroom, but from a different angle?
Correct. That'd be right when you walk into your immediate left. There was a TV stand, a TV, some clothing on the floor, and on your right there you can see the bed, which had various things spread all over it.
Okay, again, this is the natural state of how you found it?
Correct.
219, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be you'd walk in, you make a left. At this point, they're kind of rounding the bed.
I'm sorry, 282, I misspoke.
It would just be the picture of the bed, and then in the far left corner there is a litter box, cat litter box on the ground there.
It's the far left corner?
Yeah, so yep, right there, yeah.
Oh, I see, okay.
Just various clothing and other items on the bed.
219, are we still in the north bedroom?
Correct, it's a closet, clothes in the closet.
220, what is this?
It's just the bed. Again, various things in the bed.
This is 247.
Yeah, so that was a notebook that was recovered in the bedroom. Obviously, there's some pictures of a rifle on it. It's like another handgun in the bottom left there.
Okay. 247. That was found on the bed in the north bedroom?
Yeah, correct.
Here's 221. Are we still in the north bedroom?
Yeah, so that's just, now you're like looking out towards the bedroom. That's that doorway to the far left is the doorway that leads you out of the bedroom, and that open door was the open door to the bedroom that we had initial pictures in, just straight directly across the hall. They were both the shooter's bedrooms.
Okay, did you observe anything on the shelf?
Yeah, there were some knives, various knives on the shelves.
Okay, and that's depicted in exhibit 248.
Correct.
And then finally, exhibit 222. This is standing in the north bedroom looking down at the TV with me.
Yeah, it was the TV stand.
One of
You
the
could
questions
have
I've had, and I'm being real quiet because I wanted you to hear the testimony.
Okay, so we mentioned the bathroom that was adjacent to these two bedrooms. This is exhibit 223. Does this accurately depict what you observed that day?
Yep, it does.
Okay, one of the questions I had, I am streaming from multiple sources, so if you don't see comments in one place, there may be in the other. One question is, did the people doing the search warrant make the house messy or in the condition it's in? These pictures were taken prior to, if I'm correct. I'm not 100% sure, but from what I understand and own personal experience, they're photographing as they go along. So like this bathroom is how they found it.
Now, did you also participate in the search of the master bedroom?
I did.
Okay, you mentioned what you observed during that process when you secured the home, but you participated in the search as well?
Correct.
This is exhibit 224. What do we see here?
Yes, you'd walk into the master bedroom, which you'll see other pictures here, but to your immediate right in the master bedroom is the bed. And right when you walked in, I mean, this was the first thing you could see was the open gun box. And that box next to it is an empty box of 9mm ammunition. And this is exactly how we saw it when we did the initial search of the house. And then when we came back in, once the search warrant was granted, this is how it was when we came in.
Okay. And this box right here is the empty box of ammunition, the red box?
Correct, 9mm ammunition.
This is exhibit 225. This is the same master bedroom.
Yeah, just kind of a different view, but that'd be when you make a right to the bedroom. The bed was against the wall. That was one of the sides of the bed.
Exhibit 226.
Yep, same thing, just the other side of the bed. So that far window right there on the left would be the window that would face the backyard of the residence.
Exhibit 227.
Yep, far left side of the bed there. That's the outer window that faces the backyard, and it's just clothing on the ground.
Okay. 228. This is still in the master bedroom.
Yep, so that's the door there to the master bedroom. When you walked in immediately on the
This is
right
door here.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And on the wall there was armoire. On the far or on the immediate right was that armoire.
This is exhibit 229.
Yep, just a different shot. That's the door. Immediate right's that armoire. To your left in that picture is the bed.
So all of these pictures of the master bedroom were taken November the 30th before the room was searched.
Correct.
Was the TV stand searched as well?
It was.
And that's where James told you to look for the 22 caliber firearms?
Correct.
Exhibit 230, this is the TV stand I'm referring to?
Yep, so that was what James had described when I spoke with him. That's the TV stand. Right when you walk into the bedroom, to your immediate left was that TV stand, multiple drawers, and a TV on it. And then the door you're seeing there was like a sliding glass door that would lead you to the outside backyard of the residence.
This is exhibit 231, this is straight on view.
Correct.
Exhibit 233, this is angled to the left.
Correct.
234, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so that TV stand we just saw, the furthest right door that was opened up, and that was where the gun box was, or the gun safe was located right there on the top shelf, as it is in the picture there.
And that was recovered by you?
It was.
Okay. And did you use the code 000 to open it?
I did.
Did it open with that?
It did.
Was ammunition found on that shelf as well?
Yep. So when the gun box was removed from there was 2 magazines, the holster. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see there. There's a box of.
That's very interesting, y'all, because in Jennifer Crumbly's trial, they didn't get into this. I don't recall any of this coming out. And I watched every day of that trial. And she testified that all of the ammo was kept separate from the weapons. And she said the ammo was actually put in a beer stein, like the German beer steins. And I haven't been looking, but I don't recall seeing any. There may have been. But this is definitely not kept separate, and it's definitely not in the beer stein. Just the inconsistencies in her testimony versus what I'm seeing here.
Ammunition there in the back.
The holster, what we're looking at, the object on the right, that's the holster.
Yeah, it's like a cloth holster, black cloth holster.
This is exhibit 235. 236, for those items from that right drawer taken out and put on top of the TV stand?
Yep, so at this point they were removed from the picture you just saw. They were put on top of the TV stand. On the left there you can see the 2 magazines, gun magazines up, and then there's the bag with the ammunition in it. And then I think to the right there's the box for the ammunition.
Okay. And that's 22 caliber ammunition?
Correct.
Okay, did you participate in the search of the kitchen as well?
I did.
First of all, here's 237. This is what, let me ask you, what is this picture?
Yep, so the black firearm there is a 22 Kel-Tec handgun that was recovered when I opened the safe. The silver gun there is a 22 Derringer. It's a single shotgun that was also found in the safe once I opened it up. And then there was Another magazine there to the far left, which is kind of hard to see, and then there's some ear protection. The orange ear protection was also located in the safe when it was opened.
So this is 238. What is this?
That's the 22 Derringer that was recovered in the safe.
And 240.
Yep, that's a 22 Caltech handgun that was recovered in the safe.
Okay, so this is 276. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yep, so that would be the kitchen. The pictures you saw earlier, that would have been on the right-hand side when we saw the pictures of the kitchen. It's the refrigerator.
Okay, so I'm going to try to take us around the kitchen. Well, first of all, is there an island in the kitchen?
Yeah, so when you're looking outside of the kitchen, there was an island in the middle. There was across from that was like a sink, some shelving units, and then all across from the island was this, which is the fridge, more shelving units, all located in the kitchen.
Okay. This is 278, so this would be on the other side of the kitchen?
Yep, correct. So that would just be, and I described the other side of the island. You have the sink there in the left, the stove, and just various cabinets and other things in the kitchen there.
Did you have keys and search in this island here?
I did.
277, that's the island I'm referring to?
Correct.
Exhibit 253. Tell us what we're looking at here and where it was found.
Yep, so on the far right corner there, you can see a black, which is later discovered to be a black gun box there in the far right corner.
Let me back up for 1 second. So we're talking about this cupboard here, the right cupboard? Of the
I believe it was, but yes, the right cupboard, correct.
And that's 277. Here's 253.
Correct. Yep, so there in the far right corner, you can kind of see that black gun box was located there in the island on the right side of the island.
Okay, and was that removed?
It was.
Okay. So exhibit 255, what is this?
Yep, that's just the gun box is taken out of there, and that's just the picture of the gun box. It was the gun box for that Caltech, that black firearm that was found in the bedroom. This is the gun box for that 22 handgun.
And this is 256. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so the gun box was opened. It was obviously empty. Besides that, cable lock was located inside of the gun box. If you look closely, you can see the keys to the gun or to the cable lock there in the bottom part of the baggie there. Yeah, that's how that was located when it was opened up.
Did you or any other detective find any other locking mechanism for a firearm anywhere in the home?
No.
You know, it's like the gun box next to the blender, what kind of gun box is that?
That was for the 22 Caltech. It was the black handgun that was found in the safe in the bedroom.
Right.
And that's in exhibit 253, which is also depicted in exhibit 255. And that's where the cable lock was contained and depicted in exhibit 256. Is that right?
Correct.
We're looking here at 257.
That's just a gaming system. I believe it was a PlayStation gaming system that was located in the residence.
Okay. 258.
Yeah, those are games for that gaming system, Battlefield, Assassin's Creed, Battlefront, just various games that were located inside of the residence for that gaming system.
Here's 259.
Yep, looks like those are more games, Grand Theft Auto. I'm not familiar with the other ones, Battlefield, and then a few to vote right there.
Okay, 260.
Yep, Call of Duty, Attack on Titan, some other games that would be used in that gaming system.
All right. Was anything searched outside of the home?
Yeah, so outside of the house, there was a vehicle, a gray Kia that was located in the driveway. It's Mr. Crumbley's vehicle. This is a picture of when the trunk was opened up, what was in the back of the vehicle.
Was there a garage or a shed associated with the home?
Yeah, no garage. So the first picture we saw was the outside of the house. There was a driveway to the left of that led to the backyard. And in the backyard, there was a shed in the backyard, but there was no enclosed garage or anything like that.
Okay. Was the shed searched as well?
The shed was searched, correct.
Here's exhibit 298. Before we get to the shed, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just like an overhang, like almost like a foyer outdoor area that was covered. There's a grill out there. It's like a seating area, which is on the back of the residence prior to getting to the shed.
Here's exhibit 299. Shed you referred to?
Correct.
Exhibit 264. What do we see here?
Yeah, so when you walked into the shed, immediately through the door to the right, there was a couple BB guns right leaned against the wall there. As you can see, the brown one to the far left of the picture, and then the black one, which is rested against kind of the door frame there.
Exhibit 265.
Yeah, just a different angle. You can see the black BB gun in the right corner, then the brown ones right there visible, leaning against the wall.
Exhibit 266.
Yes, this is like on the workbench in the shed there. There was some BB guns recovered. That's like a Uzi style BB gun that was sitting on the bench when we went inside of the shed.
Exhibit 267.
Another BB gun. It's like a 357 style BB gun that was seated on. Same thing, right by that Uzi there. Right, we walked in. There was a big bench, and that was on the bench when you walked into the shed.
Okay. Here's exhibit 268.
Yep, so you can
He's
kind of
got a
see
lot
the
of BB guns.
work area there in the back where the BB guns were recovered. This is just kind of an outer shot of some of the chairs and the floor of the shed.
269. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that was outside of the shed. It was various CO2 containers which are used to shoot BB guns, pellet guns on the ground there.
Okay.
They live in the
Back
city.
in the
Most
home,
cities have ordinance
289,
against shooting BB guns in
Yeah,
town.
so when you, as I described, when you're walking the hallway,
Why is he shooting
before
BB
the
guns
master
in the
bedroom,
city
there
limits?
was like a landing that led you to the basement into the outside of the house. So this
And
is
yes,
just an
I'm being
outer picture of
presumptuous
that
by what
landing
I see.
area. To the left of that photo would take you in the basement, and to the right would take you to the backyard.
Exhibit 295.
Yeah, same thing, just kind of a landing, just an outer picture of that. Once you go there, to the right is that door that leads you to the backyard, and if you went down and made a left, that would take you down into the basement area of the house.
Any areas of the home that were not photographed during the exclusion search warrant?
No, everything was photographed.
Now, we heard the video where you told James that he and his wife could leave. That was timestamped at 3:42 p.m. At some point, did they return?
Yep, so after we were done with the search warrant, they returned to the residence, and yeah, they spoke with Lieutenant Marsban. I was there for that.
Were there phone seized at that point?
They were.
Okay. And at some point, were they turned over to Oakland County Computer Crimes?
Yeah, they were driven back to the high school by myself and Detective McPherson, and they were given to Detective Wagowski.
Nothing further. Thank you, Joe.
Mr. Hunter. Moment.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to take you back just to the beginning of your direct. In exhibit 205.
There you
Exhibit 205 is the map that was drawn. The map that was drawn of the Crumbly residence.
Correct.
And this is of the interior of the residence. You agree?
Correct.
Now, you also looked at the exterior of the residence because you went in the shed in the backyard, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, it's a fairly deep lot.
Yeah, it's got a large backyard.
Okay, so what you see from the street, the house is closer to the street than closer to the back of the lot. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
So it's not like a small backyard. It's fairly deep, which means that there's a lot of space between the back of the backyard and the front of the house. Is that fair?
Yeah, so there was a fairly large fenced-in backyard. I don't know exactly how big, but yeah, I mean it was large. There was a lot of space.
Thank you. When you first went into the home, you did the initial sweep to make sure that there were no other people in the house, correct?
Correct.
And that's common. That's common practice for executing a search warrant and securing a premises.
Correct.
And in the home, you noticed that there was an open Sig Sauer box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition in the master bedroom on the bed.
Yeah, correct. That was one of the first things I saw when I walked in the bedroom.
And the master bedroom you identified as James Crumbly's bedroom.
Correct.
And we'll look at, if you need to, we can look at the photo, but do you recall that box of ammunition was Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition?
That sounds correct.
Okay. We looked at Exhibit 300, which was the first video from approximately 2:50 p.m. in the back of the patrol car. Do you
Correct.
recall reviewing that video?
I do.
You would agree that as James's wife is being placed in the patrol car with handcuffs, James is obviously distraught. He's asking questions like, why are you in handcuffs? Why is she in handcuffs?
I'm
Correct?
going to object to the form of the question about obviously distraught. I don't think he's able to give that sort of testimony.
Were you able to observe his demeanor?
Yeah, I mean he was obviously wondering what was going on, asking questions. Yeah.
He was upset.
And I don't really know him. I mean he was asking a lot of questions. Yeah. Trying
to figure out what was going on.
Correct.
you watched the video more, and you reviewed that video prior to coming in today, correct?
The in-car video,
Yes, the Exhibit 300.
I've seen the video before,
Okay.
correct?
And the reason I'm asking that is because you wouldn't have seen this exchange unless you reviewed the video, which is why I'm asking. But there was a point in the video where James leans over to his wife and tells her he loves her. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct.
And if you recall, he comments, just in case anything happens, I love you, and he gives her a kiss.
Correct.
So you would agree that James had some concern that something bad would happen.
I believe at some point he states somewhere along the lines of that. So yeah, correct.
You said after that Exhibit 300 video, James was transported to the substation to be interviewed by law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, like I said, there was a lot going on. Initially, we were instructed to talk to him, and then after speaking with Sergeant Bryant, it was determined that he had already spoke with them, so he was brought back at that point.
Right. So either on the way or once you got to the substation, you learned that James had already spoken to Sergeant Bryant prior to you all arriving at his residence, and so you took him back to the residence.
Correct.
Exhibit 204 is at approximately 3:42 p.m. Oh, let me go back to Exhibit 300. There was a point in that video where James makes a comment to his wife about not talking without a lawyer. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know that if somebody is being suspected of a crime, you've been a detective for a while. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. You know that if somebody's being suspected of a crime or suspected of doing something wrong, they have the right to counsel.
Correct.
Asking for a lawyer or wanting a lawyer doesn't mean anything other than I want a lawyer with me. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Exhibit 204 is after that initial video with James and his wife in the back of the patrol car. You agree with that?
Is that the video where I was speaking with him?
Yes, at 3:42 p.m.
Correct.
At that point, you're waiting for the search warrant to be signed by the court.
I am.
And you talk to James, and you have a couple of exchanges, and then you ask him if he's willing to tell you where the firearms are, correct?
Yep, I kind of explained to him that he could sit in the car, he could go sit in his car. He didn't have to stay where he was when he was talking to me. And then after that, yeah, we had the exchange about where the weapons were in the house.
And he used the word absolutely, if you'd be willing to tell you where those firearms were, correct?
Yeah, he was cooperative when I was speaking with him.
He told you that they were in a gun case
Correct.
that was locked,
Correct.
that it was in the back of the house, the room in the back of the house,
Correct.
in the TV stand.
Correct.
He told you that it was the right cabinet door,
Correct.
that the gun safe contained a .22 Derringer and a .22 Cal-Tec.
Correct.
And then he gave you the combination, but we would agree that he actually added a digit to the combination.
Yeah, he told me there was 4 zeros, and it was 3 zeros to get inside the safe.
And it's obvious by looking at the gun case, or I'm sorry, the gun safe, that there's only 3 numbers on it, right?
Yeah, the dial has 3 numbers on it.
So you couldn't have added a 4th number.
Correct.
You would agree that there was a lot going on at that moment
There's a lot going on at that moment.
for both you and also Mr. Crumbly.
Correct.
Through your involvement in this case, you're not aware that anyone else in the house had knowledge of that combination. Is that fair? You don't know if anyone else had it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And James also made comments to you about being completely open and wants you to do whatever you have to do. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said he was cooperative with you.
When I spoke with him, he was, yes.
In fact, he even commented and told you about that rifle-looking BB gun that was in his son's room and wanted to assure you that it wasn't what it looked like.
Yep, he told me before going in the house that there was going to be that rifle that was a BB gun sitting in.
She's really going to harp on the fact that he was always cooperative, he was always polite, he was always willing to do whatever was asked of him. That doesn't negate his responsibility. Sorry, doesn't negate the responsibility. The gun safe did not have a combination that was altered from the moment you bought it. 3 zeros to me is not a lock safe. Anybody can access that. That's the first guess. Second of all, the ammunition was not stored separately. They did not follow the recommendations in the pamphlet that was given. Everything was ignored. If I was on the jury, that's what I'd be looking at. In my humble opinion.
the shooter's bedroom, correct?
There was some exchange, and it sounded like James was going to leave the premises with his wife, but said that he needed his phone back. At that point, you all had taken his phone, if you recall.
Yeah, so I at that point did not have his phones, and I honestly don't know who had the phones at that point, so I don't recall.
You knew at that point that he didn't have his phone, based on his statement to you.
Yeah, I knew that at that point his phone was not on his person.
And we'll get back to that in a minute, because you did talk about that a little bit more. In Exhibit 215, which is a photo of, I believe I think we call it the north bedroom. I'm sorry, the middle bedroom. There, you commented that there's a knife on the bed. It was a butter knife, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Exhibit 244, which is also in the middle bedroom, is a photo of the open desk drawer. And there's a notebook, colored pencils, and miscellaneous items.
Correct.
You didn't open that notebook to see what was in it, correct?
I personally did not. No.
You don't know if Mr. Crumbly knew what was in that notebook. Is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to say one.
You would
way
have
or
no way of
another.
knowing,
Yeah,
is that right?
I don't know. Yeah.
Exhibit 245 is a picture of the bed. I'm sorry, it's a picture of another notebook in the desk. It's a green notebook, correct?
He's looking a little
Same
uncomfortable
question.
all of a sudden. I wonder
You didn't
why.
open that notebook.
I personally did not open that notebook.
You don't know what's in it.
I do not know.
You don't know. You have no knowledge whether Mr. Crumbly knew.
I wouldn't be able to say one way or another.
246 is a photo of an empty bottle of Canada House whiskey next to the bed.
Correct.
You don't know how that bottle got there.
That was there when we came in the house.
Right. You have no knowledge of how it got there, who had it, who put it there. You have no idea. You just know that it was there.
Correct.
The interesting thing is
Exhibit 220 is a picture, I believe, also of
the front bedroom and the middle bedroom were both allocated to the shooter. Now, I'm sure the parents were in there at some point in time, but when you look at everything that you see in that room, it's allocated towards a teenager, not an adult. So, interesting find.
this is the second bedroom. So I believe this is the north bedroom. Exhibit 220 is a picture of the bed.
Mhm.
And that would be, is that a yes?
Yes.
And that would be Mr. Crumbly's son's second bedroom. That's what it's been referred to, correct?
So he had the two bedrooms.
Exhibit 240, I think it's 247, can't read my own writing, is a notebook that's open on the bed. You recall seeing that photo?
Correct.
And inside that notebook, there are photos of gun drawings.
Correct.
That notebook from 247, if you recall, is the same notebook from 220. If you'd like to see the photos, I can.
Yeah, so in all honesty, I didn't have a ton to do with those notebooks. I recall seeing those in there. I don't know where that one came from.
Okay.
I don't know.
If you recall from Exhibit 220, the notebook is closed or not displayed open, and it's under some items on the bed, if you recall.
Correct.
So you didn't open that notebook, you didn't go through that notebook, you have no knowledge of what was in that notebook other than what's in the photo.
Yeah, I didn't personally at that time go through the notebook.
And again, through your involvement in this case, you have no knowledge whether Mr. Crumbly was aware of what was in any of those notebooks.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was there to
In
collect
Exhibit
the evidence,
235
not necessarily go through it.
that is the gun safe, or I'm sorry, that is after we removed the gun safe from the TV stand in the cover.
Yeah, I saw a lot of. I don't know what picture you're referring to. I'm sorry. I saw a lot of
let me
pictures
see if I
there.
can find it.
Are you referring to the one that was recovered in the kitchen?
No, this is the actual gun safe that was recovered in the.
In the
Actually, you
bedroom?
know what? Let me do it this way.
Okay.
I
Yeah, if
have
could
a
see
hard
it.
copy of it.
Okay.
It'll be easier for me to get to. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. I might also ask about 236. I'm going to bring them both to you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so 235 is the picture of the master bedroom. It's the dresser where the gun safe was recovered from. At this point, the gun safe had been removed. And all of this that you're seeing, the magazines, the gun holster, and the bullets in the background were below that safe that we took out from there.
And those magazines, the two magazines,
Once
those were
again, the
empty.
bullets were
They were.
stored with the weapon. Never store your bullets or ammo with the
Yeah, no,
weapon.
so the gun safe was recovered on on top of all that. So at this point, this picture is showing once the gun safe had been taken out. Yep, and that's below that.
And 236, you could look at 236, that's a picture of the magazines and the ammunition that was removed from that cupboard, correct?
Yeah, so at this point, everything was taken out and photographed on top of that TV stand there. It's the two magazines, the bullets inside of the baggie, and the box that the ammunition was in.
And I just wanted to confirm that those were the same magazines that were inside the cabinet.
Yeah, correct.
So those were empty.
They were empty.
Mayor Pro Tem? Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just because the magazines are empty doesn't mean a whole lot when the ammunition's stored with it. Number one rule of
When
storing
you were
weapons.
discussing Exhibit 256 with the
Keep it locked.
prosecution,
Number two, do not
the
store
prosecutor
ammo
specifically
with
asked you
the
if there were no
weapon.
other locking mechanisms found in the home.
I knew that before I
I
owned
do.
one.
You arrived at the home after, if you recall, after 2 p.m. on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah, it was short. It was around the time of the first video we saw. I don't know the exact time, but around the first time of the video we saw, the first video.
So it's fair to say you have no knowledge of what was in that house prior to your arrival at approximately 2:50 on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah, I can only speak to what I saw when I went inside the residence. I don't know what was there prior.
You can't say whether or not there were any additional locking mechanisms in the house that morning. Is that fair? You have no knowledge of that.
Again, yeah, I can only speak to what I saw and what I found. I don't know what was there prior.
Exhibit 260, you went through some photos of video games. 257 was some video game, the gaming system. 258 were video games. 259 was more video games. 260, if you recall, and I can hand you the exhibit if you'd like, was Call of Duty and a game that you weren't familiar with, Attack on Titan.
Correct.
Did you need to look at the exhibit?
No,
Okay. Call of Duty, based on your testimony, it sounded like you were a little familiar with Call of Duty.
Yeah, I don't play video games, but obviously I'm familiar just with seeing commercials, and I'm aware of what Call of Duty is.
Okay. And on the front, on the cover, it has WW2 for World War II. Is that correct?
Correct.
Call of Duty, you would agree, is a type of military video game.
Correct.
Why is she bringing this up
what would be
when
described
it
as
was
a
not
first-person
brought
shooter,
up as a
video
strong
game?
part of the
Correct.
And if
prosecution?
you know, and if you don't, please tell me you
I
don't
was a
know.
defense. I would not be bringing
person
this up
playing
in
Call of Duty
cross-examination.
is-
I'd ignore it.
A person holding a
If it
firearm in the
paints
video
the
game and
parents in a bad
engaging
light.
in combat. If you know.
Honestly, I'm.
I know
the
a
last
lot of
person to
teenagers
talk about
play a
video
Call
games.
of
I don't
Duty,
play
but
video
I'm
games,
not sure. I'd have to look it up and see if it's more mature.
But to your
on-
knowledge, it is a military video game, which is a first-person shooter military video game.
Correct.
At the end of your direct testimony, you discussed that the prosecutor asked you if James Crumbly's phone was seized, correct?
Correct.
Now, there are a couple of different ways that law enforcement can obtain somebody's cell phone. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You can get a search warrant and take it from them, right?
Correct.
They can hand it to you, right?
Correct.
You can say something like, you can give it to me or we'll get a search warrant, and they can hand it to you, right?
Correct.
In this case, if you recall, at some point, Mr. Crumbly did not have his cell phone because he said, I need to get my cell phone back, correct? While in the back of a patrol.
Okay, I looked it up. The Call of Duty games, all of them are rated M for mature, 17 and up. How are you helping your client by bringing up a game that is rated for ages 17 and up, and you have a 15-year-old who's playing it and probably was playing it at the age of 14? I wouldn't be bringing this up if I was her. My humble opinion.
Correct.
At some point, he got his cell phone back.
I didn't have any exchange with him after that about the cell phones. Honestly, I don't know if he got it back.
Now, do you recall that, if you're not aware, just let me know, are you aware that there was some conversation about James and his wife giving their phones to law enforcement and them having to obtain some sort of another phone to be able to communicate with their family.
Yeah, so at some point, Lieutenant Marsban showed up at 112 East Street, and he had a conversation with James and Jennifer about the cell phones. I don't know the specific language of the search warrant, but the phones were given to Marsban, who then he provided to me and my partner, and we took them back to the high school.
And if you recall, there was also some discussion about how James and Jennifer could obtain kind of a temporary phone so that they would be able to communicate with people while law enforcement had their phones, if you recall.
Yeah, that was a conversation I had with Lieutenant Marsban. I don't remember the specifics of the conversation, but I know they did have a conversation about the phones.
Okay, so you just know that there was a conversation that occurred where it was discussed with James and Jennifer how to obtain like a temporary phone, like a track phone or something like that.
I don't know the specifics of the conversation. I just know that they did have a conversation about it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Just quickly, thank you. Detective, did James ever once tell you that the 6 Sauer 9mm used to commit the Oxford High School shooting was ever locked up?
He did not.
Okay. Nothing further.
Yeah, we want to step down. Who's the next one?
Check on the hallway for Judge.
Okay, can you give me a estimate of what you guys need a break or okay? Is it long?
She's shorter with us, but I think we're signaling we need a break.
One break? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay.
All right, for the jury.
I think we're going to head into a 10-minute break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and skim ahead of all this. Go. Yes, every time he leaves, he has to take off his tie, put it back on again, yada, yada, yada.
All right.
Yes, Judge. Next witness is David Hendrick.
I'm guessing this is another detective. We'll see. Right now we're waiting for the jury. I'm going to just kind of scroll forward.
And then would you take yourself? Did you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the true self?
Yes, Sharon, I did.
All right, please step up and
This looks like the guy that was sitting there yesterday helping handle the weapons. I'm not sure.
David Hendrick, Davidhendrick.
go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
As a part-time employee with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been part-time?
2 days.
All right. And prior to that part-time employment, did you work full-time with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Okay, and how long did you spend as a full-time employee?
34 years.
And at some point, did you retire from full-time employment?
I did.
When was that?
Last May.
Okay, so you didn't stay retired for long.
No.
In your 34 years
No,
working
he's
with
not
the
the
Sheriff's
same.
Office, could you tell us, please, what sort of assignments you
My last assignment that I had prior to retiring was the sergeant of the fugitive apprehension team. Prior to that, I worked about 10 and a half years in our special investigations unit. Prior to that, I worked in our auto theft unit. All those were as sergeants.
Okay.
Prior to getting promoted to sergeant, I worked in our auto theft unit as a deputy and at one of the substations as a substation detective for a few years.
Okay, the special investigative unit, that's what Detective Lieutenant Tim Willis heads up right now. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you specifically about your time with the fugitive apprehension team. First of all, tell us what exactly that is.
It's a team consists of a sergeant and 7 detectives who are responsible for locating people with felony warrants or who are wanted for serious crimes that they have been alleged to have committed. Those requests that come in are either from our substations at the sheriff's office or
other agencies throughout the county that request our assistance.
Okay, and forgive me if I've asked this, but how long did you spend at the fugitive apprehension team?
About 6.5 years.
Okay, and that was as the sergeant?
Yes, sir.
So you would be the individual leading the team.
That's correct.
And how many members of the fugitive apprehension team were there?
I had 7 plus myself.
Is that the role that you had in November and December of 2021?
It is.
Is it fair to say that all of the individuals on the fugitive apprehension team work as a group?
Yes.
Now, I want to direct attention to the days after the Oxford High School shooting on November the 30th, 2021. First of all, do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you working that day and that week?
Not that specific day. I was out of town, but the rest of the week, yes.
Okay. At some point, were you requested to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley?
We were.
And tell us how that happened.
I believe it was December 2nd. Lieutenant Willis asked me to attempt to locate both of them.
And if I told you they were formally charged on Friday, December 3rd, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective Willis sitting at the table here asked you to locate them?
Yes.
What information did you have at your disposal when you were given this assignment?
They're basic information. They're pictures, full names, height, weight, addresses, vehicles they drove, things of that nature.
Were you made aware that there?
Okay, for those of you who don't know, why is this important? At some point, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly were told that they needed to turn themselves in because they were being charged with involuntary manslaughter. And they were told that there was a warrant for their arrest, and they did not do so. They actually were, by the testimony that Jennifer Crumbly gave in her own trial, they were trying to hide from the media, and in doing so, were discussing with their attorneys when they should turn themselves in. And so when they did not do what was requested of them, that's when the fugitive apprehension team was engaged, and they were considered fugitives. It's going to be interesting to see if Mr. Crumbly takes a stand, what his comments are concerning this. I don't remember. I think I vaguely remember something about them being on the run, but they themselves said they weren't on the run from the federal agencies or the sheriffs or whomever. They were on the run and hiding from media. They said that the media stormed around their home and their lives were so bad that they felt they needed to hide. That was her explanation of this. Let's see what he said.
Phones were seized on the evening of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us, please, what did you and your team do to attempt to locate the defendant?
We began looking at and conducting surveillance at their residence. Any family members that we knew of, friends, things of that nature. Checked area hotels, places that we might think they might go.
Did you locate them? You were given this assignment on December the 2nd, you said?
Yes.
Did you locate them that day?
We did not.
Were you able to identify where they had stayed from November the 30th until that point?
We had identified a hotel they had stayed at. I don't specifically remember the name of the hotel, but
Okay.
at a hotel.
That's fine. When you received that information, what did you do?
We checked with the hotel staff to find out whether they were still guests there, whether they had checked out, and in fact, they had checked out.
So after you learned that they had checked out from that hotel, what happened then?
We continued to check area hotels, surveillance of any known locations, and eventually we located a vehicle that belonged to them at a hotel in Auburn Hills.
And when you identified this vehicle belonging to either James or Jennifer Crumbly, what happened next?
I pulled all of the team to that location, and we began constant surveillance on that vehicle to check and see if they would come back for it.
Was that on Thursday, December the 2nd, or Friday, December the 3rd?
That was on Friday, December the 3rd.
And did either the defendant or his wife come back to the vehicle?
They did not.
And tell us, please, what's happening at that point in time.
At that point, we're still trying to locate them. We're still, again, checking anything, social media, anything we can find to try to locate them.
And were you able to adapt?
No, we had not.
Tell us what happened next.
At some point late in the evening, and I don't remember the exact time, we were made aware that their other vehicle had been located in a parking lot by the Detroit Police Department.
Okay, so this is late in the evening on Friday, December the 3rd?
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn that they were formally charged at noon on December the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so earlier that same day?
Correct.
All right. When you learned that they were charged, what did you do personally?
Myself and one of the other detectives went to what we learned was their attorney's office and checked the office parking lot or surrounding parking lots to see if their vehicle might be there. By chance, they would be in the office with the attorney. Upon not finding the vehicle, we went in and made contact with one of their attorneys.
And without telling us what was said in that conversation, did you find either James or Jennifer Crumbley there?
Did not.
And at that point in time, they had the same attorney, is that correct?
My understanding, yes.
And so would that have been before noon on December the 3rd or after noon, December the 3rd?
It was afternoon.
Okay, so after they were charged.
Yes.
All right. And backing us up a little bit in the timeline, it was after that the vehicle belonging to one of the defendants was recovered?
Yes, several hours later.
Several hours. Okay, thank you. Later that evening, Friday, December 3rd, what did you learn?
That the vehicle was located in the parking lot in the business in Detroit.
Okay. So another vehicle belonging to either James or Jennifer Crumbley was located in Detroit?
Right.
All right. Tell us what happened next.
At that point, I left one person sitting on the vehicle in Auburn Hills, just by chance they came back to it. And the rest of the team and myself went to Detroit to attempt to locate them somewhere in the area of the vehicle.
Okay. The law enforcement personnel involved in this endeavor, was it contained to just the 7 of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you encountered when you went to the location where the vehicle was found.
Originally, when we got there, there were several Detroit police officers that had the street blocked and had the car secured in the parking lot. As we searched the area, because we had no idea whether they had walked away from the car, they were in the building, we didn't know at that point. So we were searching the area. More and more law enforcement officers arrived. Officers from the U.S. Marshals arrived to assist us, the Border Patrol, the Michigan State Police, more Detroit police, all arrived on scene.
Okay. After the exterior of the location was searched, and I take it no one was found then?
Correct.
Okay. What happened next?
We formulated a plan to begin searching the building. It was a 3-story industrial building. We had several officers on site, so at that point we decided to begin going room to room and search the entire building.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 307. This is a photograph here. Do you recognize what's in this photograph?
I do.
And tell us how.
That is the industrial building.
Okay, guys, I have seen the video clip. It's probably going to be played here very shortly. If you have any kind of triggers to people being arrested, guns being drawn on people's hollering, whatever it may be, that's why I have the trigger warning, sensitive material. Please skim through this. It's not worth you being triggered. In the end, they were apprehended at this location. Sorry to spoil it, but I don't want anybody to be triggered. All right, here we go.
Where the vehicle was located in the parking lot.
Okay. So the parking lot would be behind this chain link fence
Yeah.
right in the photograph?
Correct.
Okay. And did you and your team participate in the physical search of the interior of this building?
We did.
And now, contained to the interior of the building, again, was it just the 7 of you or other law enforcement personnel involved as well?
Oh, several law enforcement officers.
Tell us about it, please.
The plan was formulated that the Detroit Police Department would search the first floor of the building. The rest of the teams that were there, we took on the task of searching the second and third floor of the building.
Okay. Now, was this done in secret, or is this out in the public as far as the knowledge?
Oh, no, it was very obvious, very apparent. There was dozens and dozens of officers. We went room to room. At some point, we had obtained keys to some of the rooms. When we had those keys, we were able to unlock the door, announce our presence.
Objection,
go
he's
in
not
and
answering the
search
question.
Every place in the room that could potentially hide a human being. Other rooms.
Question done, was
we did
this
not have
done in
keys for,
secret
and
or
we were forced to
incognito, or
force
was
our
this
way into those
done
rooms.
When you
publicly?
say force our way into the rooms, can you describe what that looks like?
Yeah, there are several tools that are used to what's called breach or force a door open. There's a long Halligan type pole like a fireman would use. You jam it into the door frame and pry the door back and get the lock to sometimes pop. If that doesn't work, we have a 35-pound battering ram, and we will batter the door lock mechanism until the door opens.
Okay. Is that a quiet endeavor, or is that loud?
Oh, it's very noisy, very noisy.
So, specific to the 3 floors in what's the building depicted here in 307, which areas did you and your team search?
The second and third floor of the building,
And was anybody located in those searches?
not on the second or third floor.
At some point, were you made aware that James and his wife were found on the first floor?
Yes,
Were you involved in the actual breaching of that room and the arrest?
no, that was handled by the Detroit SWAT team, I believe, handled that door.
Okay, they had already been assigned to the first floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what happened after that occurred.
As soon as the SWAT team entered that room and searched it and discovered the Crumblies in that room, they were taken into custody by Detroit, and then they were turned over to my team, who took custody of them and transported them back up here to Oakland County.
Okay. Do you recall the approximate time that occurred?
Probably 1:30, 1:15, somewhere.
Just so if you didn't catch it, they actually live in a small community outside of Detroit, just several thousands of people. It's really a smaller community. So they had actually left the town, or the village as they call it up there, that they lived in, and went to Detroit. Hence why they were being treated as fugitives.
It was after 1 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning. So we're talking Saturday, December.
Yes, sir.
And it's James Crumbly, unfortunately.
He is.
Can you please point and describe what he's wearing today?
Gray suit and headphones.
Your Honor, with record reflect the identification of the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Fox?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I guess they're not going to show the video
Your
where they
involvement began
arrested
on
them.
December 2nd.
They showed it
of
in Jennifer's
2021,
case.
is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were out of town on November 30th. Is it safe to say you were aware of the shooting that occurred at Oxford High School on November 30th prior to your involvement?
Yes.
Now, your involvement was as the sergeant of the fugitive apprehension team.
Correct.
It's also called FAP. Is that correct?
Correct.
You testified that unit is responsible for locating people with felony warrants or wanted for serious crimes.
Correct.
Your unit did not get involved in all felony warrant arrests. Is that fair?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
Sure. All felony warrant arrests in Oakland County, your unit did not go and arrest everybody who has a felony warrant. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And your unit did not get involved with all crimes that people were arrested for. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And let me clarify. So we know, and we heard some testimony.
I'm sorry about
previously
that, y'all. That
there
was on their end. I have
a
no
warrant
idea what that
issued
was.
by the court, correct?
Correct.
In this case, correct? And based on your experience, you were a law enforcement officer for 34 years. You were a detective for a number of years. You know that somebody who's accused of a crime and charged can walk themselves into a court, correct?
Correct.
With or without an attorney, right?
Correct.
And that includes for felonies.
Correct.
their attorney, you're aware that there have been times where their attorney has arranged, sometimes with the detective, sometimes with the prosecutor's office, in various ways. Their attorney can arrange for them to be turned in to the court or the police department on a specific day and time. Is that fair?
Sure.
The other ways are involving your former unit,
Correct.
and that's done by law enforcement. The attorneys don't call you up and say, hey, come get my client. That's the police who say, go get this person.
Correct.
And then obviously other agencies can get involved with our other arrests as well. Is that fair?
Yes.
In this situation, your involvement was requested prior to Mr. Crumbly being charged.
Yes.
You testified that your involvement was December 2nd of 2021.
Yes.
You were contacted, and I don't know if this was clear, you were contacted by Lieutenant Willis.
Yes.
He contacted you on December 2nd of 2021 and asked you to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Now, did you learn as part of your involvement or as
That's
part of
interesting.
getting that initial information that there were some concerns? Well, let me go back. You're aware that after the Oxford High School shooting that people were scared. Is that fair? I'm talking people in general.
Okay, I gotta back up on this. So this gentleman was contact prior to them being charged, but they were already on the run, meaning they were not. Okay, so if they were not where they were supposed to be and they were going to be charged but hadn't been charged yet, and so they lost contact with him, I could see why he was brought in, but I find that interesting. Very interesting. That's an aha for me.
Possibly, I would assume.
Angry?
Sure.
Upset?
Sure.
It was very public what had happened on November 30th of 2021.
Yes.
The shooter's name became public shortly after the shooting.
Yes.
If you recall, and you may not know, but if you don't know, please say you don't know, that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly's residence was made public.
That I don't know.
Did you learn during your involvement in this case that there were some concerns over the safety of James and Jennifer Crumbly because they were the parents of the Oxford High School shooter?
I was never made aware of that.
That would
So all
be
you were
a
made
fair
aware of
assumption.
was that James and Jennifer Crumbly needed to be located.
Yes.
And the first place you went was their residence.
Yes.
They weren't there.
Correct.
You eventually determined and learned that they had been at a hotel in Auburn Hills from November 30th
To get away from media, I can see that, and the
I'm not sure
public.
if they were there that entire time, but that's where we ended up finding the vehicle, was at that hotel.
And did you also learn through your involvement that they registered at that hotel in Jennifer Crumbly's name?
I don't specifically remember whose name it was.
So you began looking for James and Jennifer Crumbly before they were formally charged.
Correct.
Now, I assume in your career you've been involved in what would be considered high profile or media cases, is that correct?
Yes.
And oftentimes in those cases, is it standard practice for your department to take someone into custody before the actual charges are announced?
Depends on the crime and the circumstances surrounding it.
Your department often, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your department will often assume that a high profile case or a serious offense that somebody might run.
It is a possibility. People do.
You had no information that James Crumbly had indicated that he was going to run away or flee or anything like that. Is that fair? On December 2nd of 2021.
That's fair.
You were aware that James and Jennifer Crumbly did not have their phones after November 30th of 2021 because they had been either given to or taken by law enforcement, but law enforcement had them in their possession.
Yes.
Did you also learn during your early involvement in this case or at any point that James and Jennifer Crumbly had obtained track phones or pay-as-you-go phones or things like that?
Yes.
And did you learn during your involvement in this case that those phones were obtained because James and Jennifer wanted to be able to contact family in the early days after the shooting?
I was not aware of the reason behind obtaining those phones.
Did you also learn during your during your involvement in this case, that James and Jennifer Crumbly obtained additional phones in the same phone number of the phones that were given to law enforcement.
I did learn that, but I don't remember at what point in our investigation I learned
Said that charges were formally announced at approximately noon on December 3rd of 2021.
That's my understanding, yes.
You do not know whether or not James and Jennifer knew that those charges had been formally announced. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You said that you went to James and Jennifer's attorney's office and you talked to an attorney.
I did.
That was not me, correct?
It was not.
Some hours later, you were notified that that one of their vehicles was located in a business parking lot in Detroit.
Correct.
It was not a parking garage. Is that fair?
Yes.
It was not underground parking.
No.
It was not indoor parking.
No.
It was in a gated parking lot. We can see the fence in the photo, correct?
Correct.
There weren't boxes or branches or anything covering their vehicle. Their vehicle was in the parking lot.
Correct.
And at some point during your involvement between December 2nd and December 3rd, were you also made aware that there were going to be some attempts to do an alternative to what we talked about earlier when it comes to turning somebody in, that Mr. Crumbly may be walking himself in to be arraigned on the warrant after he'd been made aware of it, if you recall those conversations?
I had conversations with an attorney, but I'm not sure what I can go in.
Yes, and I'm not asking you about the details of the conversation. Just if you had some knowledge that there was an indication that Mr. Crumbly was not running, but that he was in fact going to turn himself in. Again, without giving.
Yeah.
Line of questioning, I think it's getting close to speculating what the purpose of what a hearsay conversation would be, and it could open the door to other things.
Oh, yeah, are you going to open the door to that?
I can move on, Judge.
Good objection.
At no point during your involvement in this case were you told James Crumbly is absolutely avoiding these charges and will not be turning himself in. At no point were you told that.
There's the same question, same objection to the same question asked.
Well, and who is he being told that by?
It could be anybody, Your Honor. His involvement was requested by Lieutenant Willis. He had multiple police officers involved. There were multiple people involved in allegedly, or in locating Mr. Crumbly. I'm just asking if he was ever given knowledge that was going to happen.
Just as a response, he testified to what his job was. He was given an assignment and he carried it out.
I don't know, I guess you gotta be careful what you wish for. Right?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, you know.
You indicated that the building where Mr. Crumbly's vehicle was a quote-unquote 3-story industrial building, is I believe what you called it.
Yes.
That was exhibit 307, which is on the screen. In that building, obviously from the outside, it looks kind of like a warehouse. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
But you learned during your involvement that there were multiple tenants in that building.
Yes, multiple suites or
Right.
rooms.
Businesses,
Yes.
people who were regularly in and out of that building.
What I want to know is, number one, did they break in? Number two, if not, who did they know that allowed them in? Were they there lawfully or were they there illegally?
That I can't answer to. It was very late and there was nobody in and out when we were there.
Okay. Did you learn during your involvement that there were people in and out during the day that day?
Not at the time I was there, no.
And you may not be the right witness to answer these questions up. I'm just trying to determine what exactly you knew about this building.
Yeah, at that point, at that hour of the night, there was nobody coming in and out. And we wouldn't have allowed anybody to come in or out anyway.
And you learned in going into the building that there was an option for interior parking. Did you learn that?
I don't
No.
recall there being any interior parking like a parking garage, if that's what you mean.
Right. Like a way to pull a vehicle in through a garage and park it inside. Instead
So
of
what
out
she's
in
saying
the
is they weren't hiding
There was
because
a
they didn't
loading
hide the
dock,
vehicle.
so I guess technically you could have pulled a car inside of there, but I did not see, well, it was not a designated indoor parking structure.
Right. So not like a parking garage or those underground parking like we were talking about earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Your testimony was that it was obvious and apparent what was going on outside of and in that building during your search of the building, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can't say, because you really have no idea what James Crumbly heard or saw that night, correct? On December 3rd of 2021, or the early morning hours of December 4th of 2021.
I can only tell you what I saw and heard in the commotion, the law enforcement officers, the flashing lights from the police cars, but specifically as to what he saw and
So
heard.
basically, he's saying there was enough noise
have
and
no
commotion
knowledge
that
of
anybody who's inside
Whether or
could
not
have
you
known
saw or heard
or
anything.
could have potentially known there was some
Yeah.
disturbance outside.
You were not part of the arrest of James Crumbly after entry was made by DPD's SRT unit, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Sir, who were you given this assignment by?
Lieutenant Willis.
Okay. And you were asked to locate James Crumbly on December the 2nd, not arrest him on December the 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not uncommon for an officer in charge to contact the fugitive apprehension team to locate a suspect, is it?
No, that's not uncommon at all.
And the goal as a member of the fugitive apprehension team is a peaceful surrender?
Yes,
Okay. Is that why you reached out to Mr. Crumbly's attorneys?
absolutely.
Okay. And there were no arrangements made to you to turn the defendant in on Friday, December the 3rd, were there?
No,
No.
Right, you can step down here.
thank you.
Thank you. You sign, please.
Luke Kirtley does.
I actually saw the video of the arrest, and what I saw was, I'm going to pause this for a minute. They didn't play it, which I was really surprised. In the video, they enter a room. There was an air mattress on the floor. Both of them were supposedly asleep. They had stored some of their belongings kind of offset from them. It wasn't close to them. They had basically were prepared to hunker down, so to speak, for a period of time based on what they had with them and where they were in the building and all of that. Again, I'm surprised they did not show that, and I did it again. I apologize. I hit the wrong button. So let me get me back on, and then I will get it set up again. My apologies. I'll see if I can go back and get it. No, I can't. So I'm going to have to do this. Come back to... I'm going to set it up for the next. I'm going to kind of... There we
Looks
go.
like that. And then we have our,
You can't.
yes.
So it was a situation to where it appeared that they were prepared to be there for some time. If I was an outsider looking in and I saw the video and I saw everything that had happened, I would assume they were not prepared to turn themselves in. But that was not shown to the jury, so the jury will not get to see that information. But just for our discussion, they weren't there for just one night. They were camping out.
You swear or affirm the testimony is the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, you can be seated, and we'll just state your name for the record and swear your testimony.
Luke Kirtley, Lukekirtley. Luke Kirtley, Luk.
Seated, and we'll just state your name for the record and swear your
Luke Kirtley, Lukekirtl.
record
Luke Kirtley, LukeKirtley.
Go ahead. Thank you. Good morning. May I call you Luke?
Yes.
We're just, I'm not writing a little technical.
Okay, you couldn't hear me.
Okay.
I had a hard time understanding the last name, and he is fixated on his
Can you
hair.
tell the jury what you do for a living?
Sure. I own a coffee company called Coffee House. We roast and import coffee here in Detroit.
And you roast and import, but do you do any?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Do you do anything else with? You have a store. Do you sell coffee? From
Yeah.
it? And,
Yes, we sell to about 100 different businesses around Metro Detroit. So coffee, tea, products like that. And then we have our own cafe up at Somerset Mall as well.
He is
where's your
very
business,
nervous, and I'm having a
the
hard time
roasting
hearing
and
him.
importing? Where's it located?
So the roasting and importing side of things, all the manufacturing is done at 1111 Bellevue Street in Detroit.
In Detroit.
Mhm.
And
Okay, guys,
can you tell the
I'm going
jury
to slow him down a
what area
little.
that is in Detroit?
Yeah, so it's in a neighborhood called the Island View, which is like mostly industrial buildings. It's basically situated a block off of where Belle Isle is located. So generally East Detroit is kind of the consideration here.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to November 30th of 2021.
I'm sorry it's so slow, but he
Was your
talks about like this
business
fast.
identification at that time.
Yes.
And were you residing near or around your business?
Yeah, at the time I was living, maybe a mile away, pretty close though.
Okay. And let's just take a moment and can you tell the jury what this building is, how much of the space you occupy, and what it's used for?
Sure. So it's a industrial building that was built in around the 1920s. Originally, they built like pickup trucks or something inside of there, but now the current owner has it basically for different tenants. So we occupy about 3,000 square feet in the building. I'd say there's probably 5 to 10 different tenants who rotate in and out every now and then. The building itself is basically split up into like 1 to 2,000 square foot units itself. So at any time, I'd say there's
So
on
his
average
portion of the
10
building is where the
tenants in
Crumbleys
that
were found.
building, at any given time. So.
And are they all the same type of tenant?
No, all completely different people. Like our neighbors, they like breed rare plants, tons of different stuff.
All right.
That's cool.
And on the first floor, is that where you are?
Yes,
All right.
correct. Mhm.
Who else is on the first floor? Do you know?
So there is the rare plant place, and then there's somebody who packages like fine art. There's a painter who does just like hobbyist work, and then I think that's it for us on the first floor. I don't know if there was somebody else in there at the time, but I think it was just that 4.
Okay.
Mhm.
How do you enter we just heard testimony that they're about parking. Our former witness wasn't sure. Can you tell the jury whether there was parking within or outside or?
Okay, that she shouldn't have done. That was leading.
Yeah, so you can park in 3, I would say, designated areas for the building. There's one on one side of the building. There's another on the other side, and both of those entrances are gated. So you have like a little, fob to open the gate, garage opener.
Tenant has a fob?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say every single one does, but usually if you ask, the property manager can approve that and give you one. And then people generally park on the street as well.
So this was not open parking.
Dirt lot across the street that people park, but at the time of this, that was not their land. So
And
3
was it-
general.
Because they were
Was there
parked
any-
behind the fence.
No, there's not designated indoor parking, though some tenants have garages
Okay, let me
where
ask it a different way, because it's relevant to what was
Sure.
happening that
Uh-huh.
night. Do you use that building space for anything other than just your business?
So on the 3rd floor of the building at the time, I used our garage storage area to put one of my cars away.
All right,
hmm
and just briefly, because it relates,
Yeah.
what's your relationship with cars?
Okay, so I'm a general.
Turner,
Yeah,
if I could just respond, can I just respond, please? In a moment, I'm going to ask him about identifying a car and how he was able to identify that car. I think most people wouldn't have been able to, so I'm just trying to lay a foundation.
well, based on my knowledge of previous testimony, I'm going to allow.
Thank you, Yarna.
So I'm just a general car enthusiast. I think I've been obsessed with cars ever since I was a kid. And at the time, I had 2 or 3 cars, and one of them, it was like a nicer one, so I put it away. I didn't leave it on the street where my house was because I had street parking. So I had one of my cars that got hit. The mirror got pulled off, so I obviously didn't want that to happen to a nicer car. So on the 3rd floor, we have a garage, and so I pull that in during the nighttime or anytime I don't plan on enjoying it, driving it.
Okay,
When then I
so-
can drive my other.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So is there any need, was there any vendor type businesses in that building? And the reason I ask is it a place where customers would come and park and open to the public?
I would say that it's generally not like a public building. There's not present retail in the building. There's not for example, our roastery.
So this
doesn't
isn't like
have a
it's
coffee
open to the
shop
public
or
or part
a
of a strip
cafe
center,
component.
or it's more of a
strictly
gated
like
warehouse.
Business
Okay.
for manufacturing.
And when you switched the car that night, do you remember, did you go and were you at the warehouse that night at later in the evening?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time it was?
Probably around 10 p.m.
And is that something you would routinely do at night because of the situation with your cars, or
Objection,
is
Your
that
Honor, meeting.
I just tried to get out, or so that it wouldn't be a leading question.
Why were you there that night?
Can't leave.
To switch the cars.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. So, talk to me or tell the jury what, if anything, you knew about the Oxford shooting or the Crumblies that
Sure.
evening.
Yeah, so I was generally aware of obviously the news that had happened. I read the news about the shooting, which I think everybody in Michigan really kind of heard what had happened at that point. Early in the day, I remember seeing a poster about the parents being on the run, and
Okay,
so
you're gesturing your hand, and when you say poster, and first, do you remember, was that November 30th of what day was that?
I assume it was the same day that this happened.
Okay.
Earlier in the
Let
day.
me back.
Sure.
The same day that they were charged, or the same day that the event happened?
The
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that there's been testimony that Mr. Crumbley is aware of when they were charged.
Okay, she's trying to, he said the same day that they happened, so she's clarifying if he means the encounter
the
at
encounter.
Bellevue or the shooting.
The encounter.
Okay. Do you remember the actual day that this occurred that night?
The 30th of November, I believe.
That was the shooting. Do you
Oh,
remember the day
then-
what date it was? If I said December 3rd, does that make sense to you?
It seems correct. I don't know, like, if I remember it off the top of my head, the exact date.
Backing up, you
Mhm.
motioning to your hand. And
That's
saying
fair. He wouldn't have been paying
poster.
attention because at that
I'm-
point it didn't involve
So,
him.
I saw it on Facebook.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And what did you see?
So it was a poster. It was essentially like a wanted poster. So there were pictures of, the parents, a picture of the car, the license plate was on there, and then I think just general information about what had happened.
Were you aware that law enforcement was looking for the Crumbley?
Yes.
And do you remember about what time you arrived that evening?
Around 10 p.m.
Okay. And tell the jury what, if anything, you saw when you entered the parking space. Is it, well, first of all,
Mhm.
when you go there at that time of day, is there usually anybody in the parking lot?
Not really. There's a couple tenants who like leave their cars there. There's like a work van for a millwork company, but generally there's not like many vehicles that hang out in that lot overnight.
Okay. So you drive into the parking lot and what do you see?
So originally, so I drove into, if you're facing the front of the building, I always park on the right side, so there's two lots left, right? And I just have a fob for the right lot. It's two different ones. So I pulled in, was just doing my thing. Generally, there's some cars there. So, when I saw this car that was backed into the spot in the corner, originally I didn't pay any mind to it.
Okay, when you say this car, what do you mean? So you
Sure,
drove
I'm
in,
talking-
you did see a car?
I did see a car, yep.
Okay, can you
And
tell
so
the
it was,
jury where it was?
yep, so it's backed in it was like if I'm facing the front of the lot, it's a rectangular lot, and it was in the back right corner. So probably the furthest spot from the building entrance in theory.
And was it backed in with the front out or was it the other way?
It was backed in with the front out.
Okay. And what else did you see?
So I saw that car there, but originally, didn't pay too much attention to it, and then walked into the building. And then when I walked out of the building, was when I was really kind of like met face to face with the front of the car. And that's when I remembered, the original wanted poster. I saw, being like a car enthusiast, I saw that and it just kind of stuck with me. It was like a newer Kia. So I had just not seen that car in person before. So like when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a new Kia. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's like that new Kia. Like
You can tell by looking at the front of the car, that it was a new Kia?
yeah. So if you looked at the like poster, it was like that stock image of the car. You see like on websites and everything. So it's obviously the front of the car, and it was this. I believe it was the same exact color too, on the poster. So when I saw it, I was like, "Oh, like I remember where I saw this from."
Okay, one moment. You're on the-
So I believe he's the one that called and reported them in the building.
All right. So what did you do next when you came out and?
Yeah. So when I saw the car, and I was like, "Okay, I remember seeing that." I pulled up the poster on my phone, and when I was doing that, I was walking to the
Checking,
back of the car.
I guess, for the license plate?
Because I remember seeing the plate on the actual, poster. And so I walked around the car with my flashlight on, and then, obviously it hit me when I saw like the license plate on the ad, and then I was standing in front of the license plate too. But yeah, so basically I had pulled up the wanted poster.
So you just confirmed the
and
license plate.
subsequently was walking around the car
And
with
did the license plate match?
it did.
And did you see?
He looked so happy that he did that. Look at him, he's all smiling. I did
So
that.
when I was looking at the back of the car, I had then noticed there was a person sitting next to the car. There's like an elevated curb that kind of sits behind where this car was, and it's like protects like a little garden area. And so somebody was sitting on that curb with their hood up. It was like a blue plaid hoodie. And I didn't, when I was walking through the car, I didn't see anybody, and also it was dark, so. I wasn't expecting to see anybody really. I thought it was just like a car at that time.
Did you say
So-
anything, or did that individual say anything?
No, they stayed kind of like turned around with their hood up. I saw them, and then I turned my flashlight off and headed back into the building.
Okay. What did you do next?
So I walked into the building, quickly, briskly headed into my unit, locked all the doors. The lights were off at the time, so I kept the lights off and then called 911.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 302. And this is the security footage from your building. And how many cameras, if you know, does the building have?
I don't know off the top of my head exactly, but I could tell you there's one in like the center lobby area, kind of like the general promenade where most people congregate. There is one on the side of the building, one or two on the side that we're talking about, one on the front, maybe another one on the other side, but I don't have them memorized.
Okay. So we're going to start this at 22:56, which the actual time is 10:34 p.m. And what
By
are
the
you
way,
looking
that's
at?
cobweb
So
on the
what we're
lens.
looking at is the parking lot that I parked my car
Okay,
in.
so
And
cobweb,
so
AC
this
unit,
is
gate up
when I
here.
was talking
There he
earlier
is.
about facing the front of the building and looking backwards. This is the furthest from the front of the building, but this is attached to the building.
Who is that?
And there's the vehicle.
I assume that this is the person that I saw in the blue plaid hoodie.
Okay. And in this photo, where is the entrance that you would have gone in?
So where they just walked out of. So on the right side of the screen.
And eventually we're going to see you pull in. Will we see that at the top of the screen?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
So now he's out of camera view.
Is that
Here's the
correct?
gated entrance.
I assume so. I'll know once I see the roof bracket on it. But the time checks up.
Okay. Do you see the Kia that you spotted in the image?
Yeah, on the left side.
Okay.
Yep, right
It's kind
there.
of hard to see. Okay. Is that your car?
Yes.
And are you parking right in front of the entrance?
I mean, not like directly
So
in
I
front of the
believe
door,
that
but,
man was
you
Mr.
know,
Crumbly,
one or two
and then
spots.
this is the
Yes.
witness. So the previous man that walked out and went over here was probably Mr. Crumbly. We'll know later. And then this is the witness's vehicle. I wish they'd get rid of that spider web. It'd be perfect image otherwise. So he's going in.
All right, we see, is that individual you?
Yes.
At the right of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Did he get something out of his car? What's he doing? Looks like he got something out of the car.
And is that going back into the building?
Yeah.
Okay. What's
Now
happening?
he's in the building.
Did you go out to your car to look at the car?
No, I think that I think this is when I just first noticed the car. Like, I think I just saw myself look over, and yeah, it looks like that checks out. I was probably just grabbing something on my
All
passenger
right,
seat.
and that's you right there?
Yes.
Now this is him.
Are you holding anything?
My phone.
So Mr. Crumbly or somebody is over here where I'm shaking my arrow. He goes around to the driver's side of the vehicle.
And for the record, this is around 2304.
Okay, so he's
section
walking back.
1042. Yeah. Are you walking at the same pace or a different pace than you?
Maybe a little quicker.
I'm eliciting just general testimony from a fact witness about what he observed. Thank you. Why are you walking at a faster pace?
Probably probably a lot of emotions going on at that specific time. At the time when I first went to the car, I didn't expect to see anybody. So when I did, I was like, okay, I'm gonna get safe inside.
Okay, and we're gonna play exhibit 303, which is the 911 call. And were you feeling any emotions during that call?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. That's something that I feel like, well, I've personally never experienced before, is like that type of connecting the dots like that. And I hope everybody else doesn't.
Okay,
It's a lot.
all right.
Call on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, 10:43 and 14 seconds p.m. Oh, 11 Crowley Street. Oh, 11 Crowley Street. The people who did parents of the shooter. Yeah. To 2021 here. Yeah. In the parking lot. looking at my previous DQG 5203. DQG 5203. Okay. Theoretically,
Look at him grin. It is weird listening to yourself. I will say that. He's so proud.
Okay. Did you make that call as soon as you got inside?
As soon as I got my office. So yeah, I mean within 30 seconds.
All right, and I want to go back to the previous video and finish that to show what happened after you went inside.
Yes.
There he is. I think they've already showed this part.
That's you, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
There goes Mr. Crumbly back inside.
And what's that?
That was the person that I saw walking into the building. And so if you asked me at the time that somebody was going to be walking in behind me, I would have told you no way. You know, the building there's fobs for every door. But like I said, you know, it's not a public building. And so when the officers came by, they asked me, you know, I was like, oh, they probably took off somewhere. My confidence in them being inside of the building was, you know, limited.
You did not think they were inside?
Correct. Yeah, I definitely didn't think that they were right behind.
Okay.
And here comes a
in the
popo.
call, you stated you referred to the individual as female and
Mhm.
she.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the person's face?
No, I didn't. They were turned to their back. I think it was just like generally the figure of the person that I saw, more or less.
Okay. What happened after you called 911?
So you can see an officer on the top right getting there.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah, a couple minutes. It wasn't too bad, especially for Detroit response time. So
Ooh, don't throw
when
shade
you
on
come-
Detroit.
I came out and actually met them out there because I saw their lights. If it wasn't the siren, it was like one of their floodlights.
And
But I saw
when you
somebody.
came out of the building, did you know where the individual was?
No,
Okay.
I did not. I assumed at the time they probably just took off. You
All
know, I was, to be honest, I was surprised that the car was still even there. I thought they would have
All right.
left.
At some point, did more than just one officer arrive?
Yes, I think it was one or two SWAT cars that showed up originally, and then so there's the second one right there. So I walked them through the building to get into the parking lot because the parking lot is closed. And I think once they kind of confirmed that the car was correct, that's when a lot more people showed up.
What's a lot?
I bet a
And
whole
plus
lot more
SWAT
people
cars.
showed up.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you remain? Well, let me just. At what point was this over to the extent where you went home? How many?
Oh, I was there till like 2 or 3.
Okay,
Mhm.
and were you in the building the whole time?
No, I was in the building for probably like an hour. I was in my unit, and then they had questions. I was talking with them a little bit, kind of just like generally floating between the front of the building and then inside my office. And then I got into a squad car and they took me to what they called like a command post or something like that, where it was like a couple blocks away. They had set up like a central command, like HQ for other officers and stuff like that.
At some point, did you learn whether or not the individuals were taken into custody?
Yeah, like way late in the night.
Did you learn where they were located?
Yes, I did. So they actually walked me, like they showed me where it happened
And
afterwards.
Where were they located?
So the painter that I referenced earlier on in this testimony, we shared basically drywall with them, 2 pieces of drywall. So they were right in the unit adjacent to where ours is.
And
So they
that
were in the
unit
painters part
that's
of
on
the
first floor?
building.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Does it have windows in it at all?
It does, yeah. Uh-huh.
And are they facing the parking lot? Or are they
Yeah,
facing...
so if you're facing the front of the building, my unit is on the right. It composes the right side of the building. And then there's another unit behind ours that also faces right into the parking lot. So this unit would have looked, and I say looked, it's not like a perfectly clear window, it's like frosted, but would have looked into the parking lot.
All right.
Mhm.
Did the law enforcement that showed up, did they have lights and sirens? Were there any lights? Were there any sounds?
Yeah, tons. And like we're pretty aware of what goes on, just given like the thinness of the walls. There's no insulation between our walls, and then especially at night, you're aware of any lights that go down the street, anything like
Okay,
that.
you mentioned the walls and the thin walls. What do you mean? Do you mean you're aware because of noise or because of what you see?
Yeah, both. For the walls, we hear other units, other people, in the building. Like I know when other people are in the building, for sure. And the windows.
Do you hear your testimony? You know they're in the...
Okay. The reason why they're asking all these questions is this. When the Crumbleys were found, they appeared to be sleeping on an air mattress. Mind you, there's a lot of police. They had ATF, they had FBI, I believe, they had sheriff, whatever. There were a lot of people there when they got arrested. And when they stormed into the room, they had to be woken up, so to speak. So they're trying to lay the foundation that, the Crumbleys, they knew they were coming. How could you not? I saw the video, and we may see it here. I don't know. But if it wasn't not even, I don't think 15 minutes. I don't know. But it wasn't a long period of time between you saw Mr. Crumbly walk back into the building and the time that they were coming into the building. So there is no way. He knew something was up because he saw this young man. There is no way on God's green earth that this was a shock to him that they were getting ready to be arrested. Just my humble opinion once again.
Because you can hear them, or they're in the building because you see them?
Are we talking about the officers or in general?
Hold on.
Yeah, go ahead.
The wall you share
Mhm.
is what you're trying to say, that you can tell if somebody's in there even if you haven't seen them?
Yeah, you can hear them. I mean, if they're making noise.
Okay. And when you were in the building for that hour, was the building being searched, or was law enforcement out in the parking lot?
No, the building was being searched at that time.
And what did you hear, if anything?
So I was in like the front of the building at the time. They were definitely had guns drawn. They were searching the building. They were announcing that they were there. They were definitely making a presence.
Okay. Before this day, which was in December 3rd, I guess it was December late at night. But
yeah.
Before this occurred, had you ever seen anything discarded or left out in a hallway in the building?
Oh yeah. So in the center promenade that I mentioned earlier about like where the camera is, there's people put people put things to give away there, and then also people like store things there for very short periods of time. At the time, there was like a new Tempur-Pedic mattress that was there, or new to me, looking new.
So it
and
was
sitting
not
up against
an
the
air
wall, and I
mattress, it
there
was a
for while because
Tempur-Pedic
somebody
mattress that
like
was
kicked a
outside.
note to it that was like, "Can I buy this from you?" You know, whoever it
So
was.
they brought
How
it
long was
in.
it there? Days, weeks?
Days.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why is the mattress significant to you?
So the mattress was taken into the unit, and I saw that afterwards. So when they showed me the unit again, you could see that the mattress was then in there. You know, I don't really know who actually owned the mattress,
Okay.
even to this day.
At some point, did you ever see the mattress again?
Yeah, so then somebody, I don't know who, but somebody took it back out into the hallway, and I think whoever actually owned it didn't want it anymore because it floated around, like it was sometimes like in front of the unit that they were in, and sometimes in the middle of the hallway, and sometimes like on the floor. Like it was a very, it was very agnostic where it was for a while, and then I don't know what happened to it.
I can't believe they didn't sell it on eBay.
Thank you.
Crumbly slept here.
Good morning. Morning. So, give me just one moment.
Let's see how aggressive she gets with this person, because he is definitely not used
So
to
you went
testifying,
to
nor is he dressed for court.
1111 Bellevue on December 3rd, 2021 at approximately 10 p.m. from what you recall?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
Yes, yes.
if you say, I might
Yeah,
ask
I
you to
did that
say
last
yes.
time, sorry.
Okay, that's okay. You said that you described 1111
I think she's
Bellevue
wearing the
as
same
an
suit as
industrial
yesterday.
building used for manufacturing.
Yeah, in the 1920s.
Right.
So yeah.
On December 3rd of 2021, it was not a manufacturing building.
No, there are individuals, tenants who do different types of manufacturing. Like there's a millwork company. I technically manufacture coffee, but they're not manufacturing pickup trucks in the way that they were 100 years ago.
Right. So in the 20s, it was used as basically a truck factory.
As far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But on December 3rd of 2021, it was a business building.
Correct. Yeah.
It was just industrial in style.
I don't know why
yeah.
she does
Yeah,
this. She
specifically the
keeps
look.
going over
Right. The look of the
useless
building was
information.
industrial, but it was not an industrial
This
use.
is not for her to
I think it's
retry.
technically zoned industrial still to this day. I don't know if it's zoned mixed use, but I'm not fully positive
This
on
is
the regulations and codes.
Useless questioning for me.
What we agree on is that they're not.
This
building
bothers
pickup
me. She
trucks.
does it every time.
Correct.
It's not abandoned.
Correct.
There were multiple tenants in the building,
Correct.
and there had been multiple tenants for quite some time, from what it sounds like.
At least a couple of years.
Where you roast coffee is approximately 3,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, so there's 2,000 square feet on the first floor and an additional 1,000 on the third floor.
Okay, so the 2,000 square feet on the first floor is the space where you share the wall with the artist studio,
Yes, correct.
and then you have the 1,000 square feet on the floor, which is where you keep your cars.
Yeah, at the time, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
There's also you can drive your car in. In fact, in this video, I think we can see where your car is parked, and you can drive your car in to is there like a garage door or something?
So not in this. So it's on the front of the building. There's a drive-in garage door.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that's how people get to their various garages, is that?
Yeah, I would say like there aren't any other garages in the space, but that's how people unload and load their cars in there.
So it's a loading area. It's not a parking
You said that
garage.
you were
It's an area that
generally
people
aware of the
unload.
high school shooting on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah.
You had seen media reports, I'm sure.
Yes.
You'd read stuff on social
Yeah.
media. You said that everyone knew what happened
Yeah.
on November 30th of 2021.
Correct.
Prior to December 3rd of 2021, you saw a poster, a wanted poster on
Yes.
social media.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And you saw it on December 3rd of 2021.
I believe so.
And that poster had a photo of James and Jennifer Crumbly,
Yes.
or photos of James and Jennifer
Mhm.
Crumbly,
Yes.
a photo of their vehicles,
Yes.
a license plate number,
Yes.
general information about the shooting.
Yes.
It indicated, I think your testimony was, it indicated that they were on the run.
Yes, I think it was more of like a be on the lookout or a wanted poster generally.
There was a reward offer, if you remember.
I don't remember at the time.
Your testimony was that the Kia, which we can see on the left side of the frame, was parked the farthest from the building entrance. Do you remember that being your testimony?
Yes.
You also testified that there's actually a door on the right side of the frame in front of where your car is parked.
Yes, I would say that the main entrance and then the ancillary entrances, I'm speaking mostly in regards to the main entrance of the building, which is on the front.
Okay, so there are multiple entrances to the building.
There are 3 entrances to the building.
Okay. So there wasn't just one way to get in on the front of the building. There was also the door right where your car is parked. And in fact,
Yes.
you walk into that door.
Yes.
You said that you walked up to the Kia on the left side of the frame. You walked around to the back. We watched you do that, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed a license plate number from what
Yes.
was on the wanted poster on your social media.
Yes.
And then you saw someone sitting next to the car.
Yes.
If you recall, that person was smoking.
I don't recall. I saw that in other news articles and things like that. But I did not say that or see that originally.
Okay. You said that you didn't expect to see anyone sitting outside of the car.
Yeah.
You expected just to have the car there empty.
I think for clarity, I didn't expect to see the car or have the car be a matching car in the first place. So there were a lot of unexpected things happening at that specific time. But that's about it.
You said that you wanted
You
to
would
get
think.
inside.
Yeah.
You assumed that the person that you saw was dangerous.
Yes.
That was based on what you had seen on the news and in media reports?
Yes.
Based on the wanted poster?
Yeah. Maybe not particularly. I wouldn't say that like the poster said armed and dangerous or anything like that. Not 100% positive. But I think generally in a situation like that, I would fear for my safety.
Based on your own personal beliefs about the Oxford High School shooting and what you had heard in the media about James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Anybody who's a wanted fugitive, whether
The person
they're,
sitting outside
no matter what the crime,
They're
should
not.
be considered dangerous because
say,
they're
"Hey,
running.
look away."
No.
They didn't say a word, right?
There was no interaction between us.
And people who are desperate do desperate things.
In Exhibit 303, you called with your 911 call. You recall that you told the 911 dispatcher that the parents were on the run.
Yes.
And again, that was information that you had based on what you'd heard in the news and the media and what you'd
Yes.
seen on the wanted poster.
If they had charges
The person
brought
that
and they
you
were supposed to
encountered
surrender and they
next to
didn't,
Kia
then they
did
leave the
say,
area
"I'm
without
afraid."
telling the police
You
where they
said
are and
no
they're
encounter.
hiding in
No
a facility. They're on the run.
Now, right around this timestamp, 2306 on the video, which I believe is about 20 minutes earlier real time.
Mm-hmm.
The prosecutor pointed out that somebody walked across the parking lot after you'd entered the building.
Yes.
That person didn't run after you, correct?
No.
From what you saw in the video?
Correct.
They didn't chase you down?
They did not.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
They did not.
You didn't even know that they were there?
So he
I-
wasn't
obviously I
dangerous, so
saw
there's
them. I
no
didn't
reason
know
to
that they followed
fear.
me in.
Correct. You didn't know that they walked in after you
She's doing her
I think
job.
by the time I was in my unit, I didn't hear the door shut. I didn't know if they like softly closed the door or anything, but I didn't know that they were in there.
You had no knowledge that that person had even entered the building.
Correct.
You then testified that there was about a couple minutes later, we watch, and I'll play the video too. We'll play the video too. A couple minutes after this 2306, or a couple minutes after you called 911, the police showed up.
Correct.
So if you look at the timestamp, right now it's 2306:54,
Mm-hmm.
and then it jumps to 2321. And then we play it for a little while, and we see what you believe was a patrol car out there outside the fence, correct?
Yes.
At 2321.
Yes.
So at that point, it had been just shy of about 20 minutes between you entering the building, at some point making a 911 call, and the police showing up.
From this, yeah.
From this video.
Mhm. I'd say my conception of time was probably a little skewed in that specific moment, just given the heightened senses,
Yeah, and I'm not
Yeah,
asking you to lock
100%.
into the time number in a couple minutes. I'm asking, it actually was not just a couple minutes, it was actually more than a couple minutes.
Sure.
That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I thought I heard you say this a couple of times, but I just want to clarify. You said that you were at the building for about an hour after you made your 911 call.
More or less, I'm not 100% positive exactly
Then
How
you
long
were
was it
driven to a temporary, what you call the command post
Yeah, it was
that
like
law
a,
enforcement had set up.
yeah, correct. I think there were, there was media there. There was more squad cars. There was like a massive blue bus for the police.
And then, and this was the part that I wanted to make sure I heard you say correctly. And then the
Trying to
police
build
took
out
you
like it
back
was a massive
to
manhunt.
this building and walked you through.
Well, my
the
car
scene.
was there, so I had to get my car. And so when I was going through the building to get my car, there were a bunch of police in the building, and they were like, "Oh, this is where they were."
And they allowed you to enter the scene. And
No, I did not enter the scene.
okay. And that's what I was unclear about because you
He saw a
testified that you had
video.
seen the mattress,
They
but
showed
you
him
didn't
the
after
video.
James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yeah,
were
so when I walk through the center of the building, you have to turn right to exit to access this parking lot that's on the screen. And so to exit that, you have to pass by the door of where they were hiding, and so that door was open, so you could see the mattress.
Okay.
Ah.
Now,
And I
you
think they
talked
showed him
about
a video,
what you
too.
heard while you were in the building. You said that you were at the front of the building while the police were searching the building.
Yeah. So like I said, I was generally kind of floating around. Because I have two doors on my building or my unit, for example. I have like side doors and the front door, and so I was somewhere between those, or I was outside in the front.
So you know what you heard and saw, correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what you observed on your own.
Yes.
You have no knowledge of what James Crumbly heard or saw while the police were there.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, do people, is there any residential unit, and I guess what I'm asking is, do people sleep at the building?
No, it's within the terms of my lease, at least. And generally, I think it's one boilerplate lease that goes across all of them. Though that is an assumption that it is not allowed. You're not allowed to sleep there at all.
Oh, okay, thank you. I want to play the video, just a portion of it quickly.
That's pretty much in every industrial or business office place that you're not supposed to spend the night there. But the other thing that gets me is that the defense is so focused on what he could. I'm going to pause this for a split second. They keep harping on what did he know what the Crumbleys could or couldn't hear. If you're in a space like I am, like he is, that has the drywalls that they put up and they build in and build out, they're hollow. They're not really insulated. They're very easy. I can hear what's going on. Well, technically I can't because I'm deaf without hearing aids, but the person next to me could hear me speaking. They're very thin. So the fact that you have all these people coming in saying police, whatever, and they're going room to room. I've been around it. It's loud. It is not very quiet unless they choose to make it quiet. He said that they did not, that they had announced. So I have a hard time believing that the Crumbleys were sleeping so soundly and that he went to sleep so fast. Now, if I remember correctly, I believe she or he had taken some medication to help him sleep. But I have a lot of doubt in the defense's theory on that.
Your testimony was that you never saw the front of this individual,
That's right.
but what the actual piece of clothing, how did you describe it?
In the
Your Honor, instant answer.
How did you describe it? You said something in the 911.
I said it was a plaid hoodie.
Okay, do you know what color? Do you remember what color it was?
During the 911 call, I didn't say. I think it might have been blue.
Okay,
That's
you're not sure.
Not 100% positive.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you another image. Exhibit 304. First of all, is that the art studio? You know.
Yeah, I've never been inside of it, but like I said, when you pass to go to the parking lot or leave the parking lot, sometimes the doors open. So I know that there's like paintings in there, and I know the general footprint of the space, just given where it is.
All right.
There's your plaid hoodie.
Did you ever see James or Jennifer Crumbly? other than?
No,
Okay.
only the obviously the seeing somebody next to the car, but when they were arrested and taken away, I wasn't in the building, or I was at the like command post
Okay.
area.
And can you describe what that individual is wearing that's not the police officer?
It looks like a blue sweatshirt or hoodie of some sort, plaid.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further here.
Briefly, Cross.
Okay, she's going to
Mr. Gurley,
redirect.
To your knowledge, James or Jennifer Crumbley were not tenants of 1111 Bellevue.
That's correct.
You have no idea if they had any knowledge of what the terms of the lease were, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
But they wouldn't have had a fob because they weren't a tenant, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
As far as you know, they're not a tenant.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe the excuse.
Yes,
Thanks.
Okay, so he's stepping down. I'm surprised they weren't charged with breaking and entering. That shocks me. Okay, we got another witness coming up. Looks like a police officer. And he's all dressed out, got his hat.
You swear or testimony not to go in the police officer?
I do.
Could you please step up? You have a seat. And could you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Yep, David Metzke, D-A-V-I-D, Metzke, M-E-T-Z-K-E.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well, how you doing?
Hi. Tell us, please, how you're employed.
Currently employed with Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with Detroit?
Close to 7.5 years.
Tell us, please, what's your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Detroit Special Response Team.
Tell the jury, please, what exactly is the Detroit Special Response?
So that is the SWAT team for the Detroit Police Department.
Tell us, what are some of the responsibilities associated with the team member of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Okay, so our primary jobs are barricaded persons, hostage situations, dignitary protection, high-risk search warrant, and fugitive apprehension.
How often would you say that you engage in these sort of duties?
So I'm close to 60 barricade or hostage situations right now, and I would say a little over 200 warrants right now.
Okay. Is this something that, as a SWAT team member or special response team member, you do on a daily or weekly basis?
Every day. Yes, sir.
And how long have you been a member of the special response team?
Going on 4 years.
4 years. Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to about 11:30 p.m. on Friday, December 3rd, 2021. Do you recall that date and time?
I do.
And were you working or were you called in?
I was called in.
And tell us what that means, please.
So I was probably sleeping at that time. My work phone goes off because we're always on call. So it's blasting. I wake up, you look at your phone, and depending on what you get called in, so that day we were called in for fugitive apprehension. We're told to report to the base. I reported my base. Grab
The
my
Detroit Police Special Response Team base?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what do you do there?
Then I gather all my equipment up. So, you grab your rifle, your body armor, your belt, anything you need for your objective for the night.
Okay. Were you told at that point why you were being called specifically?
We knew we were going for 2 fugitives.
Okay. And so you got to the base and then you obtained your gear?
Correct.
And what happens next?
Then I was loaded onto the Bearcat, which is our smaller armored vehicle. And then we go from there to our assigned address, or wherever we need to be.
So if I understand you correctly, there are other members of the special response team with you at the base at that point?
Yes, sir.
And you said we loaded the Bearcat, so that means...
I am still here. I'm just going to go
Yes.
off for a
Okay,
minute
you're
and have me a
I would
bite to
say
eat. I will
around
return in a
6.
second.
Six? Okay. And you traveled together to the location you were called for?
Yes, sir.
Would that be 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So give us an idea sort of where this location is.
So the closest geographic, I would say, would be like Belle Isle. If you go like Belle Isle and then west off of Jefferson, it's like the closest I can describe it.
Now, do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived there?
It was late. I know we got recalled late, like almost 12. And
12 was at midnight?
12 midnight, correct. So I would say it took me about 20 minutes to get from my house to the base, and then after loading the equipment up, probably about 25 minutes from our base to the location.
All right. Tell us, please, what you observed when you arrived at that location.
So we were one of the last officers there because there's two different teams on the special response team. There's a reactive team. The first guys, they have take home, and they go directly to the scene.
Take home vehicle?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the second set of the team, which I'm on, they go to the base and get all the equipment, and then they go to the scene. So we were probably one of the last officers that arrived.
Okay. When you arrived there, can you give us a number, approximately how many other law enforcement personnel you observed?
So I can't give you a hard number, but I can tell you when we pulled up in the armor, it was packed. Like I've been to a lot of stuff, right? The street was like I didn't even know what I was honestly pulling up on when we did that. When we pulled up in that small Bearcat, I was like, all right, I guess we're doing this. And there was tons of officers. The street was packed. It was busy.
Now, tons of officers, are we talking about just Detroit or other departments as well?
I couldn't, like, once I got in the building, I could tell you more. But pulling up, I just seen a lot of cop cars.
Okay. So it's when you arrived, you made that observation, did you meet with other team members?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. And what happens next?
So I got off the Bearcat, I grabbed the Halligan, which is like a pry bar. So we're taught that you have to grab your Halligan and a ram, because you never know what you're going into.
Can you describe what those two things are, please?
Yeah, so your Halligan, it's going to have like a sharp point on it and like rabbit tails on the end of it, and it's like a bar like this big.
Were you talking about 3 feet long or so?
I would say, yeah,
Okay.
safe to say. Then you have your ram, and we use a maritime ram, so it's probably about this big. It's like 35 pounds, and it has a block on it about that big.
Okay, just so we have a little bit of idea of making a record here. About a foot and a half long, or?
2 feet, safe to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said there was an end on it?
A square end, yeah.
Square end, and,
Yeah.
and that's, what, 6 inches diameter?
Yeah, I would say safe to say, yeah.
And what is that made out of?
Yeah, it's enough to break the door down, so
Okay.
steel.
Okay. And you said it's about 35 pounds?
Yes.
All right. So you grab those two tools, and then what happens?
I grabbed the Halligan, so
The Halligan.
it'd be too much to carry your rifle, all your equipment, a ram, and halo. So I grabbed the Halligan. I came off the Bearcat, and then I made entry to the door. It was like a smaller door. I remember coming in and then like going left. And when I got in, there was like a lot of officers there, my team members there, guys in jeans with like police vests on, like a marshal. There was a lot going on when I walked in.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people 306. Is that photograph in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize what's in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what this is, please.
That's a scene where we responded to.
Okay. And that photograph fairly accurately depict what that building was on the evening or the night of December the 3rd, 2021?
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, to me, you gotta think I'm coming in at 1 a.m. Dark time. It was a warehouse.
Okay.
That's what I remember it as.
And here's 307. Is it the same building, just different view?
Yeah, that looks like the door I walked in. See how it's like a smaller door?
To the left of the picture here?
Yeah, to the left, right there. Yep. That's
Okay.
where I recall walking into a door similar to that.
Okay. And tell us again what you encountered when you went in that door.
So I came in and then I went and left. And when I came in, I remember I had my team members here, which our team members, they're very like distinctive. Like we all wear black, and you have your SRT patch on, and you have your Kevlar helmet on. We're very distinct. And then you have other officers like patrol or unmarked officers. So I knew who I was going to rendezvous with my team.
Okay, so you have one standard uniform, SRT.
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier individuals with jeans and vests that say police or...
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so when you walked in at that point, could you give us an idea of how many law enforcement personnel you saw?
There was a lot.
Okay. A lot is in more than 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
More than 20?
It's safe to say there was, I would say, 20, if not more.
Okay. And this building here is depicted in People's Exhibit 307. There's multiple floors?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. So when you walked in, you mentioned you rendezvous with your team.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
us what happens next.
So we moved, I met up with my sergeant, and they told us that what we're going to do, we're going to start moving through this building. We're going to be looking for these fugitives. So SRT will clear, the first level, second level, third level, and move on up. So once we got in there, I remember coming in, there was a hallway to the right, there was a hallway to the left, and then it kind of went like this, and there was like 2 bathrooms on the side here.
Okay. So did Detroit police have one specific assignment then?
Detroit Police, SRT.
Yeah.
Yes, at that time, correct.
Okay. So tell us what
Thanks for
happened.
y'all's patience. I just inhaled me.
So we were
some
looking
mac and
for
cheese.
2 fugitives. We started on the first level, and we started breaking down doors.
Okay. Let me pause you right there. Breaching or breaking down doors. Tell us, please, what that entails.
So you're using that ram that I kind of explained, right? It's usually one of the bigger guys on the team. It's a specific form. So where you swing back and you're using a ram specifically to bypass the lock on a door. So you're pushing it in with the force.
Okay. Did you use this tool on one door or multiple doors on the first floor?
I would call us using it on multiple. I would say not more than 3, but I would say at least 2 to 3.
Okay. And that's on the first floor. What about on the second or third?
So I remember before we even got there, we had K9 down there too, which was with us.
K9 is in police dogs?
Correct.
Okay.
From there, somebody notified our team that 2 fugitives may be possibly on the second floor, and they never came down. So we went upstairs. When we got upstairs, there was another SWAT team. It wasn't. I'm not sure what SWAT team it was. It could have been a federal SWAT team.
It wasn't Detroit.
No, it was not Detroit.
Okay.
We got up there. They told us that there was locked doors, but they cleared the open doors at that time. So sooner or later, our team got a hold of a ring, like full of keys, and I'm talking like it was a ring, like 100 keys. And there you go. Well, these are the keys to this building. Use it, so we stop breaking down our doors. So we started unlocking doors on the second story and clearing it out. And
That's on the second floor?
Correct.
Okay. But that's after doors were already breached on the first floor?
Correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 309. Just to confirm, this is the same building, 1111 Bellevue in Detroit, just from a different view?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, correct. Okay, thank you. Now, after you obtained, or your team obtained that ring of keys on the second floor, did you obtain information that the wanted fugitives could be somewhere in the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you recall where that was?
So we were notified, at least I was notified, that the fugitives may be downstairs in a particular room. So our team went back downstairs to the particular room, and we lined up, and
Okay, particular room, was it Suite 130?
I would say it's safe to say.
Okay, so that would be on the first floor. Prior to that information being obtained by your...
Oh my gosh, y'all, I just had a heart attack. I literally almost had a heart attack. I'm alone where I'm at right now. And all of a sudden, it sounded like 2 or 3 men were standing outside my door talking. Well, out my office door, not the building where I'm at. Oh, it gave me a heart attack. Couldn't see anybody. Turned out it was my son's headphones to his computer game. Some people are on the game talking and he's not here. You want to talk about freaking out? Got my blood pumping. I'm going to back this up just a few minutes so I can get my mind back in gear, because that was freaky, y'all.
Okay. And you traveled together to the location you were called for?
Yes, sir.
Would that be 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So give us an idea sort of where this location is.
So the closest geographic, I would say, would be like Belle Isle. If you go like Belle Isle and then west off of Jefferson, it's like the closest I can describe it.
Now, do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived there?
It was late. I know we got recalled late, like almost 12. And
What was it, midnight?
12 midnight, correct. So I would say it took me about 20 minutes to get from my house to the base, and then after loading the equipment up, probably about 25 minutes from our base to the location.
All right. Tell us, please, what you observed when you arrived at that location.
So we were one of the last officers there, because there's 2 different teams on the special response team. There's a reactive team. The first guys, they have take-home, and they go directly to the scene.
Take home vehicle?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the second set of the team, which I'm on, they go to the base and get all the equipment, and then they go to the scene. So we were probably one of the last officers that arrived to the scene.
When you arrived there, can you give us a number, approximately how many other law enforcement personnel you observed?
So I can't give you a hard number, but I can tell you when we pulled up in the Armor, it was packed. Like I've been to a lot of stuff, right? The street was like I didn't even know what I was honestly pulling up on when we did that. When we pulled up in that small Bearcat, I was like, all right, I guess we're doing this. And there was tons of officers. The street was packed. It was busy.
Now, tons of officers. Are we talking about just Detroit or other departments as well?
I couldn't, like, once I got in the building, I could tell you more. But pulling up, I just seen a lot of cop cars.
Okay. So when you arrived, you made that observation. Did you meet with other team members?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And what happens next?
So I got off the Bearcat. I grabbed the Halligan, which is like a pry bar. So we're taught that you have to grab your Halligan and a ram because you never know what you're going into.
Can you describe what those two things are, please?
Yeah. So your Halligan, it's gonna have like a sharp point on it and like rabbit tails on the end of it, and it's like a bar like this big.
Were you talking about 3 feet long or so?
I would say, yeah,
Okay.
safe to say. Then you have your ram, and we use a maritime ram, so it's probably about this big. It's like 35 pounds, and it has a block on it about that big.
Okay, just so we have a little bit of idea of making a record here. About a foot.
It's big, heavy, and nasty.
2 feet, safe to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said there was an end on it?
A square end, yeah.
A square end, and,
Yeah.
and that's, what, 6 inches diameter?
Yeah, I would say safe to say, yeah.
Okay. And what is that made out of it? Yeah.
It's enough to break a door down, so
Okay.
steel,
Okay. And you said about 35 pounds?
yes.
All right. So you grab those 2 tools, and then what happens?
I grabbed the Halligan, so
The Halligan.
it'd be too much to carry your rifle, all your equipment, a ram, and halo. So I grabbed the Halligan. I came off the Bearcat, and then I made entry to the door. It was like a smaller door. I remember coming in and then like going left. And when I got in, there was like a lot of officers there. My team members there, guys in jeans with like police vests on, like a marshal. There was a lot going on when I walked in.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people 306. Is that photograph in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize what's in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what this is, please.
That's a scene where we responded to.
Okay. And that photograph fairly accurately depict what that building was on the evening or the night of December the 3rd, 2021?
Oh yeah, it was. I mean, to me, you gotta think I'm coming in at 1 a.m. Dark time. It was a warehouse.
Okay.
That's what I remember it as.
And here's 307. Is it the same building, just different view?
Yeah, that looks like the door I walked in. See how it's like a smaller door?
To the left of the picture here?
Yeah, to the left, right there. Yep. That's
Okay.
what I recall walking into a door similar to that.
Okay. And tell us again what you encountered when you went in that door.
So I came in and then I went and left. And when I came in, I remember I had my team members here, which our team members, they're very like distinctive. Like we all wear black, and you have your SRT patch on, and you have your Kevlar helmet on. We're very distinct. And then you have other officers like patrol or unmarked officers.
There's
So I
no
knew who I was
mistaking who
arriving.
they are.
Okay, so you have one standard uniform.
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier individuals with jeans and vests that say police or.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So when you walked in at that point, could you give us an idea of how many law enforcement personnel you saw?
There was a lot.
Okay. A lot as in more than 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
More than 20?
Safe to say there was, I would say, 20, if not more.
Okay. And this building here is depicted in People's Exhibit 307. There's multiple floors.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you walked in, you mentioned you rendezvous with your team.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
us what happens next.
So I met up with my sergeant, and they told us that what we're gonna do. We're gonna start moving through this building. We're gonna be looking for these fugitives. So SRT will clear, the first level, second level, third level, and move on up. So once we got in there, I remember coming in. There was a hallway to the right. There was a hallway to the left, and then it kind of went like this. And there was like 2 bathrooms on the side here.
Okay. So did Detroit police have one specific assignment then?
Detroit Police, SRT.
SRT, yeah.
Yes, at that time, correct.
Okay. So tell us what happened going through this initial assignment.
So we were looking for 2 fugitives. We started on the first level, and we started breaking down doors.
Okay. Let me pause you right there. Breaching.
It was loud.
Tell us, please, what that entails.
So you're using that ram that I kind of explained, right? It's usually
Battling
one of the bigger
ram.
guys on the team. Who have it's a specific form. It's the way you swing back, and you're using a ram specifically to bypass the lock on a door. So you're pushing it in with the force.
Okay. Did you use this tool on one door or multiple doors on the first floor?
I would call us using it on multiple. I would say not more than 3, but I would say at least 2 to 3.
Okay. And that's on the first floor. What about on the second or third?
So I remember before we even got there, we had K9 down there too, which was with us.
K9 is in police dogs?
Correct.
Okay.
From there, somebody notified our team that 2 fugitives may be possibly on the second floor, and they never came down. So we went upstairs. When we got upstairs, there was another SWAT team. It wasn't. I'm not sure what SWAT team it was. It could have been a federal SWAT team.
It wasn't Detroit.
No, it was not Detroit.
Okay.
We got up there. They told us that there was locked doors, but they cleared the open doors at that time. So sooner or later, our team got a hold of a ring, like full of keys, and I'm talking like it was a ring, like 100 keys. And there you go. Well, these are the keys to this building. Use it, so we stop breaking down our doors. So we started unlocking doors on the second story and clearing it out. And
That's on the second floor?
Correct.
Okay, but that's after doors were already breached on the first floor.
Correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 309. Just to confirm, this is the same building, 1111 Belleville, Detroit, just from a different view?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, correct. Okay, thank you. Now, after you obtained, or your team obtained that ring of keys on the second floor, did you obtain information that the amount of fugitives could be somewhere in the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you recall where that was?
So we were notified, at least I was notified, that the fugitives may be downstairs in a particular room. So our team went back downstairs to the particular room, and we lined up, and
Okay, particular room, was it Suite 130?
I would say it's safe to say.
Okay, so that would be on the first floor. Prior to that information being obtained by your team, that door was not breached, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, were doors around that suite breached?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that a loud process or a quiet?
It's going to be loud.
Okay, and that's because you described the 35-pound ram and what it's used for?
Yeah, you're breaking down. Yeah, you're slamming a door.
Now, on this particular evening, December 3rd, 2021, well, first of all, let me ask you, do you recall the approximate time that you entered Suite 130 at this location?
I don't know the exact. It was late. I know it was late. I know we were clearing probably for at least 40 minutes before we got there.
Okay, and that's your particular team clearing for 40 minutes?
Yes, sir. I'm saying me specifically with my team.
Okay, thank you. Were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
That incident? Okay. And if we had a date and time stamp from that body-worn camera, would that tell us specifically when it occurred?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 304. This is body-worn camera from that night. Just to confirm here, we have a date of December 4th, 2021, 1:34 a.m. Your name is on the bottom of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize this as being your body-worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you notice, there's the mattress. Wait. There they are on the mattress. Using somebody's couch cushions as pillows. Asleep.
Is she comfortable? Yeah. All right. All right. Still have one gun in bunker.
So this time it's 1:35 in the morning. They very well could have been asleep, but they knew they were out there. With all the noise and everything that was going on, I'd be shocked. If I was a business owner, I would have them arrested also for breaking and entering. They made it a home in there. Okay, got his glasses on so he can see. Nice artwork. I will say that. Beautiful artwork. I hope nothing was damaged. So they're just double checking for weapons, making sure there's nothing that's going to harm them. I feel sorry for that business owner because that place is getting torn up. And not in a bad way.
The purpose in looking at that specific area.
So SRT will clear out, make sure there's no weapons, or if there is weapons, we'd like it to be known before like detectives or patrol would come in.
So SRT's responsibility would be in this situation would be to find and make secure the fugitives, but not to search the location.
Correct.
Okay.
Chance to get like the bread. Together with the friends.
The search of the male fugitive's person, that's for weapons.
It's just
Where found.
not that I can recall now.
Have to get my banky. Sorry, y'all. Nature called.
Pause it for a second. At 1:42 a.m. 22 seconds. This is the hallway right outside of the suite where they were found in that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's give an idea of the number of law enforcement personnel outside of that suite at that time.
Yes, sir.
Kudos, congratulations, job well done, fist bumps.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Ma'am.
Your role with Detroit Special Response Team, one of the things that you do is fugitive apprehension.
Yes, ma'am.
Fugitive apprehension is typically when there's a person who is not coming in to address allegations or charges against them, correct?
I would say that's correct.
Usually, fugitive apprehension is you get involved when it, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
it becomes clear that that person is not going to come in on their own.
I'm just going to object to the form of the question, Judge. He's testified that he gets notified of when to report to base. He's given the assignment, does the assignment.
Yeah, are you the one who decides that?
No.
In fact, you receive information from your supervisor,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have no knowledge of the truth to the information that you receive. Truth or inaccuracy, either way.
Ma'am, I believe my supervisor's not to lie to me. So listen to their order.
So you get a phone call, and you go to the station.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that there were, I think you said, tons of officers at 1111 Bellevue on December 4th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. December 4th. Yes, ma'am.
You knew that there was a shooting at Oxford High School on November 30th of 2021.
Yes, ma'am.
You had seen media coverage about it.
Yes, ma'am.
You were aware of it.
I believe so, yes.
Were you also aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley had been charged in connection with the shooting on November 30th?
I can't say I remember or not.
You don't specifically recall seeing that they were charged?
Is that
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 306 was a photo of the exterior of 1111 Bellevue. Your testimony was that you remembered it as a warehouse.
Yes, ma'am.
You learned that it was actually a building that had multiple businesses in it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew who you were looking for in 1111 Bellevue that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You had been given photographs,
I believe so.
descriptions.
I believe so.
You knew that they were the parents of the Oxford High School shooter,
Yes, ma'am.
and you received that information from your supervisors or from the other officers when you arrived on scene?
I would say it's safe to say our supervisors.
Because the reason I ask that is because you testified that when you pulled up onto Bellevue, you didn't know what you were there for. So I wanted to clarify that before you entered 1111 Bellevue, you were given information about why you were entering.
I knew I was going for a fugitive apprehension.
And
And
who it
then-
was.
No, at the time I made entry, we found out pretty much who it was, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Entry into
I think
the
what he's
building?
talking about is when he came to the station, when he got called out, he didn't know
You
what he
testified
was
that you
there
received the
for.
information while
But
you were
once he
inside
got
of
to the
Bellevue
station and
that,
they went through their briefing
the
as to
individual
what was
being on
going
the
to
second floor
happen,
may not
it
have
was
been
made
that.
clear.
Yes, ma'am.
That was not true, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You learned that was not true.
Yes.
The video from your body-worn camera, which starts at 1:34 a.m. and 20 seconds on the timestamp, or it looks like 18 seconds on the timestamp, it's quiet when your video starts, correct?
Correct.
You can hear
Yes, ma'am.
like a little bit of your movement with your equipment and stuff, but otherwise, you don't hear yelling, you don't hear any other sounds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
What they would have heard is when they're going from door to door to door, they bang the door with
When you
the
enter
battering
the
ram.
Unit, obviously it was dark.
That's it. Yeah, dimly lit.
You don't recall seeing police lights in the windows of the room, if you recall?
Yeah, ma'am, I wasn't paying attention there, but
You were looking at the people that were on the bed, right?
yes.
In the middle of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, when you entered the unit, when you and your team entered the unit, James and Jennifer Crumbly were laying on a mattress in the middle of the room, which we saw.
Yes.
James was laying on his side, if you recall. If you recall.
I mean, it appears to be in the video.
They weren't covered with boxes or anything like that, correct?
No.
There was I think Jennifer Crumbly had a blanket on, otherwise James was completely uncovered.
It's safe to say.
He slowly rolled over as you all were giving him commands, correct?
It looked like that. I think I was
He's
seeing
going to
what
get to, they were sound asleep, they couldn't hear, they didn't know what was going
You don't
on, and they
recall him
complied, and they
doing
were
anything
good
that
little
would
people and
cause
did everything
you
they
all to
were
be
supposed to
concerned. He
do.
didn't jump
That may
up,
be
he
the
didn't
case, but
start to
still,
run, he
they didn't turn
become
themselves
status.
in when
None
they
of
were
that
told
happened
to.
I would say he did none of that, but as far as our team goes, we're trying to take every caution as it is. We treat every person the same. We come up high, and then their reaction is how we go from.
And it's safe to say when SRT gets involved, it's typically, and you talked about high risk, dangerous. So you're going into these scenarios already at a heightened level of concern or security or awareness. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't walk into the situation without all of your uniform on and your equipment and everything else thinking, oh, this is no big deal.
No, we don't do that.
Because when your unit gets involved, typically it gets involved in situations that are serious.
Correct.
And you guys are given information about situations that are serious.
Correct.
You guys meaning your unit.
Yes, ma'am.
You can hear yelling, if you recall. You hear yelling on the video, and if you know, you later learn that was James Crumbly.
Okay.
He wasn't yelling at officers.
Okay. Yes,
You-
ma'am. No,
you recall that?
he didn't seem to be yelling at officers.
Okay. He was just making sounds. It sounded almost, and if you know, if you agree, it sounded almost that he was.
He was showing his discomfort with being handcuffed.
And again, the mattress was in the middle of the room. James and Jennifer Crumbly were on it.
Yes, ma'am.
They weren't hiding in a corner.
No, ma'am.
They weren't hiding behind any of the raised countertops that were in there.
Yep.
They weren't hiding behind any of the
They broke into a building,
that were in there.
into an
They
office,
weren't covering themselves with
pulled a
blankets.
mattress from the outside in, and made themselves at home, used the cushions to a sofa
If you
in the
recall, your
business
unit
as
received
pillows.
information that James and
Please.
Jennifer Crumbly may have a weapon with them.
Yeah. So, ma'am, I can, I don't recall. We just treat as every person that we're going after as if they're possible to use a weapon.
Now, you all searched that unit and you did not find any weapons.
No, ma'am.
She is doing her job, but I
And
don't
there was nothing found on
like it.
Somebody did. I didn't, but somebody did.
Somebody searched them.
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about this a little bit at the beginning. It's not your job to verify whether or not the information that you receive is accurate, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to get the call, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You go to the base,
Correct.
you get your equipment on, you load into whatever vehicle you're taking, and you go to the scene that you've been called to.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the investigations are being done by your own department, you tend to have a little more information at the beginning. Is that fair?
Me, myself.
Your unit.
So, yes, ma'am. I would say normally during times that we get called out, it starts high and then it comes to us. That makes sense.
High in the ratings.
Yes, ma'am.
So it would go to your supervisor.
He did
or their
his job,
supervisor, and it gets sent
period.
to you.
Yes, ma'am.
It was not for him to make the decisions.
And if you
He's
recall,
told to go
around
do, he
6
goes
minutes
and
and 40
does.
seconds on the video. I don't remember what the timestamp
And
was.
she's trying to make it out like
Here,
the Crumblies were not hiding out and fugitives and all this kind of stuff, but they didn't turn themselves in, and they broke into a building and was camped out in a business.
The video
Sorry.
can speak for itself.
Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can rely on what you see in the evidence. Right?
Do you recall hearing that on video?
Ma'am, we can run it back. No.
I can put it there.
This gentleman does his job. It's not for him to question why. And they're going to treat everybody as if they are dangerous until they know otherwise, for their safety and the safety of others. Quit attacking his job. Yes, the Crumblies are standing there quietly. But in the end, look at this poor business. I'd be suing the Crumblies and asking for breaking and entering charges.
I don't know. Can you hear it?
Yeah. So this is the second time I've even watched the video. So yeah, yes, ma'am.
Again, this witness can't interpret what he thinks somebody else may have heard. His camera obviously is 3 people away from where James Crumbly is in the video. The video would speak for itself.
It does. She has to convert it.
And he asked me to play the video back to him.
He said, if you want to play it back, go ahead. In response to a question of did you...
Oh, approached and argue in front of the jury. Thank you.
Sir, did you learn that they had active arrest warrants by the time you arrived on scene?
I don't recall. I would
In
say
order for a fugitive arrest to occur, you need
a warrant.
arrest warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why would you be quiet right before you entered suite 130?
So that's a form of a tactic. So we're trying to if you can see we use keys, correct?
Yes.
You can have two options. We could ram the door, throw a flashbang in, and cause diversionary, or you can come in and be quiet. It'd be a shock effect that way. So our supervisor made the decision to use the keys, unlock it, and use it as a surprise back.
Least
So
destructive
everyone being quiet
way
in the
to
hallway,
enter.
That was intentional, the tactic before you entered this particular suite.
Yeah.
Now the using the RAM, that wasn't a quiet tactic. Was it?
No.
Okay, so the noise level that would have been depicted before those doors were breached right around this suite here would have been much different.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, they would have been loud. There's no way, unless you're
You have
deaf
no
like me,
knowledge
that
of
you
whether or
could
not
sleep through a
they
battering
heard
ram
anything that was
coming through a
going on.
door anywhere within your vicinity. It's loud.
You can step down. Can I have you return at 1:30 after lunch? That's the case with anyone. Don't research anything. Don't look at any media. Don't.
Okay, it's break time. So let's do this. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward and see if they're back from lunch, and they're not. Okay. So today once again, we've learned just a little bit, taken tons of notes. We started off with Adam Strayek. He was a deputy sheriff. He was a part of the search warrant team. There were 7 persons who were on that initial team. He first responded to the school. This was the search warrant of the house. They did talk to Mr. and Mrs. Crumbly. The video did not show Jennifer Crumbly's part of the discussion because she's not on trial. James is. Hers was played at her trial. James did tell them that there were BB guns and what kind and what they looked like and where they were. There were several. They did seize the phones during this time. The shooter had 2 bedrooms, so when you walk into the house, there was the living room area, and then the wall, and then the bedroom, a bathroom, a bedroom, and then the master suite. The shooter had the first and second bedroom. Those were his rooms. They talked about the video games Call of Duty and Attack of the Titans. Call of Duty is a mature audience only for 17 and older, although a lot of younger kids play it. I don't know why she brought that up. That was on the defense. I mean, I don't understand. I wouldn't bring that up. That was just kind of perplexing to me. It is a game where they go and shoot. It's military. But she didn't tie it in my eyes. To me, it was useless. Then David Hendrick came in. He's a deputy sheriff. He's with the fugitive apprehension team. A lot of experience on his end. Basically, from what I gathered, both from her trial and this trial, that they were supposed to, they were told that the charges were being filed. They had agreed to turn themselves in. They did not. A warrant was issued for their arrest. They had, it's hard because I have information from her case that has not been brought in yet, may or may not be brought in on his. But what they had done is they had left their home. They were liquidating the assets, getting as much cash as they could. They ended up in a Detroit kind of industrial building that was sectioned off into different offices or suites. They broke into that building, parked the car. I don't know how they got in other than they followed another vehicle in through the gate. The gate was a garage controlled by a clicker or garage door opener. They parked the vehicle. They backed their vehicle into a spot and went into the building and basically camped out in an art studio. They took a mattress that was in a certain area that was to be disposed of, and they pulled it into this studio. They took the cushions off of chairs or a couch or something, used it as pillows, and were sleeping out there, camping out. In her trial, she states that she contacted the attorneys. They were going to turn themselves in the next day. They were just hiding out from media. It was a media swarm, and they were fearful of their safety from what I remember. So the Detroit, so a gentleman comes in at about 10:30 at night. He owns a coffee roasting company that has 2,000 square feet on the first floor, 1,000 square feet above that, I think on the 3rd floor, he said, or the 2nd floor. And he stated that he had seen a bulletin on Facebook for a wanted bulletin on Facebook, and he had not taken a whole lot of note to the car at first, but then he realized this looks just like the one that he saw in the bulletin. He pulled it up on his phone, walked over to the vehicle, and saw the license plates matched. And then at that time, he saw somebody sitting kind of off to the side of the vehicle with a plaid hoodie, or what appeared to be a plaid hoodie. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Then he went back into the building and called the police. So fast forward, SWAT team shows up. They go in, they apprehend them. Part of the situation and a lot of what's being said right now is that they're really focusing on the noise, especially the defense. I don't know why. By the time they were apprehended, they were asleep. And that's kind of where we are now. The one of the SWAT team members, Luke Kirkley, Kirkley. Luke Kirkley is the coffee roasting business owner. David Metzke is the police officer that came in, and some of his footage from his video camera was showed in court. That's the road thus far for today. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to allow this to keep running. I'm going to keep my Be Right Back on, and we will take a short break, get some more coffee, and etc., and I shall return when court resumes. Welcome back, everybody. I don't know. Oh, it's on loop. I have to tell you, I absolutely love StreamYard. That is what I'm using to produce these videos. But for someone who's only done about 5 videos, it's a lot to learn. But I have to tell you, they make it pretty easy. I just got to remember to do things. So, it looks like they're getting ready to come back. I see some movement behind the door. I'll show you what the camera looks like right now, just so you all can see it. So I see some movement in here. Have had a couple people coming in and out. So right now we're just going to leave that where it is. I want to share with you guys a little bit. I am Ada Brown. I have just started doing YouTube videos and lives. No, I'm not an attorney. This is not legal advice. I see myself as an alternate juror. And our packages have arrived. I'll be right back, y'all. Hello, and I'm back. Thank you very much. I was been expecting a package. Oops. There we go. So, as I was explaining, I'm Ada K. Brown, and I have been watching court for so long. Hundreds of hours of court have I watched. I have testified in court. I have as witnesses, never the defendant. And they're starting to come back in, so we only have a hot minute. I actually started doing YouTube because I lost my husband to prison, and I started a YouTube channel called Jail Widow. Please go and look it up. It's where I share information, my story, experiences, and I'm going to be having professionals come on and dealing with all aspects of losing a spouse to jail or prison, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, what I learned, what I wish I'd done. So that's going to be a journey. But I started doing the court coverage like this, kind of like your alternate juror, just to learn the process, learn the programs, and learn how to do everything and understand how it all works. And So for me, this is a journey in learning a lot of equipment fast. I've got a soundboard over here. I got the camera here. I got a monitor and a monitor. I got a stream deck. I mean, it's a lot to maintain. It's a lot to remember. And so here I am. I do not, how do I say this? I am not an expert or a lawyer or a retired district attorney or any of that, but I'm looking at this court case as if I was a juror. And it's interesting because there are several other people that do this as well. And I was watching some of their videos, and it's amazing how much we're a lot alike, and a lot of it is the same. It really is amazing. And but we all have interesting questions, and there's things that I say I would like to have more information on, or I'd like to hear more on, or I will catch something that they didn't catch, and they'll have stuff. And it's really good to see everybody's perspective. So it's an interesting journey. I will say that if you guys really want to watch a court case, there's several people that I really, really love and I've watched for years. One of them is Emily D. Baker. The other is Law and Lumber. And the other is Runkle of the Baileys. Those are my three favorite people. Now, Runkle of the Bailey, he is based out of Canada, but he does know U.S. law. He also is a weapons, I call him an expert. He does cases that concerns gun laws. And then the lawyer, Lumber, there's lawyer, he's cool. And then the Law and Lumber, I really like him. He's the one on Johnny Depp trial when they were talking about, what is her? Amber Heard was saying that Johnny broke the foot of the bed, and how he had broken it. So Law and Lumber actually kind of did a mock-up and showed how that was impossible to be broken in the manner in which it was broken. That's the first time I saw him. And also Emily D. Baker, first time I heard of her was on the Johnny Depp trials. I watched every minute of them. And so those people are fabulous. Look them up. All of them are lawyers. I'm not a lawyer. All of them are lawyers. They are fabulous. In fact, what I do is I get done with my live and then I go back and listen to theirs and kind of see what I caught, what I didn't catch. But once again, I'm looking at this from a juror standpoint, not a lawyer's standpoint. I did watch the trial. Well, it wasn't a trial. It was a hearing because Ethan Crumbly, which I don't like to say his name because it brings glory to what he did, where he pled guilty. I did watch his sentencing, and I watched Jennifer Crumbly's trial, and now I'm watching the father's trial. So I've kind of got the whole picture. I'm seeing a lot of where in this trial, things that are shown that prove the mother was not being truthful on the stand. One of which is where the ammunition was held. I need to answer this text real quick. It's vitally important. Just give me a quick second. I have a dear friend who's got stage 4 cancer, and she's going for her first PET scan after her first round of chemo. Y'all keep her in her prayers. I'm praying that the chemo actually was doing something right and was shrinking down all the hot spots. So here comes Mr. Crumbly. Of course, once again, no belt, no necktie, nothing that can cause him to hang himself or harm himself. He will put the necktie on there with his lawyer. I'm kind of wondering how many more witnesses we have for the prosecution. At this, I don't know if he's going to testify. I kind of wished he would. If I was him, I wouldn't, because that's where his wife got in trouble, I believe. I was on the fence with his wife. When I came into this, parents should not be held responsible for their children's behavior. You can only do so much, etc., etc. And for me, it really turned when she got on the stand. It really did. I was really put off, surprised at some of the answers. They asked her if she could do anything different. What would she do? And she said, nothing. I would do nothing different. That kind of set, I think pretty much, I remember all the commentaries and everybody was like, whoa, wrong answer to be given. The other thing is that she kept saying that the ammunition was stored separately from the weapons. She didn't know where any of it was stored. This was all her husband's responsibility. She didn't have any responsibility in this. And then when the shootings was going on, she testified that he called her and notified her that the 9mm Sig Sauer was missing and where were the bullets, and she told him where they were. So she impeached herself. That to me was a big sign. Now he's got some hearing loss, so he's wearing the headphones so he can have better clarification. The judge is coming in. We got another all rise for the jury in a second. Let me get it on scene.
Your Honor, calling people versus Crumbly, case number 22279-989 FB.
Thank you, Marquise. On behalf of the people.
Karen McDonald on behalf. Good afternoon.
They always introduce who's the lawyer teams every time they come back from break, for the record.
William Creer.
Okay, so they're going to go back. I think they're going to, I don't know if they're done with that witness or the jury's coming in. We're going to pick up where they left off. Someone said, well, since one of the comments was that they were concerned that the Crumbleys were not aggressive. They were compliant. They were very subdued. They didn't try to do anything. It doesn't matter. In the end, you're responsible for storing your weapon in a safe manner. If I have my guns laid out on my kitchen table and the bullets laid out on the kitchen table, and somebody comes over to my house or my children gets the guns and goes and does something, I'm partly responsible because I did not follow safety protocol. That is to me, the end all be all of this case. If they had the guns in a safe with an actual combination and not 000, if the bullets were actually stored in separate locations under lock and key, if they had the cable lock in the guns, if they did everything in their power to secure the weapons and her son still got the weapons and did this, then I would not say they were responsible. But it is evident by the evidence that they did not take any precautions to secure the weapons.
Record. My name is William Creer. First name's common spelling. Last name is spelled Creer.
All right, thank you. Mr. Creer, just want to acknowledge that you just came from a very long shift, so you're a little tired. So we're not going to keep you on the stand very long. Can you tell the jury what your job is?
No problem. I'm a forensic technician for the Detroit Police Department. You could commonly call it a crime scene investigator. My job is to go to the crime scenes, take pictures, collect evidence, and generate a report and testify in court like I'm testifying now.
Okay.
So he's just come from a crime scene. He's been up all night. He's tired. They're going to get him in and out as quick as possible, so they say.
It's important to distinguish. Are you a member actually of law enforcement?
I work for law enforcement, yes.
All right. Are you considered a police officer?
No, I'm not.
All right. Is that then, would you consider yourself a civilian?
Yes.
All right. How long have you worked as a crime scene investigator?
20 years.
And all of those years have you worked for the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to December 4th of 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And are you on shifts or are you on call? How does that work?
We're on shifts. My shift I currently work on is from 12 a.m. to 8. 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And are you at home during this time or call when necessary, or are you actually in an office?
I'm in the office.
Okay. On December 4th, were you dispatched that day, if you know, to an address of 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you know about what time you received that dispatch?
I believe around 2 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware if there was a search warrant that was being executed?
The request we got over radio was there was a search warrant executed at that location.
All right. And what were your initial thoughts when you were dispatched to the location about what your purpose there was?
All we knew at the time was a search warrant at the location. We really didn't know anything else about it previously until we pulled up.
All right. And when you pulled up, what was your observation?
Objection on a relative.
When he pulled up to the scene? Overall.
Thank you.
A lot of
I missed that question. I'm going to back that up.
Like, okay, this is interesting.
In addition to the news cameras, though,
Previously until we pulled up.
all right. And when you pulled up, what was your observation?
Objection on a relative.
Got it. What was his observation? It is relevant.
A lot of news cameras around. So we were like, okay, this is interesting.
In addition to the news cameras, though, what was the scene like in terms of, was law enforcement already on scene? Did you know what had happened in that scene?
At that time, we didn't still exactly have any of the real details. All we knew at the time was it was a search warrant, and we were there to collect evidence regarding the search warrant. When we pulled up, there was, of course, like I mentioned before, news cameras all around and heavy police presence.
All right, and then what happened?
Then when we reached the scene, we talked to the officer in charge, and then that's when we were notified what this case was actually involved with.
And what were you told?
That the case was involving Crumbly.
Can you just raise your voice just a little bit, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to.
Maybe you could speak louder.
No problem. Case was involving a shooting incident, and this was the location that search warrant was being authorized, and 2 people were arrested.
Is that all you were told?
Yes.
Okay. And were you directed to a certain part of the building?
Suite 130 of the location you mentioned.
Were you by yourself or with someone else?
I had a partner.
And who's that?
My partner is Stephanie Sparks.
Do you normally process the scene by yourself or with another partner?
Midnight, you process scenes with partners.
Okay. And once you arrived at the suite, were you and your partner the only one there? Were you the only ones there, or who else was there?
The scene was secured by the police, by Detroit police.
What does that mean, secure?
It means that it's secured so that way there's no outside interference coming inside the building, no one tampering with evidence, and everything is there as it was when the search warrant was executed.
And is that a typical thing and that you encounter in your job? That do you arrive to scenes once it's cleared and secured, or are you sometimes there at the same time? A lot's going on.
Oh no. We're there after the scene is secured.
Okay. So what is your job when you arrive on the scene that day?
When I arrive at the scene, we talk to the officer in charge of the scene. We then walk through the scene. He points out items of interest that he
Remember,
wants
keep your
collected. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
He points out items of interest that he might want collected. My partner and I will then walk through the scene. We'll also pay attention and see what's around. We then would suggest additional items, if any, to collect. And, allow us to look around a little bit more. And then after that, we take pictures, collect evidence, and package the evidence, turn it in.
All right, Mr. Kerr, is there a difference between collecting evidence and searching?
Yes.
And are you assigned to do both?
It depends on the situation. But yeah, in this situation, we collected the evidence. The search warrant was already executed, and we looked around additionally.
All right, and what makes you start searching other places?
The fact that, you know, we looked around and he said, yeah, the OIC, I can't remember the name at the time, gave us permission to look around a little bit more.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 306, 307, 309 through to 320, 322 to 358. I believe these have all been admitted. Mr. Peer, what is that?
That's the scene location.
All right.
Okay, I'm pausing this here because this is the best picture I've seen to describe what the defense was trying to say was a parking garage. It is not. If you can see, there's a bay here where 18-wheelers can back up and unload. And I saw in another photo that off to the side over here is another bay, and I think there's a slot for a vehicle. But that is not a parking garage, which she was trying to say that the Crumbleys could have hidden their vehicle in here, but they didn't. It was in live view. They were not hiding.
And
Again, it's the north side of the scene location.
okay.
Again, we're at the north side of the scene location.
All right. Can you see?
All right, here's another good view. This is the door that the gentleman Luke had entered into the building, and so was the Crumbleys. Here's Luke's vehicle. And I think over here somewhere originally or somewhere was the mattress. Continue.
The windows on the suite that you searched.
I believe the windows on the scene that we searched, because the actual suite 130 is located on the northeast side of the building. So I would say the two windows closest to the left side of the screen.
Okay. And then, do you know what this is?
Yes, that was the vehicle.
Crumbly's vehicle.
Oh,
Yes,
you also searched the vehicle.
No, we didn't search the vehicle. We
Okay.
took pictures of the vehicle.
Okay, got it. What did you learn about the car? Anything? Did you take pictures of anything around the car, in the car?
We took pictures around the car, and then also around the car there were cigarette butts we collected.
You collected the cigarette butts.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this?
Mr. Crumbly was
Those are
smoking.
pictures of the cigarette butts.
Do you remember how many were there?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
Looks like 4 or 5 at least.
I did bring a
Would
report.
that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Just let me know when you're ready to answer that.
Now, they're not allowed to read the report, but they could look at it to refresh their memory.
Collected a total of 14 cigarette butts.
Okay.
Wonder how many were
Around the
his.
car, is that a picture? What are we looking at?
The picture that's behind the vehicle and more cigarette butts.
And you collected those?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and 312 and then 313. What is that?
That's suite 130.
Okay. Is that researched?
Yes.
All right. And is that typical? You just take pictures of. What do you take pictures of as a matter of protocol?
No problem. We take pictures.
Good
of
correct
the
on
area,
her leading. She was getting ready to lead. Caught it.
That's the actual room number. So of course we took pictures of the front door and the room number. As we enter through, we'll take pictures up there to see if there's any damage to the door, if any, if the door was breached, if it wasn't breached, if there was any damage at all.
Was there any damage to the door?
None observed.
Okay, and the next slide is 314. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the actual scene inside of the scene location 130.
Okay. And then 315. Is that also from a different angle?
Yes, as we enter the room, that would be to the north.
And those windows that we see, do you know where they face?
They are also facing north.
Would those be the windows you just pointed out in the previous slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is another angle.
Yes, ma'am.
And what's this?
Typical artist studio. They're never perfectly organized.
Did you observe a mattress in this building, in this room?
There was a mattress in the room.
Do you see it in this picture?
You kind of see it towards the bottom of the screen. Yeah, right there.
Okay. And the next slide.
Mattress is right here with the shelf sitting on top of it.
Right-hand corner of the screen, you see the mattress with the drawers on top of it.
Drawer,
that's
I'm
the
sorry.
mattress.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. And then I'm just going to show you some slides, pictures of the scene, and you can just describe what angle it is and what if you see anything of significance to point out to the jury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, you see the mattress, you see the drawers.
There's a mattress. They were using this cushion that came off of this chair and another cushion off of another chair that's over here as pillows.
Table with 2 solo cups.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
There's the hoodie.
And we're right at the mattress. At the, that would be the left side of the mattress. You have some clothes and a baseball cap.
At least they laid a tarp down underneath the mattress.
What's significant about this, if anything?
You got the mattress in the bottom right hand of the picture. Towards the left hand of the picture, right in front of the little shelving units on the floor, you have a Snipes clothing bag.
And at some point, did you remove the items in the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the picture of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what we found?
You see in the picture a few pairs of socks, receipt, sweatshirt.
And are the socks, do they appear to be worn or new?
Those are brand new.
All right. Do I see a receipt in that picture?
Yes, you do.
Okay. We're going to get to that in just a second.
So these are worn. Those were new. This is hers.
You're looking just, that's the mattress to our right, and to the left there's some shelving units, but right in the middle is a sweater.
Okay. Just for context, when you say right or left, when you're looking at this picture, where is the door?
Ah, got you. The door would be to the west of the mattress.
So to the top right of the
It'll be just to the on the right side of the screen, towards the right border of the screen.
Okay. And is that the article of clothing we just saw in the previous
Yes, ma'am.
slide? Okay. What is it?
It's a sweater, as I mentioned before.
All right. Do you know if it's male or female?
Looks like a female sweater.
Okay. And the next slide. Where did this come from?
Right now, if I remember correctly, this is going to be towards the east side of the room, and that's a just a regular shirt, and you see further on a few pairs of other articles of clothing.
Okay. The next slide is, where is this in relation to the room?
In relation to the room, you see through the previous slides, there was a table. The table would be along the south side.
The table right next to the mattress solo cups?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This
Bananas,
behind the table
cups.
was a pink book bag. Was in a.
This is some of their possessions.
Was the tote, did it have a lid on it, or was it without a lid?
It was without a lid when we arrived.
With or without?
Without.
Okay. Do you know, did anybody take the lid off, or was it found like that when the individuals were arrested?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. I don't know how you know that.
I started out with, do you know?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, thank you. And was there anything else in this container other than the backpack?
I'd have to go further through the pictures.
Okay. What is this?
That's the table that is right in front of the tote with the book bag.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what was on this table?
You have foodstuffs like bananas, orange juice, a Verner's bottle, a Coca-Cola bottle, and solo cups.
All right. And the next slide.
Next side, we're right back at the tote with the book bag.
All right. And what's this?
This is the part where we're getting ready to go through the tote, through the book bag that we just pulled out of the tote.
And what do you see?
I'm
sorry. What did you find in the back?
Okay, to the left of the book bag, towards the top of the screen, you have a smaller little bag, and you also, as we're going to progress through the pictures, you're going to see various articles of clothing as well.
Next slide.
Again, we're going through, progressing through the pictures. You have various articles.
So they were packed.
Smaller bag right there.
They weren't giving themselves up in the morning, because if you're giving yourself up in the morning, you're not going to pack for travel. Just saying. I know I'm being really snarky. I apologize. it appears that they were packed for multiple days, not just one night.
Don't believe that's the great parts. Could we have the rest of the pictures?
Sure, sure. What's to the left on there?
To the left, you have a pair of black jeans.
Do you know if they're male or female?
I believe a female.
All right. And the next slide is 332. What is that a picture of?
Another picture. It's another picture of black jeans.
Okay. And the slide after that?
You see the brand of the jeans. You see their high-rise skinny stretch jeans, and you can see the size on the tag if you zoom in.
Female jeans.
I believe that's size 12.
Okay. And the next slide?
Uh,
where were these articles found?
Those articles were inside the pink book bag.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what is in that picture?
Inside the picture, you have you see a syringe. I'd have to go through my notes to recall what is
Wow.
actually inside the syringe. You also have some pills just at the bottom of the screen, and then on the inside the bag, you also see a bank envelope.
A what?
A bank envelope.
A bank envelope. Okay. Do you know what the pills were for, or what they were?
Not off the top of my head. No.
Is it in your report?
Let me look at my report if you
Okay.
want.
Yeah. And while you're doing that, would it refresh your recollection about the syringe?
Yes, because I recall that's definitely in my report.
Okay.
Now, in her trial, she said that they had problems sleeping, and so the medication was to help her sleep. And that's why they didn't hear the police coming in.
Okay, the syringe was the Exceed. It's the prescription for medication for a horse.
Okay.
That's the syringe that you see in the picture inside the bag. And I don't have a description of the pills.
Okay. In the next slide, do you see a better description of the back of the pill there?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe they're like caffeine pills or something like that.
Vivarin?
Yes.
All right. And the next slide, that's what you just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What is this?
Those are the articles of clothing I described earlier.
And can you list those?
They are female intimate garments, underwear and bras.
And do you know how many pair of underwear?
Now, off the top of my head.
Okay. In the next slide, what is that?
That is the hotel room key. It was inside a black jacket, and that was along the northeast corner of the room.
Okay. And the next slide is 339. What is this?
It's a picture of a whiskey container. It's in a garbage can.
And the next slide is a receipt. What is this receipt for?
It's from the Rivertown Market. We found a receipt on the table. Now, you see on the, so you go through the pictures, you have the various items that are on the receipt. I believe the next picture also has the date on the receipt as well.
What is this?
That is going to be a plastic tote with an avocado inside the tote.
Okay. And I remember last time you testified, you weren't sure what that was.
Exactly.
You've since learned it was an avocado.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What else is in that picture with the avocado?
It's a aluminum container, similar to what you would use for like making lasagna.
Okay. And what's inside of it?
Melting ice in an ice bag.
So was it completely melted or was it still cold?
At the time, it was completely melted. Yeah, at the time, it was completely melted.
Was it still cold?
No.
Okay. The next slide. What is this?
It's a receipt.
Is that the receipt that we just talked about at Rivertown?
I would have to look at the picture before because as you see at the top of the receipt, it has 14, and on a previous picture. Yes, that's the bottom of the receipt.
Okay. And what's the date on that?
The date on the receipt is 12/3/2021.
And at the time you are searching this, is it December 3rd or December 4th?
It will be December 4th.
Okay. And the actual time of the purchase?
4:09 p.m.
Okay. The next slide is, what is it?
Yeah, this picture of the mattress we talked about earlier.
Okay. The next slide is 344. Tell the jury what this is and why you took a picture of it.
It's a picture of the totes that will be around the east side of the room. The reason why we took pictures of the totes is because we saw the one tote that was already open before. These totes look kind of funny, or kind of just look like they kind of was messed with or jostled with at the time. So we decided to take pictures and open them up.
Okay, and just so that the jury understands, I want to go back to slide 14. You have that number. It's to show here. Sorry. Okay, so do I have this right? There were 2 separate plastic totes that you discovered items in?
Yes.
Okay, and were they found in the same place?
No.
All right, you testified earlier that the tote with the pink backpack, where did you find that?
The tote with the pink backpack, as you go through the picture, you see the table just to the left side of the screen in that corner. That's where the one tote with pink book bag is located.
So how far away from the mattress?
It's the mattress, table, then the tote.
Okay, so a foot, 2 feet?
About a foot, yeah.
Okay.
About a foot, yes.
Okay, and then you said you searched and discovered more items in a different tote.
Yes.
And where was that?
Towards the top of the screen, you have the yellow scaffolding, whatever, holding the totes. Then behind that area, behind the table right there would be the next area of totes.
Okay, so is it on that scaffolding you found it?
Right behind it. Right behind the table.
Right behind it?
Yes.
Okay, so was that visible when you walked into the room?
No, as you walk into the room, you look around. You know, during the search of the area.
Okay, so that tote that was found on the other side of the room, what was discovered, if anything, in that tote?
In that tote, that's where we found the purse with the money as we go through.
Okay. One moment.
That's not me doing it. That's them, guys.
Okay. Was the tote found in that condition? And I guess what I'm asking is, was there a lid on it?
You see the lid on it. As we take pictures, you see it as we progress.
Okay. Next slide. What is that?
Again, you see the tote being moved over a little bit, and you see the purse.
Okay. What is this?
Yes. Now we're looking inside the purse.
All right. And then the pictures, is this how you do it? You take a picture of the first item and then all of the things that you take out of it?
Yes, ma'am. We take a progression.
Okay. Sorry, you told me that. All right. Next slide. What is this?
You see the bank envelopes. You see a search warrant under the bank envelopes. And you see the 2 bank envelopes as well top of it.
Why would you have all that money if you were not, if you were going to turn yourself in?
Warrant tabulation return.
Okay. And that's found in the bag or in the tote?
The bank envelopes were found in the purse. The search warrants were just on the table.
Okay. And then the next slide, what is that?
You're again looking inside the purse, and you see cash right in a smaller pocket of the purse.
Was there anything in the bank envelopes?
Yes, there was money in the bank envelopes as well.
All right. And
So you have a lot of cash in your purse
in addition to what you found in the bank envelopes?
and 2 bank envelopes.
Okay.
And you're telling me that you weren't trying to flee?
How much total, what was the total amount of cash found in that handbag?
I'd have to look at the notes. I know it was around $6,000.
Do you want to just correct?
Yes.
A lot of money for one night.
$6,617.
Okay. And those are, we'll get to it. I'm not going to do that again. Okay. Next
Sorry.
slide.
In the wife's testimony, she said that they were going to surrender in the morning.
Yes,
They were going to go to the lawyer's office and then surrender from there. So the media would be not as bad.
no problem.
Oh, burner phones too.
One of the cell phones appears to be busted and broken. Those are the condition of the cell phones. Those were the condition we collected cell phones. You also see the keys just to the left of the cell phones. They were collected. They were turned over to the unit at the scene so that it can collect and move the car. You also see a bank card and some prescription medication just to the top of the bank, just to the top and left of the bank card.
Okay.
I know I keep saying this, but she said they were going to turn themselves in the next day. Why would you have all that cash? Why would you have all the medications and everything? Why would you be packed for multiple days to be gone?
You have a close-up picture.
If you're turning yourself in, the medication you're on is going to be provided to you from the jail.
I see
She could have
Adderall,
bonded out and been home that night. No need for all this.
Jennifer Crumbly on all three. Well, you can see it better on the bottle to the right. And the other two bottles, you can kind of see Jennifer then Crumbly.
All right, and the next picture?
But again, it's pictures of the 4 cell phones.
Were any of these cell phones powered on?
No,
How do you know that?
because if they were, we take pictures of the items in the condition when you collect them.
They were all up.
Exactly.
And then the
This
next
one
picture?
looks shattered.
What is this?
Pictures of the money we collected from the purse.
So you actually lay out each bill?
Yes.
Okay. And the next photo?
More pictures of the money.
And the two after that?
Yep.
All right, and then the last photo here is there was a receipt. Can you tell the jury what the time and date is on this receipt?
12/3/2021.
And what are the items listed?
Giant lasagna pan, Werner's 2-liter bottle, paper towel, Kleenex.
Thank you.
We don't have recycling fees or return values in Texas.
At what time do you estimate that the search was completed?
I'd have to look at my notes, definitely get that time.
Okay.
I guess we do have return value, but recycling we don't.
Yeah, around 5 a.m.
And then when you were done, what did you do?
We were directed to take pictures of the prisoners.
And is that a normal thing in your job?
If we were directed to, yes.
Okay, so where were these individuals located?
In the Oakland County jail.
So did you drive straight to the jail?
When we were directed to, yes.
Okay. As soon as you finished the search?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at the Oakland County Jail, what did you do?
We took pictures of both the Crumbleys individually. First, we took pictures of Miss Crumbly first, and then Mr. Crumbly second.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
Purpose of it was the fact that show any injuries if there are any, and the condition when they were arrested.
Okay. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Let me hear it.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your response.
If there are any injuries or their condition when they were arrested.
Thank you. Yes, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic technician, your role is to document what you see at a scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your role is not to investigate what may have occurred prior to your arrival.
No, ma'am.
You testified that when you arrived at 1111 Bellevue, that there were a lot of news cameras.
Yes.
There were a lot of law enforcement, if you recall.
Yes.
It was kind of a chaotic scene.
I wouldn't say chaotic, but it was officers and cameras at the scene.
You were told that you were notified. You were not notified what the case was involving before arriving at 1111 Bellevue. Is that correct?
Exactly.
You were only told that it was a shooting incident.
We were told we were collecting for a search warrant.
For a shooting incident.
We were told we were collecting for a search warrant.
Okay, so you weren't told anything.
Again, as my report says on the first page.
He was told once he arrived on scene what the details were.
Received a request to process the scene of a search warrant and arrest at the address 1111 Bellevue from District 1 Dispatch.
And
That's
I
it.
thought that in your direct testimony with the prosecutor that you said that you were notified that the case was involving a shooting incident and that 2 people were arrested.
Your Honor, just to clear up, I'm not sure.
Ask and answered.
At the scene versus before he left. So I just wanted clarification. Did you recall testifying?
You're trying to impeach him. You're not going to.
But again, what I said, if we're talking about this specific time, was when we were informed from District 1 it was search warrant. When we arrived, that's when we understood it was connected to the shooting incident.
So after you arrived at 1111 Delta?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying it for me.
You're trying to
You said
entrap
that when
him.
you initially get to a scene, you walk through and the officer in charge points out items of interest that he or she wants collected.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you may also walk through with your partner and identify additional things.
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw some of those things today, like the tote that you ended up taking photos of where their purse was. Is that
Yes,
correct? You testified that you collected 14 cigarette butts. And you can look at your report if you like.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Yeah, 14.
Ask and answer.
And it's your understanding that, from your recollection, those cigarette butts were collected next to a Kia we had a photograph of.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you test them? Did they have Mr. Crumbly's DNA on them? That should be my next question.
You testified that inside of the plastic bag, an exhibit, well, I believe it was exhibit.
You just left that
334,
ball.
That there was a bank envelope. Do you, looking at the bag now, do you see that what that was?
The picture's kind of blurry, but it still looks like a bank envelope.
Okay, it doesn't look like a business card.
To me, it looks like a bank envelope, but the black spots on top of it.
Exhibit 339, the prosecutor asked you to look at the inside of a garbage can, if you recall, and there was a whiskey bottle inside the garbage can.
Yes.
You don't know how that whiskey bottle got there?
No.
You have no knowledge of how long it had been there?
Did you test it for their DNA?
No, all I know is the whiskey bottle garbage can.
And you were just taking a photograph of what was on the scene when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you test it for any DNA?
In Exhibit 347,
Did you take a DNA sample from the Crumbleys? Had to have us warrant for it, but
It
just
wasn't
asking.
hidden anywhere.
The search warrant or
The tabulation was not hidden anywhere. It was just sitting on a table when you took the photograph.
Yes.
Did you take the fingerprints? Did you match fingerprints to the bottle? Did you match fingerprints to the food? Did you get DNA?
And you completed the search that you arrived on scene around 2 a.m. and you were done around 5 a.m.?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
I want to do this. You're asking questions and you're not following through. You asked about the cigarettes. Then you just dumped it. How many cigarettes did you find? Blank. Okay, bye. No. Did you test it for DNA? Did you get a warrant for DNA? Did you take DNA? How can you prove those were his?
Again, we're just taking photographs of what was on the scene when you got there.
There's cash in the purse that I collected.
Right. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay. There's a lot. Okay, I got to pause that.
You said you took pictures for, in case there were document any injuries. Did you?
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't ask anything about those photographs.
She did. I believe that she did.
She did.
If not, I'm offering some clarification.
Your Honor, I would object to any questions about the photographs that were taken of my client after he was arrested. I didn't ask anything about that on my cross.
I didn't see this photo cross.
Okay. Is this witness excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Got a little snippy there, but first of all, I'm surprised she let a lot of balls drop there because there were no fingerprints. They were asked about fingerprints. There was nothing asked about DNA, especially when it comes to the cigarettes and the alcohol that was found there. The reason why the prosecution could not ask about the photos of the Crumbleys is because she put on her testimony. She interviewed her witness. Cross gets to ask questions pertaining what was presented. Cross did not ask questions about the pictures of her client. Therefore, redirect cannot ask about the pictures of the client. The redirect can only address what the cross addressed. I hope that's clear. I'm glad she shut her computer. Back up for a second. See? There's evidence sitting there. I'm glad she did that. I think we have a witness, Tim Wills, coming up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is true self?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you step up and have a seat? And then state your name, please.
Timothy Willis, Timothy Willis.
May I proceed, Judge?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. How are you employed?
Detective Lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Approaching 28 years.
You said you're a detective lieutenant right now?
Yes.
Tell us, please, what that means.
I oversee a handful of divisions within the Sheriff's Office, the Special Investigations Unit, which I know we've mentioned at court, the Fugitive Apprehension Team, our computer crimes, which Detective Wodrowski had worked for, and our Warrants Division.
And we'll get into some of that in a little more detail. Is it fair to say that you're the officer in charge in this case, or one of the officers in charge?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Just to clear something up quickly, when James Crumbley was arrested on December the 4th, 2021, did he have any injuries?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Now, going back to...
Okay, whoa, what was that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, injuries.
Now, going back to your role as detective lieutenant, we've talked a little bit about the Special Investigative Unit. Can we talk a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us, please, what sort of cases would a member of the Special Investigative Unit handle?
Yeah, so the Special Investigations Unit is a support services arm of the Sheriff's Office. So we take a lot of requests from other agencies, from our own substations. Oftentimes we handle political cases, complex cases, high-profile cases, things of that nature.
Okay, and prior to your current role, what other roles did you have with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, prior to my role as the Detective Lieutenant Special Investigations, I was also the Detective Lieutenant in charge of our Auto Theft Unit, our Friend of the Court Division, our Arson Division.
I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2020.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you notified of an active shooter situation at Oxford High School that afternoon?
Yes.
Can you tell, please, where you were when you were made aware of it?
I was actually at the prosecutor's office at the time. I was made aware discussing another matter. The prosecutor and her chief assistant came in and advised me that there had been a shooting at the Oxford High School.
So what did you do with that? What did you do next?
For context, about, I don't know, a couple months before that, we had a false alarm, if you will, at another school. So initially, that was immediately what I went to, was this is probably another false alarm. But I picked up my phone and I made a phone call. I've thought about it a million times. I have no idea who I called, but I do remember the response was, "This is a real thing. This is real."
Tell us what you did, please.
I obviously, ran downstairs or took the elevator downstairs, ran to my vehicle, and immediately proceeded to the Oxford High School with my lights and sirens activated.
Do you recall the approximate time you would have arrived at Oxford High School?
I think it around 1:20 in the afternoon, approximately.
Okay. Tell us what you saw as you arrived on scene.
There was the largest emergency first response that I've ever seen in my career, and second place isn't even close. When I got there, there were students were being evacuated, and more and more officers were rushing in. EMS was on scene. I vaguely recall our helicopter flying above. It was just a something I'd only seen on TV before. Nothing I've ever experienced.
So at that point in time when you arrived, was the scene still active?
It was, yes.
Let's show you what's been admitted as People's 9. Is that screen in front of you working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is a map of the Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you pull up on scene, you made those observations. Tell us where you went next.
just understand there's a lot of the day that I don't recall very well. So I don't remember where I parked. But I do remember going through the front office entrance area. It would be, you see office 200? That door right there? Yep.
This door right
Yep. I do remember going through there. It was being held open by officers. And that's where I met then Lieutenant Todd Hill, who was the incident commander.
Okay, what's an incident commander?
So Lieutenant Hill had assumed incident command because, as you can imagine, I explained to you, there was so much disorganization in the early, we had no idea what we were responding to. My police radio was blowing up with calls of, we think there's an additional shooter here. We think someone's fleeing from the scene here. It was chaos. So Lieutenant Hill assumed that role and started organizing resources for the sweeps of the school, for any secondary explosive devices or any additional shooters, to identify victims, things of that nature. So that was going on as I had arrived at the school.
So we've identified you as you've identified yourself as the officer in charge of the investigation.
That's correct.
That's different than incident commander, though?
Yes, the incident commander's role, especially in a case like this, because of the hundreds of emergency first responders that were flooding into the school, Lieutenant Hill, he's a captain now, so if I use him interchangeably, but Lieutenant Hill at the time handled the securing of the building, and evacuating wounded, injured, and because of my role in the Special Investigations Unit, the fact is that I was in charge of the Special Investigation Unit at the time, I assumed the role of the investigative lead, which is often referred to as the officer in charge.
Okay, if you could please give us a little bit of an idea of what an officer in charge typically does in this case.
So, an officer in charge of an investigation typically, at its most basic, we investigate the scene, meaning we determine what property needs to be or what evidence needs to be collected, what witnesses need to be identified and spoken to, identifying potential victims, things of that nature. We also work with the prosecutor's office to determine charging, whatever charges, if any, that are going to come from the incident.
Now, would it be fair to say that in this particular case, there's a massive amount of information?
Yeah, so one of the more problematic things about this case is the amount of information that was coming in. You can imagine social media tips and emails and everything like that, 911 calls coming in. It was information overload, and all the best we could do was, just try to process things as they came.
Now, it would be fair to say that you've reviewed the evidence in this case, at least in a supervised way.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to start off with your testimony where we left off the last few witnesses and go through the exhibits that have been admitted already. This is exhibit 361. So a little bit of background here.
While he's looking at that, I'll just say I've been on a lot of incident scenes with incident commanders. I have been an incident commander on scenes such as floods and stuff with the Red Cross.
Part of the
you basically just try to put one fire out at a time. If you're commanding of anything, you just take all the information, prioritize it, and then delegate the responsibilities and keep the wheel turning and do the best you can. I sure hope the defense does not pick this person apart on what they did. You do the best you can in the situation.
If I can back up just a second.
Sure.
So as the OIC, there was a point in time where I advised that and it was just announced basically that if you're an investigator, come see me, because I knew there were so many things to jobs that needed to be done. So a handful of investigators were sent to different hospitals, area hospitals, whether we knew that there were victims there or not. We had some reason to believe that there were victims being shipped everywhere. Lieutenant Marsban was handling once that the shooter was identified, handling the scene at the shooter's address. Special Agent Brandon had come up to assist me in identifying the murder weapon. So there was just, and I actually had a scribe next to me just jotting down as fast as she could when I would make an assignment, who was doing it and what the assignment was, because it was a ton of information.
So I think we'll back it up a little bit further.
Okay.
Now
Control chaos is what it was at his point.
Yes.
Okay. When was it?
He was charged with involuntary manslaughter. I believe it was around noon on December 3rd.
Okay. So the shooting was Tuesday, November 30th, Wednesday, December 1st, Thursday the 2nd, Friday the 3rd.
That's correct.
Okay. Now tell us, sir, what happens when someone is charged with a felony?
So when the prosecutor authorizes the charge, gives it to the officer in charge, I take it before a judge, and I swear to the facts of the case. It's called a swear to. And then the judge determines whether or not the information held within that complaint and warrant is sufficient to support a charge.
Okay. Is that public or is that done in private?
That's all public.
And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
Okay. You personally?
I did.
And was there also swear to of the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay. That would have been Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay. Was that likewise public?
Yes, it was.
And when I say public, I mean open to the public.
There were, yes, open to the public and media present.
Okay. Was James Crumbley there for that, for his son's swear?
Objection on irrelevance.
Judge, the jury's going to give an instruction regarding 4.4. A lot of the evidence is regarding the timeline of where they were from November the 30th to December the 4th.
I think where they were and the knowledge they had is relevance.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, Wednesday, December the 1st, there was a swear to of the defendant's son?
That's correct.
Okay. And was James Crumbley there for that?
He was not in person, no.
And he was on Zoom?
He was on a Zoom from his what appeared to be his vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've already heard from Dave Hendrick, who was, at the time, the sergeant in charge of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Fugitive Apprehension Team. Part of your role as detective lieutenant, would that be supervising the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you assign him with his task of locating James and Jennifer Crumbley on Thursday, December the 2nd?
I did.
Okay, and tell me about that.
So, as I stated earlier, the officer in charge of cases presents information basically to make it clear to the prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney, in discussions with the officer in charge, determines what, if any, charges are going to come from it. We, at the time the shooter was charged, volumes of information was going into the prosecutor's office, and there was discussions on December the 2nd about the possibility of charging the shooter's parents with involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, is that why you made that call to Sergeant Hendrick, retired Sergeant Hendrick?
Yeah, what we knew at the time, the only thing that I knew at the time, and again, there was a lot of irons in the fire. The only thing I knew at the time is they weren't at their residence. They weren't actively staying at their residence. So I thought it was important that we try to locate them.
Okay. So now going back to Exhibit 361 on the screen here, you had mentioned that you had assigned Lieutenant Marsban with a search warrant of the defendant's home at 112 East in Oxford.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so that occurred on Tuesday, November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you made aware that their phones were seized as part of that search?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about track phone or burner phone, how they're referred to interchangeably. Were you
So apparently this is the receipt for the phone.
Those phones?
I was, yes.
And
Their
so what's
phones
the
were
exhibit?
confiscated
So
when
this
they
is a
served the
receipt
search
from,
warrant on the
Walmart
home.
in Lapeer, Michigan, and for the purchase of the track phones.
Okay, so just for a timeline, this is at November 30th, 21, 8:01 p.m.
That's correct.
This is exhibit 362. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt for the Holiday Inn Express for the, so the shooting was on the 30th. They checked in on the 30th and they departed on the next day.
Okay. And do you recall where this Holiday Inn Express was located?
Yes, that's the Holiday Express in Lapeer.
Now, they checked out on Wednesday, December the 1st. Did you learn where they stayed at?
I did.
Okay, this is exhibit 365. What is this?
Yes, this is the receipt for the extended stay, check-in date for in Auburn Hills. The check-in date is December 1st and the checkout date was December 3rd.
The December 1st is the Wednesday, the 3rd is the Friday. Is this location, we heard from retired Sergeant Hendrick about a vehicle being abandoned. Is this the location he's referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in 366. What do we have here?
This is the vehicle we come to learn to be.
That is one of the vehicles that belong to the Crumbleys.
They checked out on Friday, December the 3rd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, please, the relative location from this particular hotel to the closest police department.
The Auburn Hills Police Department from that location is basically across the street. It's not far.
Now, regarding Exhibit 361, just so we're clear, it's your understanding that they were actually told to purchase these phones, is that correct?
That is correct. So, Detective Sergeant Bryan, who testified earlier, he had advised them, or maybe it was Lieutenant Marsban, I can't recall, but said, "Hey, look, we're taking your phones at this point as evidence," and which is common. And then we often advise them, so you have a means of communication, because people don't typically have house phones anymore. We just automatically tell them usually to just pick up a couple of track phones.
And were they permitted to obtain contact?
I'm going to have my lunch. I'll be right back.
Yes, they were.
Now, specifically on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, did you or members of your team uncover evidence that James and Jennifer Crumbly obtained cash through withdrawals?
That's correct.
Okay, this is Exhibit 367. What are we looking at here?
This is a withdrawal from Flagstar on December 2nd for the amount of $2,000.
Now, Mr. Rogowski testified about the burner phones, also mentioned replacement phones, so new phones with the old numbers ported to them. Did you learn when James and Jennifer Crumbly purchased those?
I did.
Exhibit 368. What are we looking at here?
This is a T-Mobile in Owasso, Michigan, and this is the receipt on December 2nd at 11 a.m., 11:17 a.m., and this is where they purchased new phones with their original phone numbers on them.
Okay, so this is Thursday, December 2nd. At this point, they were staying at that hotel in Auburn Hills next to the police station, and this was purchased in Owasso, Michigan?
That is correct.
Do you know the relative distance between the two locations?
It's about an hour's drive per Google Maps.
Okay, each direction?
Yes, sorry.
So we saw the record that indicated they checked out of that Auburn Hills hotel on Friday, December 3rd. Did you uncover evidence that they had obtained more cash that day?
Yes, I did.
This is Exhibit 367. What are we looking at here?
This is a withdrawal from Flagstar on December 3rd for the amount of $4,000.
Was evidence uncovered to suggest that they had transferred money from their son's account?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 370. What is this?
This is a Flagstar withdrawal from Simply Kids Savings. There's two withdrawals. There's 1129.
In the amount of what?
$292. And then there's a second withdrawal on the 30th the following day of $3,000.
Okay, what was the balance left in this Simply Kids savings account?
The remaining balance was 99 cents.
That was the day of the shooting, the 30th?
The 30th, yes, sir.
So they're liquidating their assets the day of the shooting.
Do you know where the defendant and his wife went after they left the Auburn Hills Hotel?
Now,
Yes,
she
once
said
they
for
left the Auburn
attorneys,
Hills
but
Hotel, they went to,
I doubt it
the
when
address in Detroit on Bell.
they're caught a couple of days later with all the money
Curtly and
in another town
police officer 1111 Bellevue in Detroit.
an hour
11
away.
Bell.
I'm going to show you portions of surveillance video. We saw some of this earlier. This is different clips. This is exhibits 371 and 372. So 371 is first. And again, so we know the time stamp is actually 22 minutes off. I think we've already clarified that.
This is I think the place. Yeah, this is where they were hiding out.
So the record is clear. The actual time here is 10:58 a.m. Is that your understanding as well, sir?
Yes, it is.
And just tell us, please, sir, when you see anybody you recognize.
The man walking with his phone, I believe, is the leasee of the suite or room or whatever that the Crumbleys were staying in.
So the suite 130.
130.
I want to know what's the connection
The vehicle
with
coming in
him
is the vehicle
and the
that
Crumbleys.
we
Okay,
identified
so
as
he's
Jennifer
directing them. He
Crumbly.
knew they were there, so it wasn't breaking and entering like I thought. He knew them. He let them in. Why isn't he being arrested for aiding and abetting a fugitive?
That's right.
The plot thickens. Yeah, I couldn't understand why they weren't charged with breaking and entering when they didn't. They were being helped. So what did they do to that guy?
Yeah.
I recognize both individuals.
Tell us who, please.
James Crumbly and Jennifer Crumbly.
And where is the defendant, James Crumbly? Video.
He's
Well, that answers that question for me.
he's walking up.
Right here.
Correct.
Now, this is the location they were found at 1:30 a.m. the next day. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes.
1111 Bell. Okay.
Yep.
Now, that car was pulled in with the front facing forward. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. Did you come to learn that the defendant moved that car subsequent to pulling up at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 372.
So the gentleman that let them in is no longer there. It's empty. He's going to come. I think he's going to turn it around and back it in.
That's correct.
I want to know more about this guy. Okay, so they had help. I don't recall that from the guy before.
According to your testimony, this would be about 4 hours after he was charged with 4 homicide offenses.
That's correct.
Aaron, I would object to that question. Mr. Keats indicated that James Crumbly was charged with homicide offenses.
This is a homicide.
I think we've been clear that this is an involuntary manslaughter case, Your Honor.
It's
It
a homicide.
it goes by both things. The title of the charge is homicide involuntary manslaughter. Correct. You're both right.
May I answer?
Yeah, please.
So that was at 4:17. At 4 o'clock was the time that the judge had ordered the defendant and his wife to turn themselves in.
Okay, so when it became clear that they hadn't turned themselves in, was their license plate made public?
Yes, it was.
Was the license plate in the front or the back?
In Michigan, we only require the license plate on the rear of the vehicle. I've worked fugitive investigations. Oftentimes, fugitives will back into a spot to attempt to hide their license plate, and also it's easier to get away if necessary.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. But
My
there
precious
were no
daughter bringing me my
arrangements to have a surrender with this defendant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at the time this occurred, there was no plan with law enforcement to turn himself.
No, sir.
And in fact, someone with a valid felony arrest warrant, they don't get to choose when they get to turn themselves in.
Absolutely not.
Now, sir, I'm going to go back to November the 30th, 2021. In the afternoon, you had already assumed investigative command.
What day was
Right,
that
Rent scene.
warrant issued? Was that the second or the third?
And you said you
Sorry.
met with Special Agent Brandon while on scene at the high school.
I got to go back and see what he said.
I tasked him with tracing. Well, frankly, he offered. He came to work fugitive to turn them. Judge had ordered the defendant and his wife to turn themselves in.
Okay, so when it became clear that they hadn't turned themselves in, was their license plate made public?
Yes, it was.
Was the license plate in the front or the back?
In Michigan, we only require the license plate on the rear of the vehicle. I've worked fugitive investigations. Oftentimes, fugitives will back into a spot to attempt to secure
That makes
hide
sense.
their license plate, and also it's easier to get away if necessary.
Yep, that makes sense. So they were ready to
Correct me
flee.
if I'm wrong, but there were no arrangements to have a surrender with this defendant or his wife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at the time this occurred, there was no plan with law enforcement to turn himself.
No, sir.
And in fact, someone with a valid felony arrest warrant, they don't get to choose when they get to turn themselves in.
Absolutely not.
Now, sir, I want to go back to November the 30th, 2021. In the afternoon, you had already assumed investigative command. Would that be right while you were on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you met with Special Agent Brandon while on scene at the high school?
I did.
Okay, and what did you task him with?
I tasked him with tracing. Well, frankly, he offered. He came to me and said, "Do you know who the registered owner of the gun was?" And at the time, I did not. He testified earlier, and you heard that it was secured in a garbage can. One of our officers, upon the arrest of the shooter, pulled out the garbage bag portion of it and took just the plastic waste bin and put the gun to keep it all centrally located because searches were still going on and whatever. That officer had turned it over to me. I took my post in the front office there. I sat it next to me. At some point during the day, Special Agent Brandon came to me and said, "Hey, have you identified the owner of this weapon yet?" And I had not. So he's like, "I'm the ATF. Sounded like a really good idea to have him track this down," and he got right on it.
Okay, and was that information relayed back to you fairly quickly?
It was.
And did you learn that that murder weapon was in fact purchased November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
Now, you learned the identity of the shooter while you were still in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you had tasked Lieutenant Marsban with securing the family home and securing search warrant.
Yes.
Now, at that time, did you know if there were any other casualties outside the school?
We did not. Like I said, I'd gotten some information from area hospitals that some wounded were coming in. So at that point, we're like, well, there's several hospitals in the general facility, so we had to assign officers out to different hospitals to make sure that we could locate and identify any potential victims.
Okay, so when you sent officers there, they didn't know what to find, what to expect?
No clue.
All right. Now, at some point, was there a concern about explosives in the school?
Yeah, so as I was stating earlier, I was getting sent and others were getting sent and observed Twitter, now X posts, Instagram posts, YouTube videos, and we had came across a YouTube video of the defendant's son making a secondary explosive device, potentially more commonly known as a Molotov cocktail, and detonating it. We, at the time, and we'll talk, I guess, about the journal, we found some information in the journal that suggests that there may be secondary devices in place within the school that prolonged my ability to go and investigate the scene of the crime, because we had to continually sweep to make sure the area was completely safe.
Okay. In fact, did you have to call in a specialized unit to handle that?
We did. Yes, Captain Hill, he activated the Michigan State bomb squad with their bomb dogs, and they came in with their robot.
Now, were you able to determine what room area of the school specifically the shooter left right before he began shooting?
Yes, it was the bathroom adjacent to room 258.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted to people 16. What are we looking at here?
This is the backpack and contents that the shooter was observed wearing walking into the bathroom prior to the shooting beginning.
Okay. Now, was this photograph taken after the location was made safe by the bomb squad?
That's correct.
Okay. And they didn't find any explosive devices?
They did not.
Okay. Now, what do you see in this picture? What was seized as evidence?
The most obvious thing is you see the book open. That is the shooter's journal.
Did you have the opportunity to review that journal?
I did. I have.
Were you able to identify it as being written by the shooter?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to make that identification?
There's, first of all, his name's in it. That was the most glaring way to identify that it was his. His writing is unique, and it matched some homework and other writings that we saw. There's references to several incidents that occurred in the school within the month of November, things of that nature.
Okay, so you, from the content of the journal itself, you're able to put a time frame on when the journal was likely written?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that.
The first date written would have been November 9th. But it did reference incidents that happened before that.
Okay. In the month of November?
In the month of November,
Okay.
yes.
As well as incidents that happened after that in the month of November?
Yes, sir.
How many pages of writing are contained in that journal?
22.
Okay. So is it filled with writing from front to back, or is it at different parts, or how is it?
No, it actually appears to be written from back to front, and it stops about a quarter way through.
Okay. Now, on the 22 pages, is there, I guess, a title page or something to signify the end of the journal, end of the writing?
Yes. I mean,
okay.
To answer your question simply, yes.
So out of the pages with writing in that journal, how many contain reference to the school shooting?
All 22.
Now, for the record, I'm going to show you some of these slides. some of these passages rather from the journal, and I'm going to refer to them by page number. And just so you're clear, sir, they're indicated page 1 from where the writing starts to page 22, which would be the back binding of that journal. Is that accurate?
Understood, yes.
Now, is the journal in written format or drawings contained as well?
Both.
Were there any passages in this journal that you noted indicative of the shooter's request for mental health?
Yes.
People's 359. Can you read what's written in this passage?
Yes. I have zero help, and help is bolded, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
Okay, y'all.
Page 6.
That's pretty damn clear.
Exhibit page 5.
Page 6.
Yes. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help.
This is very damning evidence against his father.
19. What does it say?
My parents won't listen to me about help or a therapist.
Now, were there any journal entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes, sir.
Same exhibit, page 3. Can you tell us what this is, please?
Yes. The shooter writes, so we should be bound to get my SD 9VE soon.
Okay. Now that's
Sig Sauer.
SD9VE. Did you see that anywhere else in this case?
Yes, I did.
This is people's 85 and 86. What do we see here?
No, that's the other
This is
gun.
a picture of a Smith & Wesson,
Smith & Wesson.
model number FD9VE that was for sale, that was extracted from the defendant's phone.
Okay. And Mr. Rogowski testified this was from Monday, November the 8th, sent from the defendant's son to the defendant in a message that was deleted. Are you here for that testimony?
Yes, I was.
Now back to the journal. This is page 22. Can you please read us what this says?
Yes. Shooter writes, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon I am.
Okay, guys, I'm going to put up the trigger warning. This is very sensitive material. If you are easily triggered or have children that can be triggered, please do not watch this section. Please wait about 10 minutes and come back in. It will not offend me if people come in and out. I understand this is a very difficult trial to watch, and I primarily want you to take care of yourself first. Okay, trigger warning is up. We'll proceed.
Going to buy a 9mm pistol.
In exhibit page 17.
All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for.
And page 22.
I will have
This is the binding, right?
the binding, correct. I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school.
It wasn't hidden.
Page 15.
Unfortunately, my dad does not want me to get the 9mm gun, and we are having financial problems, RN for right now. And I don't have a job, so now I pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol, as they are effective for killing. But RN right now, all I got is a puny 22 LR Keltec that I don't know where my dad hid it.
Okay, we heard evidence.
Obviously wasn't hit too hard. It didn't even have a combination lock on it other than 000. He
That is
found
correct.
them.
Yep.
Were there journal entries regarding the shooter's plan?
Yes.
Here's page 3, same exhibit. Can you read this, please?
I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Sir, did you find any journal entries regarding the shooter's access to the 9mm?
Yes, I did.
Same exhibit. This is also page 3.
Excuse me. First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 6 hour 9mm. Second, the shooting is
Seems
tomorrow.
the shooting is
I
tomorrow.
have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed this for now, to now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Sir, we saw one of the journal entries that had the word help all bold, across a couple of lines. Were there any other writings or passages in that bolded format?
Yes, there were, sir.
Were there pictures in the journal as well?
Yes, there were.
Okay, like what?
There's a picture of what appears to be an arm fully extended out with a gun pointed to the back of what appears to be a female's head.
Was that a little picture or a large picture?
It took up about that much of the page.
I'm glad they're not showing it, but if they show the picture, I will not show that. One thing to show the journal writings, I'm not going to show pictures. Okay, they have pulled out the journal.
381, this is a demonstrative exhibit.
For those of you who've asked, the shooter did not go to trial. He did accept responsibility, pled guilty, and has life in prison without the possibility of parole. But now he is appealing the time. I'm like, why are you appealing your sentence? You pled guilty. You knew you're going for life. But it's his legal right to do so. Even though he pled guilty, he is appealing the sentence. I suppose the defense is going to come back and say, is it reasonable to think that a parent would have known that information? That they're going to try and say the parent didn't have access to the journal. Okay, if he shows the pictures, I'm going to not show that. I think that that's a little too far for some people.
That's what the picture here, 16 that we're referring to?
That's correct. If this was laid open.
Okay, so he just identified the journal as the journal that he saw in evidence.
Sir, we've heard evidence and we've heard the 911 call that James Crumbly made on Tuesday, November 30th at 1:34 p.m. You're aware of that call?
Yes, sir.
And you were in court when it was played?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we've also heard testimony that the Meyer and Ray Road next to the high school was the emergency location for Oxford High School parents in case of emergency at the high school.
The reallocation point, yes.
And did the police likewise notify the community of that as well?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you recall when that occurred?
I believe the first 911 call that the sheriff's office dispatch advised that the Meyer will be the relocation point was at approximately 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock in that day. So just 10 minutes or so after the shooting.
Okay, so the shooting began at 12:51 p.m. and 1 p.m. the same day?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware how many 911 calls were placed to dispatch in that time period?
Yeah.
Object, Your Honor, relevance.
I'm going to testify as to who identified the son of the shooter. How many people identified their son as the shooter?
Just one. Nobody else.
Was there more than one 911 call?
There was.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ray. How many 911 calls?
It gives the answer context.
I'm struggling to hear the judge. I'm sorry, y'all.
112 were able to be answered within the immediacy of the shooting.
Okay, now it was 112. How many identified their son as the suspect?
Just one, the defendant.
Okay, sir, as the officer in charge, you've reviewed the surveillance video.
Yes, I have.
Okay. We're going to play that now. Judge, could you please instruct the media not to film?
Can you remind me how long it is? I just wanted to saw.
It's just a few minutes, Judge.
And it might be a good idea to quick after. Can you not videotape the video that we're about to play? And I also want to alert any victims of anything.
Okay, they're going to show video that they do not want the court TV to be showing, which is good because if it was something, some things I won't show. So there's just some things that don't need to be shown over and over again and glorified.
Understand the date and time.
I too have my limitations. I do not need to leave here triggered.
This is at 12:46 p.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
And that's here, it's the correct, there's no audio.
Correct. There's no audio. Let me know, please, when you recognize the shooter in this frame.
So they are showing footage of the shooter. I really appreciate how this judge is running her courtroom. And as a father who's watching his son walk down the school corridor and shooting people, how can he sit and watch it? I do not know. I couldn't watch it, and if I did, I'd be falling apart.
For the record, this is 12:46 p.m.
Correct.
Mm.
And this video is skips with time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can tell this is a little difficult. I'm watching his father. His breathing's increased. He's swallowed hard. He's been some blinking. If I was his lawyer, I would have desensitized him to this video. Unlike with his wife, the lawyer nor the wife had seen the video and were crying out loud in court and had to take a break. No emotional outbursts are allowed in court, and it was tough. Yeah, you can see he's disturbed. He's having a very difficult time not crying. I on one hand, I can't imagine what it would be like to have a child do what his child did. It's horrible. And the victims are harmed, but so is the shooter's family. They've lost their son in a different way, but the loss is still there. I understand they're on trial because they did not properly secure the weapons. They bought him the gun. They have some accountability in this, but it doesn't make it any easier to watch the video. I'm going to see if I can I track forward a little bit through this? Okay, now we're live. That must be excruciating. I would try to skim through this, but I'm at live feed. Can't move it forward anymore. While we're doing this, thank you all again for joining me. I'm Ada Kay. I'm fairly new with this court podcast or YouTubing. It is a new and wonderful journey. I have another YouTube channel called Jail Widow. I'm using this to educate myself and all my equipment. I also love court. I am looking at possibly going into law school. I got to finish a bachelor's degree, so this is a part of my life that I thoroughly enjoy. And I have hundreds of hours of observing in courts, and I have testified multiple times. So I have some education in it. I'm not a lawyer. I do not profess to be one. Any and all opinions or comments that I make are mine and mine alone. I am looking at this as your alternate juror, and I am just speaking what I feel and observe. There are some things that I know about this case because I've watched the cases from his son being pleading and sentencing through his wife's trial, and now his. As you can tell, he is genuinely very upset, and I could not imagine being in his shoes. And any parent who can sit there stone face cold and not show any kind of emotion, I would be concerned about. But he's trying really, really hard to keep it together, and I don't blame him in the least. For those of you who don't know, I am deaf without my hearing aids. I have special ears that I can hear, and my little service dog down here, she's not too little, 50-pound lab, is loving on me. She's sensing that I too can get emotional with this. I definitely feel it. Okay, we're done.
You can sit down, but you may not discuss your testimony with someone.
So they're going to take a break, which is a good idea. Okay, they are on break. I think she said till 1, which is, I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to put a little music in the background, and I am going to be right back. I am back. Do I have sound? No. Would help if I had my ears in. Okay. Alrighty then. So I'm back, y'all. Thanks for joining me. It has been a long morning. Gotten some good testimony in. I think about the only thing that caught me off guard out of all this testimony, because I don't recall it from the Jennifer Crumbly trial. I'm fixing my ears, guys. I'm sorry. Was the fact that the person who owned the art studio let them in the building. See, I thought they broke in. I couldn't figure out who in the world would just let them in the studio. Who just, So apparently it was a friend or somebody they knew let them stay there. So that's why they didn't get breaking and entering charges. I don't know if the person got brought up on charges for interfering with fugitives or whatever that's called. Oh, I have had many questions about my cups. I have a lot of them. I probably have enough. I'm not going to confess my addiction to the Starbucks mugs, but this is one of my favorite. And if you notice, you can see where my drink is because it's gold, but on top it's more clear. So it kind of reacts to what you have in it. And a lot of my viewers have sent it to me over the years from my Facebook page. So I do welcome mugs, Starbucks tumblers. My favorite. I shall return, y'all. I'm back. I unfortunately do have to get up and get the door when it rings. I am in my business, and sometimes we have people come to our door, whether it be packages or customers. So I had to go get the door. But we're in a break, so that's okay. It looks like they're going to get ready to bring him back in. It was only like a 10-minute break. I really appreciate y'all hanging with me. I'm enjoying this. I am awaiting for the moment that he takes the stand, although I am not sure he is going to take the stand. That will be an interesting thing, because I would love to get the transcript of his wife's testimony, but whoo, doggy, that's expensive. Unless it's online. I might be able to. Maybe not. Maybe not. We'll try. Let's see. Oh, and that's right. Jennifer Crumbly did have an affair with another man. I don't know how to get the transcript. Although she did say she wished he would have killed her and her husband instead. One thing about her testimony, and once again, that it really impacted a lot of people, is when she was asked if she could do anything different with her son. She said no. That would be the last answer I would get. Hindsight's always 20/20, and even with my own children, if somebody asked me if I'd do anything different with my own children, I'd say yes. There's multiple. Yeah, of course we always will do something different. None of us is perfect. So for me, I just was really put off and shocked, and was not happy about that comment in the least. I think she's probably regretting that comment. I think that is going to be a comment that is probably going to haunt her for a long time. People really struggled with that. Now, she stated, and they haven't brought it in, so maybe he will talk about it, James Crumbly, if he testifies. She said the reason they didn't hear anything that was going on when the SWAT team was going through the building and using the battering ram to open the door and all that, until they got to their room, they did not use a battering ram. They entered quietly. But the thing is that she said that they had taken some medication, and then she gave a shot to help sleep. Y'all, I want to know what she had, because I don't ever sleep that sound. I'm deaf. I feel the vibrations, any kind of vibration in my room, my bed, I'm up. When I could hear, you can hear somebody. I was at an apartment complex, and 2 doors down, they served a search warrant. And it was like 4 and 5 in the morning, just before sunup. Everybody on that side of the building heard it. The yelling, the screaming, the battering ram, the whole 9 yards. You cannot tell me you slept through that, but she says she did. So there's some movement going on in court. I am watching the live feed from Court TV. Thank you so much, Court TV, for your live feed. I greatly appreciate that. What we could do without your live feed, I don't know. I'm going to go ahead and do a swoop. I know I got to lengthen it. Sorry. But at least it's there. I am going to... I don't know why I can't edit. Let's see what my band calls. So for those of you who don't know me very well, like I said earlier, I'm just starting this journey. I think I've only done about 4 lives. This is my 5th day, 6th day. I did 2 days of the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the last day, and then the verdict. So those were 2 live YouTube feeds. And then I've done, this is day 3 of the James Crumbly trial. So this is a lot of new equipment, a lot of new adjustments. So if you want to comment and say, hey, can't hear so well, or doing a good job, or whatever you want to say, please do so. I am feeding on multiple platforms. So if you don't see a comment here and I say there's a comment, it's on the other platform. So did the music stop? Nope, it's still going. I am trying the new music background. I have a Rodecaster Pro 2. It has a bunch of different cool things on it. So this is one of my favorite things on it. Let me stop it. Sorry about that. There we go. This is my get up and let's stretch music. Get up, stretch, get yourself something to drink, move your body a little bit, wake yourself up. If you've been sitting for a long time, like I have. Doesn't play super long, but it's... So anyway, we have that. And then I have over here, I need to move these around. I can customize them, but...
Really? You didn't know that someone was coming into the building? For the battery? Okay. So this is the voice changer.
I also have this one. I think it sounds like the voice of God. No, just kidding.
Turn it off. And then I have what the... That's always fun and ducking, whatever that does. And then I have different, like megaphone and monster and robots. I won't use that at all. We have crickets. I should do that with my swoop-de-doop. Ready? And that works. I just don't have any sound in it. Of course, we have the applause. What did you say? Back that up, buddy. That's a record scratch. Okay, the foghorn, you know. But I got to be honest with you guys. I know I'm playing around. This is my favorite. We need to name the goat. When the muckery is too much. Absolutely love him. Got it from a friend of mine. She saw another podcast have it and she thought it was cute. So, yeah. And then some of you have already seen this. And then I have a countdown. I also have another one right here. But it's only a background, so I can't use it. I need to get more backgrounds. I need to figure that out. I got to figure out what I want to do with all that. So it looks like we're coming back. Yay! All right. We're coming back. So we're back. That was a nice little break. Once again, he has to put his tie on there because he can't take it back with him. The lawyer is always so sweet to assist. You know, I will say, I like his lawyer better than his wife's lawyer. Now, his lawyer and his wife's lawyer both were in the same firm. They were partners. They have since dissolved that so they can each independently represent. I think she is doing a far better job than the other attorney did. I felt that the other attorney, to me, just raked my nerves. But this particular attorney, what bothers me is how she reiterates every little thing in testimony, even their experiences, their backgrounds, but she's thorough. I give her that. I can definitely tolerate her than the wife one for sure. I thought if you want to see the craziness, go watch some of that Jennifer Crumbly trial. But I really do appreciate the due diligence of his attorney. I just feel that we don't need to restate someone's qualifications and everything. But it is what it is. That's not playing. Okay.
You need to see it.
Got it.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, it's the video we just saw had some split screens in that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so we're clear, that was Mr. Wobrowski testified to nearly 100 surveillance cameras. And he spliced the video together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was just picking the same time, but just different angles, the same hallway.
That's correct.
Here, could you tell us, please, who was wounded on November 30th?
The wounded was Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Kali Osage, Molly Darnell, John Ashudo, and Aiden Watson.
He has them memorized. Poor guy. Those are the victims that did not live.
Sir, what have I handed you?
This is the autopsy protocol for Hannah St. Juliana.
Who was killed November the 30th, 2021?
That's correct.
This is Exhibit 5. Sir, how old was Hannah?
She was 14.
How did she die?
I'm going to reject the reading of the autopsy protocol.
He's not reading. He's not reading up.
They're being admitted as exhibits 1 through 4, correct?
That's correct.
Right. I think it was a question.
I will not be showing you
She
the
died of
autopsy
multiple gunshots.
exhibits if they're shown, out of respect for the families.
Exhibit 2.
Bad enough they have to sit through this. I don't want anyone getting a hold of this video later.
This is
and
the
having to
autopsy
see it.
protocol for Madison Baldwin.
People sick on the screen.
Yes.
How did she die, sir?
She had a gunshot wound to the head.
She was 17 years old.
Yes, sir.
It's Exhibit 3.
So what about you?
Autopsy protocol for Tate Muir, and he was 16 years old. He died from multiple gunshot wounds.
That's an autopsy protocol?
Yes, sir. This is for Justin Schilling. He was 17 years old. Died of a gunshot wound to the head.
And those are the 4 students who were killed inside Oxford High School.
Oh, poor father.
That's correct.
That would be a lot for me to hear.
No,
Ross.
Good afternoon.
Go back to November 30th, 2021, when you were made aware of the shooting at Oxford High School.
Okay,
You testified today that you were at the prosecutor's office,
I was.
and you were advised, you said by the prosecutor and your chief assistant, that was the chief prosecutor, Ms. McDonald,
Correct.
and her chief assistant came to the office where you were discussing other things.
We were in a conference room in their office, and they came. Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about these swear-tos that were conducted both for the charges made against him and the charges alleged against his son as well, the charge made against his son. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And the prosecutor confirmed with you that the process for the swear-to is open to the public.
That's correct.
You said that both the public and the media were present at the swear-tos for both Mr. Crumbly's son and also Mr. Crumbly.
That's right.
For Mr.
And also
Crumbly's
the
son,
wife.
You made note that Mr. Crumbly was not present in person for the swear-to in the arraignment.
Yes, I stated he was he was there on Zoom.
And if you recall, his son was also on Zoom for the arraignment. Is that correct?
His son was in custody. Yeah,
But he was not there in person in custody, if you recall.
that's correct.
I think it's COVA protocol that they be on
The
Zoom.
Oxford shooting on November 30th, 2021. Do you recall receiving tips and receiving information and were made aware of concerns for the safety of James and Jennifer Crumbly after their son's name had been made public? If you recall.
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that their residence had been identified publicly?
I don't recall it, but if I can explain, I think I do know that there was media was there, but I don't recall it being released anywhere, if that makes sense.
And I'm not suggesting that law enforcement release that location. Obviously, you talked about the social media posts,
Yes.
that there was a lot of information coming into you and your department. There was a lot of information being made public that wasn't necessarily true. There was a lot going on at the time on November 30th of 2021.
Fair enough.
Separate from the tragedy at the school.
That's fair.
You said that on December 2nd of 2021, that you and the prosecutor's office were having discussions about possibly charging James and Jennifer Crumbly.
That's correct.
You know that at some point on December 2nd of 2021, not necessarily the nature of not the content of the discussions, but the nature of the discussions about potentially charging was made public.
I'm not familiar with that.
If you recall, there were media reports and information put out into the media that James and Jennifer may be facing charges.
That may be true. At that point, I was completely involved. Like, there was things that came out in the media that people tell me about today I have no idea about, because I wasn't
Yes, and you had a lot going on, and
Not his
obviously
circus,
when I
not
asked
his
you the question,
monkey.
I'm just asking you
I
comments
understand.
about what you know.
He was doing other things.
You knew on December 2nd, you testified today that you knew on December 2nd of 2021 that James and Jennifer Crumbly were not staying at their residence.
Yes.
You knew that they'd left on November 30th of 2021.
Correct.
And that was before charges had been announced against them,
Yes.
and before there was any sort of information that may have been put into the media that charges may be forthcoming.
Yes.
That was in fact the day of the actual Oxford High School shooting that they stopped staying at their residence.
To my understanding, yes.
The prosecutor showed you Exhibit 362, which is a Holiday Inn Express receipt, correct?
Yes.
And
This has
if
all
you
already been
recall,
founded.
The room was registered to Jennifer Crumbly,
I believe you.
if you recall.
I don't recall, but I believe you.
Yeah.
You know that at some point on December 1st, James and Jennifer left. Oh, and before I go past that, you also know that on November 30th that James and Jennifer Crumbly obtained those track phones from the Walmart in Lapeer.
Yes.
And you
Because their
listed that
phones were
receipt as well.
taken.
Yes.
And you testified that you learned during your investigation that there was a conversation either with Detective Sergeant Brian or Lieutenant Marziban about James and Jennifer obtaining those phones.
Yes.
And the purpose was because they had given their phones to law enforcement and they didn't have any way to communicate with people, if you recall the information they were given.
They were taken in a search warrant. Whether they gave them to, I guess, is subjective. But yeah, we obtained them, and it's my understanding the advice given to them, which again isn't uncommon, is that purchase some track phones so you could maintain communications.
But they had 4 phones,
Exhibit
not 2.
365,
So
you
they
know
had
that on
more than the 2 turned in.
December 1st of 2021, that James and Jennifer left that Holiday Inn in Lapeer and checked into an extended stay in Auburn Hills.
What day did you say?
December 1st of 2021.
Yes.
Now, Lapeer, for those who aren't familiar, is north of Oxford.
It is.
It's north of Auburn Hills.
It is.
So they left the Lapeer area and came down to Auburn Hills, which is 15 minutes south of Oxford. I could be wrong about the time.
Thereabouts.
But you referenced Lapeer essentially borders Oxford,
Okay.
and
On the
north side, and then you got Rochester. 20 minutes. I don't know.
Okay, I won't lock you into a time. But they came and they
Depends on
came
time of day.
south,
Traffic,
still
no
open
traffic,
time,
accident,
correct?
no accident, but approximately.
You noted specifically that there was an Auburn Hills Police Department across the street from the extended stay.
Yes.
Now, you know that Jennifer and James Crumbly checked out of the extended stay on December 3rd of 2021,
Yes.
which was that Friday.
Yes.
You don't know what time they left the hotel, correct?
The checkout's on the. But do I know? No.
You know what time checkout is.
Yes.
Based on the receipt and the documents, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know what time they left. Whether it was at checkout or before, you have no idea.
That's right.
At some point on in Exhibit 368 is the T-Mobile receipts from the T-Mobile in Owasso.
Okay.
Those are dated December 2nd of 2021.
Okay.
If you recall.
Yes, I do.
And there was some conversation about the distance that Owasso is from Auburn Hills, because on December 2nd of 2021, James and Jennifer Crumbly have been staying at the extended stay in Auburn Hills.
Yes, and I believe they went to Owasso to get their phones.
Right. They drove to Owasso to get their phones and then went back to the extended stay, from what you understand.
Yes.
So they didn't stay in Owasso, correct? Overnight, to your knowledge.
No.
Now, you are aware that after the Oxford High School shooting, there were a variety of reactions and emotions to what occurred at Oxford High School.
Yes.
There was terror.
From whom?
Anyone at the school.
More than likely.
There was anger.
Are you
I'm
just
speaking
talking in general?
In general.
I would guess after an incident like that, every emotion imaginable could be put out there.
You're aware that once the identity of the shooter at Oxford High School was made public, you were also made aware during your investigation that a lot of that anger, or some of that anger, was directed toward the parents of the shooter, James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Definitely, possibly.
I can't say specifically, no.
It's reasonable to assume so.
The video from 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. You noted that there was a difference of 22 minutes on the timestamp on the video from the actual time.
Yeah. Yes.
So the video was 22 minutes ahead of what the actual clock time was, if you recall.
I think that's right.
That makes sense because some of the time
video,
that they were saying was off.
371 showed that James and Jennifer arrived at approximately 10:59 a.m. at 1111 Bellevue.
Okay.
And that was prior to the swear-to that you testified was conducted at noon.
That I believe it was around noon, correct?
Okay. And again, I'm not asking you to lock in on the exact time, if it was 12:01 or 12:02 or whatever the time may be, but 10:59 is obviously before around noon.
It is.
And the two videos that you were shown, the exhibit 372 is after 4 p.m., where it shows that James Crumbly walked out of the building and turned the car around and then went back in the building.
Yes. Was it 417 or something like that? 416?
So the two clips that you saw, there were actually many, many clips from throughout that day, if you recall, that you reviewed as part of your investigation.
Yes.
In fact, as part of your investigation, you reviewed those clips and know that one or both of James and or Jennifer Crumbly were in and out of that building on more than one occasion on December 3rd of 2021.
She's trying to set up that they weren't
I don't
hiding.
recall.
If they were hiding, they wouldn't be moving in and out of
Do
the
you
building.
recall the video of James specifically leaving the building to smoke and going back in on more than one time?
You'd have to see
I
it.
can't say. I don't know.
And we heard you were in here when Investigator Creer testified,
Yes.
and he talked about finding, I believe he said 14 cigarette butts next to the Kia
Yes.
in the 1111 Bellevue parking lot.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So you don't specifically recall whether or not James and Jennifer did leave the building. You don't recall whether they didn't. It's fair to say you just don't recall.
That's right.
You testified that at 4 o'clock, a judge ordered James and his wife to turn themselves in.
Yes.
You don't know whether James had knowledge of that order from the judge.
I mean, it's safe. I mean,
No, he does not have personal
there's
knowledge,
some evidence in my mind that points to that he was aware.
but he can't put his finger on it.
You did not see anything in your review of the case and of the evidence that you've obtained in this case to suggest that James was not going to turn himself. And I'm not asking about anything that you've seen that you may or may not be able to talk about, but I'm asking specifically, you haven't seen anything to suggest that they weren't going to turn
I have
themselves.
to object to the form of the question. You can't try to pigeonhole a witness if he has more information and then limit the answer to his basic knowledge.
Well, it's kind of a long question too, so, but you're specifically asking him.
Your Honor, I'll rephrase my questions a little bit because it was multiple questions. You asked, and we heard the testimony, you asked retired Sergeant Hendrick to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley on December 2nd of 2021.
That's correct.
That was on the date that there were discussions about potentially charging James and Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
On December 3rd of 2021, they had not been located at that time, earlier in the day.
What time?
Before dark.
No, they weren't located.
They were
to my
located-
knowledge, they weren't located.
Right. To your knowledge, they were located later in the day, and we heard the testimony about that information, correct?
Yes.
You testified about a video, I believe you said it was posted on Twitter, of the shooter, a Molotov cocktail or something?
It was, I believe it was a YouTube video.
Okay. You have no information that James was aware of that video?
No.
Now, Exhibit 16 is a photograph of the backpack and contents in the bathroom that we looked at.
Okay.
The photo shows that the journal that was in the backpack was open, and I believe you testified that was opened by law enforcement.
To be honest, I'm not, so if I can recap that, the Michigan State Police bomb squad went in there. They arranged the items to my understanding, and that's how, the first time I saw that, that's how it was.
Okay, so you don't have any specific knowledge about how that was opened or who opened it. You just know that when you saw the contents, that's how they were, as they were in the photo.
It's reasonable to believe that they did open the contents,
You
dump them out,
identified
and
the
open
journal
the
as
binder.
that of the shooter
Oh,
because
the
his
journal.
name was in it.
Yes. Among other things.
Right. You said also the writing matched the homework that you saw and things of that nature. The first date that you have written in the journal you testified was November 9th of 2021.
I believe that's right.
You indicated that there were references to incidents prior to November 9th of 2021, but you don't specifically know what the dates were that those incidents were written about. Is that fair?
Fair.
I think I might,
Based on reading the journal.
based on everything I've read.
Okay. So based on everything you have about all the knowledge you have about the case that you learned after November 30th of 2021, you may have additional information.
Yes.
True.
But looking at the journal, you can't tell from the dates. There aren't dates other than November 9th of 2021, and I think there might be a couple other ones referencing the shooting.
You're correct.
Okay.
Okay, he's having a hard time following her question. She does talk a little bit like this, and it's really hard to
The journal
understand her.
appears to be written from back to front. So opening the front cover, there would be no writing, but if you flip to the back, then it's the 22 pages from the back forward that have writing on them.
It seems that way, yes.
That's one way to hide
And
it.
again, I think this is an obvious question, but I'm going to ask you. You have no indication that James Crumbley was aware that that journal existed, correct?
He did know. He told his son,
No, I
whoa.
think he knew it existed.
That journal existed.
Yes, he knew it existed because the counselor in the counseling office, the counselor stated that when they were discussing the math homework where the weapon and the body and all that was drawn on it, the father was having a conversation with his son that he could always talk to him, he could journal, he could do certain things. The father was more than well aware, and the mother, that their son had this journal. No, he knew. He stated it himself in front of two other people. He knew of the journal.
Yeah, he mentioned it in his counseling session that why didn't you write, you can write in your journal.
Right, and we heard from the counselor and we heard from the dean of students, who both testified that there was a mention of a journal, but that there were no specifics given. It doesn't say the journal in your backpack, the one you always keep with you. He didn't provide colors. He didn't provide.
I understand she's doing her job.
We saw
She's doing her job.
Photos that were taken, that there were additional notebooks and could be journals in
Creating
the
reasonable
shooter's
doubt
bedroom.
that he knew.
References the journal. The school counselor and the dean of students mentioned a journal, testified about a journal. They indicated that James Crumbly said, you have a journal. But there's no specifics given about what that journal is. Is that fair?
That was a long question.
It was a very long question. Yeah.
Is it true or not true that there was no description of the journal given To identify it.
Whether James had any knowledge of what the journal looked like, if he knew what was in it, or anything like that.
No.
I mean, she's doing a good job on her end. I don't like it.
Specifically pages 15 and 22 that we have that were admitted as Exhibit 359. On page 15, if you recall, the shooter is writing about wanting a 9mm, and then he's mad because he wants to get it because that's what he wants for the school shooting, correct?
Can we put it
Yes. In fact, I can hand this to
That-
you because I don't have it electronically. May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. It's flipped open to page 15.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm sorry, what was your question, Counselor?
Page 15.
Okay.
There's some mention about the shooter wanting a 9mm gun. He wants it for the school shooting. And he's mad that he hasn't got it yet.
I'm not.
We did see this
He's pissed.
early in
Pissed is the word
testimony.
used, correct?
He's pissed. He didn't have
15 also
his
includes the statement,
weapon that he wanted.
He mentions the Caltech and says he has to find where his dad hid it.
Yes, that's what it says.
If you would.
So she's stating that he acknowledges the shooter that his dad was hiding the weapons.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say this. Hiding and hiding are two different things. The son did know where the weapons were. And if he didn't, they were in places he could have easily found them. And the case in which that weapon that they just mentioned was in was a small, very small gun case. And the password was 000, which is the same password it came with when it was purchased. They did not change the password. So, we who have had children and we who have been children know all too well that if children want to find something, they're probably going to find it. It would behoove you, if it's a weapon, that you have a passcode that is not 0001112223333, etc. So for me, I really struggle with this because I understand the defense is defending him and trying to put reasonable doubt and trying to say, well, it was hidden and he said it was hidden. He couldn't find it. But in the end, his father bought him a 9mm Sig Sauer weapon that he planned and begged for and premeditated this entire shooting. It was not put away and hidden because the son knew exactly where it was. So this negates the hiding of the other weapons. In my humble opinion. Once again, I'm just an alternate juror. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice or legal commentary. This is just what I personally see and hear. If I was sitting in that courtroom, these are my thoughts that would be going through my mind. I don't know what they're getting ready to play, but I'm ready to block it if need be. Once again, I will not be showing anything that has autopsy, anything that has anything that
So there's
could
the page
upset
15
the
that
families
you
of the
looked at,
victims.
correct? The portion that I asked you to look at.
Yes.
Page 22. You can go to page 22. Thank you. Page 22, the binding.
We will see the writings we did see the writings in the journal.
359, Your Honor.
That I will show, but I won't show autopsy or any
Page
kind of thing
22.
like that.
And again, we discussed that this was written along the binding, so along the inside edge of the page, correct, in the journal?
Yes.
And it says, I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school, correct?
That is what it says.
Now, we know based on the testimony that you've heard and you've been sitting in court during the trial, we know that there was a 9mm handgun purchased on November 26th of 2021.
Yes,
That
correct.
the shooting at the high school occurred on November 30th of 2021. That the shooter and his mom went to the shooting range on November 27th of 2021.
Correct.
So this portion would have been written at some point between November 27th of 2021 and arguably the morning of November 30th of 2021.
Well, now you've confused me. I don't.
You
But we know
can,
that there was no 9mm handgun in the house until November 26th of 2021, correct?
correct.
Based on your investigation.
I see the 9mm.
Yeah. Because this specifically references a 9mm.
It does.
This is different than the other on page 15, which specifically references the Caltech.
I got you.
Correct.
So, although Mr. Crumbly's son says my 9mm, we know that there was a 9mm purchased on November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
And the mother posted it was a Christmas
He went
gift
to the
for her
shooting range
son
on
that
November
she
27th,
had given him.
2021, and the shooting occurred on November 30th of 2021.
Okay, do you see what she just said? He claims it was his, but it was purchased. Part of the thing is that they brought it up in, I want to think something along the lines of a mother's trial. But I'll say it this way, even though I buy a car for my daughter and the car's in my name and my insurance, I give it to my daughter because she's 16 years old and really can't be responsible for it. It's her car. She uses it. She drives it. And if she's responsible, it's her car. If she's not responsible, I can take the keys away because it's legally my car. The gun is legally the father's gun. But they have shown here and in the mother's case that the mother had put on, I think, Instagram, the picture of the gun and said, look what I just bought my son for Christmas, basically, and shows the weapon. Her son is 15 years old. You are not allowed to purchase a weapon with the intent of giving it to somebody else, even your son. I cannot purchase a weapon in my name and go and give it to my son. Now, I may have a weapon I purchase and shoot it 3 or 4 times, and I decide it's not something I like, it doesn't feel well, it's too big, too small, whatever. And down the line, I want to give it to my son. I can do so because the intent to, I purchased it with the intent to keep it for myself. I did not purchase it with the intent to giving it to my son. It's a straw-on purchase. We can't do that. So I'm surprised they haven't brought those charges up on the Crumblies.
Yes.
So we know, and this page was page 22, which would have been the back cover of the journal. Is that fair? If you recall?
I don't
If you don't, it's okay. But we can read this and know that it would have been written after definitely November 26th of 2021.
Possibly. She's getting very confusing.
Yes.
On page 3 of the journal, yeah. If you look at the third line of this entry, it says, I have access to the gun and the ammo. Do you see that?
I do see it.
Now, you don't recall seeing anything in this journal or even around this entry that says, my dad told me where the gun and ammo are, correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. You don't recall reading anything in the journal that says, my dad told me where the gun and ammo are.
I do not.
You don't remember reading anything in the journal, you didn't see anything in the journal that says, my dad showed me where the gun and ammo are.
No, I didn't read that.
So when it says, I have access, you don't know how he obtained access. Is that fair? It just says, I have access. Exactly what the words are.
But if the gun is in a lock safe with a key or a combination the son cannot get to, he wouldn't have access.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
She's really trying to trap him in a corner.
Reading this journal entry and the information that you have that you've read in the journal, this doesn't say how Mr. Crumbly's son had access to the firearm. Is that fair?
Fair enough.
That's right. Just simply that he had access.
Simply that he had access.
Understood.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
But in the end, it's the ultimate responsibility of the owner of the gun.
You were asked if James Crumbly knew it existed, and you indicated that you believe that the answer was that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you were here for Mr. Hopkins' testimony as well as Mr. Ejak's testimony. Of course, you're the officer in charge for the investigation. In that meeting with James Crumbly, did he say journals, plural, or journal as in singular?
Just a singular journal.
Okay. And there were notebooks found in the home, 112 East Knox. We saw a picture of that. But were there any other journals found?
There were not.
Okay. And you indicated that you believe that you can tell approximately when the journal entries were written based upon the content?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we didn't really go over it in direct examination, but there was an incident on November the 4th, 2021 at Oxford High School. Was that referenced in the journal?
It was.
And an incident that occurred November the 11th, 2021. Was that referenced?
Yes.
The shooter referenced his friend who left the state October 31st.
He did.
Okay. Was there any indication anywhere in the journal that the 9mm was locked up?
No.
So we have
saw
the
evidence
4th and the
in this
11th
case
of
that
November, some kind of incident, but we don't know what.
The shooter obtained access to the Kel-Tec pistol as well.
Yes.
Okay, and the text message was, "Look what my dad left out."
Correct.
And
I remember
on the
that.
screen here, page 3. First off, I got my gun. It's an SP-20226 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. We know, of course, the shooting occurred November the 30th, 2021. Can you presume a date on this passage? So this would be November the 21st, presumably.
Presumably.
Okay. Second, shooting's tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. And of course, we know that he did obtain that weapon.
We do.
Okay. And we know that the murder weapon from November the 30th was the weapon purchased by James Crumbly on November the 26th, 2020.
Absolutely.
No.
All right. If we look at this like you would alcohol, if I have alcohol in a cabinet that's not locked, it's on the lower reaching shelf, and 10, 11-year-olds get in there, my kids have friends over and they get in there, and I'm not supervising them, and they start drinking the alcohol and get ill or do something stupid, find a gun and shoot somebody or in the home or whatever, it's all my responsibility. It's all my responsibility. It is our responsibility as parents to secure anything that could harm our children, including weapons, alcohol, medications, or whatnot. Just because the child's 15 doesn't mean that our responsibility ends. Especially when you know your son has mental struggles. He's emotionally struggling. He's been begging for help. He's been asking to go see a therapist. And the first thing you think of is that he's tried to kill himself. No. They would not want me on this jury because it's going to be hard for me. Like with the Hannah Gutierrez Reed Russ trial, in the end, it was her responsibility to ensure that there was no live rounds on set. It was her responsibility to ensure that the weapons and the ammo were handled properly. It was her job. It didn't matter what other circumstances were. It was her job. She didn't do it. She's responsible. My humble opinion. I need to get that shirt made. My humble
And
opinion.
I don't mean to belabor the issue, but when it comes to journals or notebooks, you don't know what James calls a notebook, what he calls a journal. You have no idea. Is that fair?
That's not fair. I do know what he calls a journal because he called it a journal in the meeting with Mr. Hopkins.
Right. He said something about a journal.
He did.
You don't know if he's talking about a notebook. You don't know if he's talking about a journal, like a diary with a lock on it. You have no idea what he's talking about.
I got a pretty good idea he's talking about a journal. That's what I can say.
Right. A journal.
A journal.
The reference to the Cal-Tec that Mr. Hughes just asked you about was in August of 2021, correct? He asked about the video that we saw, the text that Mr. Crumbly's son sent to his friend about my dad left it out, LOL, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That was in August of 21.
Can you show me?
If you recall.
I don't recall.
This guy is getting overwhelmed.
You don't recall seeing anything from November of 21 in the journal or otherwise saying that Mr. Crumbly's son had access because Mr. Crumbly left a gun out in November of 21 or in the journal, correct?
Nope.
Ask that again, please.
Sure. You don't recall seeing anything during your investigation from November of 21 that Mr. Crumbly had allegedly left a firearm out in the house, and his son talked about it.
So behind the scope.
All right. This poor guy, just looking at him, just look at him. He is done, overwhelmed, oversaturated. It gets a point during trial when you've been on the stand for over, I would say at least 2 hours, hour at least, I don't know, over an hour, maybe up to 2. You're exhausted. You're mentally done. You've got a lot of dates and times and things being thrown at you, and you can't sit there and read the order of things. And she talks very fast like this, and is doing so because she's trying to trip him up. They need to get him off the stand. And it is beyond the scope.
Sure, Your Honor. Mr. Keith asked about the text that was sent from Mr. Crumbly's son to his friend about his dad allegedly leaving the Kel-Tec out.
Okay.
And he filmed a video of himself.
Okay.
I'm trying to clarify that video was in August of 21. I mean, if I need to, I'll pull up the exhibit, but I was just trying to clarify with the detective lieutenant.
Okay, I think if you showed him the exhibit, he'd be able to say, but he's stipulated that that was from August of 21.
Are we talking about the Kel-Tec?
Yeah.
Yes. August 18th, 21, and August 20. I'm sorry.
August 9th.
I did it again. August 19th of 21 and August 20th of 21.
Okay. So yeah.
Now, I don't recall on the cross if this guy was asked that.
Your Honor, they stipulated to the date, so I don't need to ask again.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just, based on that, there was evidence that we introduced in this case that the shooter
How many
filmed the
recrosses are they
video
going to
of
get,
holding
y'all?
6 hour 9
Yes.
Okay.
This is his
And there were
second
also,
recross.
Instagram post of him holding that same firearm on the 27th.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think I misspoke earlier. I said November 21st. As far as this passage being written, this would actually be November the 29th of 2000.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Good for clarifying. Thank you.
All right. Excuse?
Yes, sir.
Right, you can step down here. Excuse.
Thank you, Judge.
Tell me where we're headed.
Today, before we officially rest, I'd like the opportunity to review our exhibit list. We had a lot of modifications throughout the case.
All right.
Okay, so they're getting ready to rest.
What was extracted and added on. And tomorrow morning we'll know for sure.
All right. Do you want 9 o'clock?
Yes, fine, Your Honor. Yes.
All right.
9 o'clock tomorrow. I will not be here tomorrow, but I will be listening.
Please know again that during the trial you should not read, listen to, or watch.
Okay, she's just reiterating the jury's instructions. So the defense starts tomorrow. I will not be here tomorrow, but like I said, I will be listening in. If I have an opportunity tomorrow night, I will come in and I will possibly be doing a quick run through and just hitting high points. But if I was on the jury right now, it's just like with the wife. I would say he's guilty. But once again, now it's the other side. So it's kind of like you're on the fence and you heard one side and we're going to see if they tip me the other way. I'm trying hard not to depend on any evidence I've heard in the wife's side of the trial. I know I've made some comments, but understand that those, it's kind of weird when you watch, this is a unique situation. You got the wife and then the husband, and the wife was tried and convicted, and now you're watching the husband, and I'm starting to see a lot of inconsistencies in the wife's statements and comments and stuff because what's being presented here was not presented the same way in the other trial. I will tell you, though, I prefer this trial far more than the wife's trial. Her attorney to me was, fingernails on a chalkboard. So, with that, good job, prosecution. You're going to rest tomorrow. All right, we are considered halfway done. Halfway done. Oh, okay. I'm going to get off for today. We don't need to sit here and see him escorted out. Thank you again for joining me. I appreciate you so very much. I look forward to seeing you guys on Thursday, if not tomorrow night. But like I said, I will be following this where I am at. And I look forward to the comments and shares and like. Please subscribe. That's the only way I get to keep doing this. And may you have a blessed and fabulous evening. Good night.